Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakabuto ka niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it to trouble. Even play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Welcome everyone! Parang kanina lang tayo nagkitang madaling araw at tayo nandito na ulit. The second day of CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer Day 2 for our group stage is currently right now in front of your faces and welcome back. Kami uli ang inyong mga kasama dito no, sa ating panel desk, Moch and Bipolar nga pala at your service, Bipolar. A lot of parallels and as well as new stories formed yesterday. Kamusta naman tayo?
Yesterday was a bunch of series na may overtime, map 3, emotions were high. I'm just glad na marami rin yung tulog ko ngayon, Mochi, because after that stint, parang grabe. What a starter though para sa ating Masters. No, we're capable of seeing storylines being bent. We're capable of seeing that gap that we talked about for the recent Masters na nakikita natin and for the recent iterations of Filipino teams and Rossi teams that it's almost closing. A little bit. Everyone's running towards the peak of the mountain, but that peak of the mountain is also very close by at this point. But again, our group stage does compose of 10 teams kung saan we have 8 teams coming from the Philippines, we have 2 teams from Rosea, and then coming to the playoffs, Mochi, parang ito na yung matagal nating inaantay.
Of course, no? And depende sa kung anong kanila magiging placement dito from our group stage, that would be the reason kung bakit merong ibang mga seeded there and not, no? So, yung first and second placer natin, automatically, meron silang advantage because they'll be advancing na kaagad sa ating susunod na stage. But however, for the rest of 3 to 6, no? Sila magsa-start from the start, literal, dito sa ating playoffs for that one. And still, if you're quite late to the party, no, we have a couple of representatives na nanggaling from our qualifier and a couple from Rosie as well. And from all of the destructive things na nangyari para sa ating first day, ngayong second, makikita natin na dito sa ating upper echelon ng ating standings, we're seeing pretty new names. And I think maraming hindi nag-aakala, no, na Team Stallions will be seeing them starting at the bottom para sa ating umpisa ng ating liga.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the standings no, Mochi, top 10, and ngayon pa lang natin makita the rest of the player pool na hindi pa natin nakikita naglalaro, which is gonna be the Rosie teams. Plus, yes, we're surprised the Team Stallions is there. Even I'm surprised that Acceptance is there. But for our top 1, 2, 3, I feel like the top number 1, which is Forbidden, and top 3, Execration, we're not really surprised there. Comeback Friends does have a lot of promise though, Mochi. They have a startup that is thriving off of a buddy system kung saan you have to protect 2 players for you to win. And we talked about this yesterday, Mochi, that the powerhouse of the comeback friends by 60%. And once that 60% dissolves, well, you only have 40% of winning that chance. Let's see if they can
Yes.
adapt to that. But yeah, I mean, for Vid, they have a pretty good chance with their start kahapon, Mochi, na parang they could possibly end up number 2 possibly.
Yes, at this point, no, I can't believe that we're also seeing this fast growth na meron dito, no, for
Yeah.
Vid so far. Kasi, biro mo naman, there was also some bit of changes din from exit creation, no, na I believe marami talagang nagulat din sa kung
Yeah.
paano nag-perform itong si Yotem specifically. I do think that we're also gonna be going back sa ating highlights din, no, sa ilan sa ating mga players, no, just to have them featured, no, because talagang nakakagulat at nakakapanganga itong kanilang mga pinaggagawa dito sa ating lobby. So, kaya naman ipakita na natin ang ating unang highlight, no. We have 5 after all of those. Simulan dito ni Dre sa ating mapa ng Sundays.
You know, this is pretty interesting no, mula sa Acceptance because as you're looking right now, Dre mag-isa lang sa MR and guess what? For the majority of the GR side dito na Acceptance, mag-isa lang talaga siya dyan. Because Heck doesn't even help him out here. I think there's only 1 round doon. But look at the slow-mo play mula kay Dre. Going and using the big box to cover a lot of ground and then pushing kasi alam niya kaya And with Dre frying mula sa base, despite Acceptance losing the whole series, alam mo may nilalabas na galing si Dre that he can only perform even better in the coming of days.
Yeah, actually, the whole team, no? I feel like when we pagkainisa-isa natin, yung mga member natin dito from the side of Acceptance, meron tayong marerecall na ginawang mga hero play ng bawat isa dito,
Yeah.
no? And I think dun lang din masasabi na kahit nasabihin mo na si CBF nang nanalo against them yesterday, hindi biro yung pinagdaan ni CBF in order to actually claim that victory or that
Oh, yeah.
W to start it off dito sa ating standings. And ipapakita din dito, no, ang ating next na daily highlight. At ito ay nanggaling naman kay Yetja. Kasi, biro mo naman, parang niragasalang itong ating side ng B.
I mean, Yetja has been a performer no for the very longest of time. Pero what
Yes.
happens in this clip kasi is Yetja lets everybody go in, create havoc, but stay put in the side. Kung saan, ang ine-expect dito ng Fervid, I believe at that time no, na parang, uy, may magpa-flank dyan. Might be Yetja. But since he used all of the kills, lahat ng gulo dito after entering the third, as the third player, sabi niya, wait lang. Kaya to, di pa ako nababarag, I still have 100 HP, I'll wait. I cannot see the entire situation, barag lang na onte, and kahit mamatay dito si Vincent, I have now the information overloaded in my brain. A big spray down here, then the big 1 tap and the 2 tap maybe to get the
Yes.
second to last player. And napaka-easy na kay Yetja doon, and you don't really rely on Luds for Vid to get these clutch ups doon. Talagang the overrun dito ni Yetja yung full 1v3.
And I feel like what's really interesting there is yung objective nila to scatter and occupy every single angle in the search of Yetja. Parang it bit them back in return pa, no? Parang baliktad yung nangyari. Pero let's check ang ating susunod na highlight here, no? This will be from Zach. We've been saying has been like in contention with the likes of etc. No, with the likes of Yotib, talagang iba yung mga highlights na pinakita niya dito, and not even using the sniper in this specific clip at all.
Yeah, I mean, Zach, most of the snipers naman, Mochi, no, we can definitely say that it's not just a TRG situation. It's also a USP. You have KLP, you have
Yes.
Yotib, you have, again, etc. that uses the USP to its full fruition. Pero Zach, pinag-usapan natin to off the stream. We're talking about him being underrated, pero tanggalin mo yung underrated si Zach.
Rated na siya.
Rated. Very much rated.
Exactly. Let us check ang ating next na highlight na nanggaling naman ito sa ating player na si A7J.
What a clip.
The wits and the prowess lang naman after this quick highlight sa luwag area natin, no? The in and outs and as well as the rotation patungo dito sa sikip, no? Definitely reading ito ang ating mga miyembro from MJ.
Looking at this clip, no, look at this slow-mo. a 2v1. I believe it was a 2v2 before, kaso namatay agad yung kasama din na ASMJ sa may luwag. And at that point in time, nakita natin dito, he got 2 taps doon sa may luwag. But, since may pressure nga doon sa ating may luwag side, sabi ni ASMJ, tara di, diretsuhin natin yan, let's create chaos, overall na lang natin. But, at the end of the day, inamin naman yun ni ASMJ sa ating interview na parang, wait lang, this is gonna be a gamble, pero still, they're happy. Kaya nga nagulat sila sa clip di ba? Sumigaw sila lahat nung napanalo nila yung round na.
Yeah, yun yung mga tipo ng risk and reward ratio na gugustuhin mo talagang makita, no? Especially after that one na ginagawa dito ni ASMJ. And let's check ang ating, I believe this is the last one, no? Para sa ating daily highlights. And this is gonna be
Uy,
from
na naman.
him pa rin.
Ay, di.
Siya na naman, no? Siya pa rin ba? Di, kay YouTube na to.
Si Otib
Yeah,
yun.
kay YouTube na to, no? Yung moment na kung saan akala natin that is already a sure ball round for STS and
There
bigla
you
na
go.
lang siyang nag-snap. No? Like,
Yes.
literally, nag-snap na lang siya dito. Paglaruan niya itong cable part natin. Dude, niratrat lahat. Which is quite insane. And I do think na lahat tayo, we have all our jaws on the floor the moment na makita natin tong senaryong ito.
Yeah, lahat tayo nagkagulo na Mochi because looking at this
Muntik
now,
nang
and the,
atakihin si rito.
lahat sila muntikan ng mahimatay Mochi, pero Yotib, muntikan na rin siya mangyari doon kasi tingnan mo naman.
Yes.
A sniper battled up against STS for multiple times with rifles. And to end off Eagle Eye 2.0 in this kind of fashion na parang ang laki ng tinik sa lalamunan ni Yotib, pero since he has to prove something, since they want to really win up against Stallions and to get the first win sa first day, sabi ni Yotib, F it. I'll just get inside, get this first kill sa may RS, tapos mag-M1 na lang ako plus W para mapatay lahat. And he still had the aim, Mochi. Nakita mo yun, dire-diretso si Yotib dun sa may car at the shots were hitting every time. So W Yotib.
Yes. And you know what? As much as we can say na we love STS, we also love the new look itong ng Execration. Kasi ganun lang din talaga kalala ang kanilang naging performance para simulan ang ating first day, no? So, dude, di ko alam kung ano hanggang saan naabot to. Pero ang alam lang natin, maganda. At para may sinasabi ata ang Ubek Maniac page dito, pakibasa nga, Bipolar.
Yun. Yung taas yung baba, Mochi. Yung taas na lang.
Yung taas.
Okay. Sa mga supporters na mo, chill lang mo layo, pakaayo sa tinood, bawi, rami promise. Dali!
Dali! So, babawi daw sila, guys. No? Chill lang kayo, guys. Malayo pa daw yun sa totohanan, no?
First day pa lang.
Oh, it's just the first day, no? I think it's just the first day, we cannot say that that is already the conclusion, no? Pero it is a good look para mag-set ng expectations para dito sa mga teams na humahabol to amp up yung standard na meron tayo dito in the scene. And I am so glad, not just me, actually every one of us is so glad na we're finally seeing that this early. Yo, napaaga lang talaga, no? It's inevitable, napaaga lang talaga siya.
Yeah. And plus, Mochi, kahit na natalo nga dito yung former Ubek Maniac squad natin na Team Stallions, I feel like most of the people and even us dito sa TADS, yes, we're surprised from the loss. Yes, we're looking at it in a deeper level. Pero we're not really, di tayo kinakabahan. Kasi Stallions is Stallions at the end of the day. And that is why everybody should relax. This is just one of many, or if not, one of the very few, di ba? Ng Stallions. They did against Execration, pero if you think about it, last time, dun nga sa group stage natin on Spring Masters, Execration forced overtime twice up against Stallions. I believe it was at Ankara and as well as Subbase. And these were the same, almost the similar maps na nakita natin dito. They played Ankara, they played Eagle Eye, and they played as well as New Compound. So, I mean, nakapag-adapt lang talaga Execration.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that one. It's either nakapag-adapt sila or at the same time, hindi lang perfect ng inaakala ni STS ang kanilang performance na magiging dito sa mapa ng New Compound as well. But there's also a post here galing kay Boss Heck, no? Bawi and X-Match boys, no? And regardless of losing against CBF, the aura still remains dito sa ating mga miyembro ng Acceptance.
Yeah, big shoutouts to Boss Heck, no, nakapangalan ko din para sa totoong buhay, no. But Heck, we saw this instantly. I feel like this is still just the start. If you think about this Stallions na, simula pa lang naman to, just day one, you can also apply towards team acceptance. Pero kasi if you think about it, all they want, nakausap natin si Heck last time, is that their goal is to get into Masters. They got it right now, and now they're gunning it for the playoffs. And hindi naman yung naging madaling laban up against comeback friends. Acceptance really, really did fight up until the end. Ang naging problema lang talaga dun, Mochi, was that they were basically readable na. Kailangan lang ng onting tweaks dito for acceptance, and they're gonna be a great team. Plus, nakita mo, Mochi, kahit ang buong acceptance, a roster of 3 OG acceptance players and 2 add-ons, gumagana ng todong-todo, plus improvements is an all-time high.
All-time high indeed. And I feel like ang magiging challenge na lang dito para sa ating mga teams na nanalo from yesterday, no, is paano nila ma-maintain yung gantong init. Kasi may mga teams like, by the way, shoutout to Gaon Gaming, miss na namin kayo. Sorry kung babanggitin ko to. Pero may mga times na umpisa, sobrang init, no, like Gaon like 2 years ago and a year ago, na giinis sila sa umpisang 2 weeks natin, tas after nun medyo mahihirapan din sa as time goes by. So I feel like it's really important to also maintain that mindset heading forward. Pero I do think that we have quite of a feature sa nakaraan at sa current. Yun. Wow. Kaya naman nilapag na natin dito ang old versus new ng ating IGL na si A7J because look at the comparison and the upgrade in terms of the stats na meron tayo sa kanya dito, Bipolar.
This was an A7J, itong old side yung nasa kaliwa ng Mochi, that came from execration. Given that he became a fervid member immediately, he still gave us a KD na sobrang taas in his case though at that point in time. Alam natin na A7J is a big mind, pero nung simula dati ng fervid time niya, it was really a fragger's mindset and parang testing point ng pagiging IGL ni A7J. But now looking at the news sa right side ng screens nyo, 1.47 and a guaranteed kill almost every round. Mochi, hindi lang yan IGL, still a fragger. So if you think about it, sinasabi natin dito, the improvements is an all-time high. Si A7J na yung pinakill na na example, no?
Of course, though. Not to mention yung flexibility and the way that they don't gatekeep themselves and all of the possible things na maaari lang magawa within the team in order to tip up the balance kontra sa kanilang opponents as well. And I don't think that we are also gonna see later on din kung ano yung mga ratings din. By the way, guys, ko-concur yon. So, every single game na meron sila dito, na-update lang yon up to the recent na estado as their rating as the player. So, I think very important to note yun kasi parang nagiging metric na natin siya if the player is actually improving or bumabagsak pa. Pero by the way guys, no, gusto lang namin sabihin at bilang pasasalamat sa inyong mga suporta, pakikipagkulitan, lahat-lahat na guys down below. Meron kayong tsansa na manalo ng 100 e-coins. At simple lang naman ang kailangan nilang gawin dyan. They just need to like and follow ang ating official CROSSFIRE Philippines Facebook page and as well as our YouTube pages. Andyan na ang ating QR code, no? Check nyo na lang dyan, scan nyo na, tapat nyo na yung mga CP nyo dyan habang nakapakita pa. And also, like and share yung featured highlight post na meron tayo sa page na yon publicly. And you can check that out dito din, no? And in your caption, tell us, bakit nga ba deserve nun maging top 1 play of the week? Kasi meron kayong say dyan. If you feature o ilalapag yan dito sa ating broadcast, dahil sa inyo. Okay? So, merong involvement nyo kung bakit may ganun. And don't forget to use the official hashtags CFS Masters Summer and hashtag CFS Play of the Week. At paalala na dapat public ang shared post kasi baka hindi makita ng ating mga moderators.
Yeah, tsaka para diba, kitang-kita ng lahat yung mga yung mga support din natin. Plus everybody, hindi lang naman yan, no, big thanks as well to CROSSFIRE and Smilegate. But if you also want more giveaways, well, you can go to our pages din. So big shout out din to Boss Mark. Check nyo na lang yan.
Yes, kaya naman let's check out na kung ano ang meron sa ating schedule, mga kaganapan at happenings for today. Ano kaya ang mangyayari sa TARINGBABI versus Acceptance? We also have Veteran versus Team Stallions, and we also have VP versus matches. And all I can say is that our teams here na veteran and MJ, they're starting this off pretty crazy, no? Parang anlala agad, no? Parang sapakan at sapakan ka agad. But here for Acceptance and TARINGBABI, they're starting off pretty chill here, Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup that I would say very, very fair. Almost like a 60-40 because Acceptance is still first runner pagdating dito sa ating impact. Still holding it up since there is still issues with the team na hindi naman sobrang kalakihan pero patching up, kumbaga, yun lang kailangan nilang gawin. But for TARINGBABI, they're a team that has been very, very in our eyes simula ng qualifiers for Rosea. Because TARINGBABI is the new representative. If you remember quite clearly, ang kasama natin here on Masters in spring was veteran and as well as Riders. Riders did not entirely compete here, and TARINGBABI now has a good form. One of the most impressive stints in the qualifiers. I believe it was a clean 2-0 for their entire bracket para dito sa mga matches ng TARINGBABI, but do correct me if I'm wrong there. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a very interesting and very fun match.
Actually, almost clean, no? I do think na natalo lang sila 0-2 against veteran doon, no? Sa kanilang qualifiers here for TARINGBABI. But here for Team Acceptance, like, mamaya sabihin nila, why do you guys think na TARINGBABI and as well as Team Acceptance is quite close, no? Or maaaring maging malapit yung maging outcome natin dito? Well, guys, kasi here for TARINGBABI, I feel like being there as new faces here might also be an influence. At the same time, parang may chance nga din na magulat sila or ma-war shock sila, ma-culture shock sila sa kung paano gumagalaw yung ating mga Filipino teams as well. So, you know what? Let's see, no? Kung ano nga ang kakalabasan nito later on. Kasi for now, no, ito muna ang ating predictions right now. 2-0, all in favor for Team Acceptance. Sa kung gaano kalapit ang ating mga magiging rounds, yan ay ang question maya-maya.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the prediction now, I feel like it's the same sentiments as the recent Spring Masters. But everybody, gone are the days that we want to always just glaze the players here coming in from Rossi. We do still want them to win at least because still that's a great point in time, just because if you think about it, the Philippines is not just improving but the rest of Southeast Asia as well. So it all ends up for TARINGBABI on how they will debut in Masters Summer. They have a pretty good team. We were very surprised that they have setups that they can possibly be at the limelight of what the Filipino CROSSFIRE teams are capable of. And with them using, you know, a very, very interesting setup, well, it might just be perfect up against Acceptance that is very much still fixing something. So they might still win here. So we're always glad to be proven wrong by the Rossi teams.
Of course, no? And I do think na ang kinakaabangan-abangan natin dito is ano kaya yung ating skill difference sa mapa ng subways. Kasi if you guys watch the Rossi qualifiers, which we highly encourage that you give our Rossi brothers some support as well, no? Here for TARINGBABI, their performance in subways is actually pretty good, no? Parang
amazing,
they have the similar vibes for veteran, but again, iba talaga pag PHT yung kanilang katapat. And right now, you know what? This is actually not that bad, no? We have 28%.
29.
Am I blind? 29%. Yeah, 29%.
You're blind.
So, yeah, I'm blind. I'm colorblind. And 29% dito kay TARINGBABI. Hindi ko mahalos makita yung white and blue. And as well as 71% here for Team Acceptance. So, you know what? Not bad. I actually expected this gonna be like skewed all the way more baliktad dito, no? Pero sabi ng community, you know what? We give some support dito sa ating mga brothers here. Pretty nice.
I feel like marami rin nanonood talaga ng ating Rossi and ng mga qualifiers. No? So yeah, maybe that's why 29% dito yung ating TARINGBABI. I'm just, hopefully, ma-encourage lang din lalo dito yung TARINGBABI to actually come into full form. Kasi yes, looking at Riders and as well as Veteran, we had full hopes, Mochi. And now that we saw the recent stints of the Rossi teams, parang nag-lie-low yun and nasasama dun tuloy yung TARINGBABI. I hope they find in their game style na parang mapabring up ulit and to give us a lot of hope. But yeah, we're open to seeing these two teams frag out sa ating mama.
Yep. And now, papakilala na natin dito kung ano at sino-sino ba ang meron dito for TARINGBABI. Kasi balita ko, Webpolar, that they pride themselves sa kanilang quadri attack. No, there is more on all brute force. I guess is the safest term to use here dito for TARINGBABI. But at the same time, I feel like the challenge here is how do we move away from that branding and from that practice? Kasi hindi na yun uubra dito ngayon.
Yeah, I mean, looking at TARINGBABI, it's a squad wherein they really do prioritize that 4-man attack with these HKs or M14s. We have McRae, we have Elcom PE, we have ㍍Match.PHT, we have Protons, and as well as Jangar as their sub. We saw last time, Mochi, that these teams actually, or at least TARINGBABI, I believe Jangar was playing for the team last time. Not really Protons. So it's gonna be interesting who will be playing for TARINGBABI today.
Yeah, let's see, no? Kung sino nga ba yung mga lalaban dito right now. Kasi even here sa ating PubMat, si Protons pa rin nga ang nandito, no? Sa kanilang lineup. But again, no, I am anticipating that there is also a lot of prowess na magagaling dito kay Penjahat, no, considering na siya ang kanilang primary anchor here while the rest of the team do their own thing. But at the same time, again, Team Acceptance, parang ang magiging katapat ni Penjahat dito is si Hek talaga. Parang wala siyang choice kung dito patad talaga si Hek. And later I will be able to talk about them more. Pero dito, no, for TARINGBABI, mukhang si Protons nga ang lalaro dito, no, bipolar, which is great, no? It's nice that we're seeing him here in the lineup of TARINGBABI right now. And it seems like they're just auto-farming their way dito sa ating mga POV camps for the time being. And I love the overall vibes that we have from them so far, specifically from Penjat and as well as Elcom, because look at that.
Hopefully,
They're
Mochi,
spamming
the
poses.
smiles will be for the entirety of the group stage. No? Hopefully
Yes,
that happens.
I hope.
But yeah, but TARINGBABI now looking at their very, very long journey here. I would like to say TARINGBABI has a similar playstyle or at least similar vibe like Comeback Friends. So they'll be looking at that in their third matchup. So magandang abangan yan on the Saturday of 6 and 20. But for Vit is their next one, Comeback Friends VP MATTJESS Stallions. So a lot of the higher teams will be congested here in the middle, tapos pinakadulo pa Execution. Very, very good journey para sa TARINGBABI.
Yes, and I feel like their schedule also states that this is gonna be pretty decent start for them, no? Because it's not that quite of a very, very challenging trials of fire type of thing na talagang si STS agad din natapatan nila or si VP whatsoever. They're starting off pretty decent. Okay, so I really do hope that here for TARINGBABI they were able to establish their presence dito, no, in the scene right now. Pero ipapakilala natin dito, of course, ang Team Acceptance na parang kahapon parang hindi naman inalintana ilaban nila dito for CBF pulling off that decider map na in a really close fashion. No, di natin ina-expect na unang araw pa lang biro mo puro OT na agad ang i-spam at i-welcome para sa atin, but at the same time we're definitely here for it because that just means na ganun nagiging kalapit yung ating nagiging overall tiers in terms of playstyle para sa ating mga team so far.
Yeah, that just means na talagang itong puyat, pati yung puyat na sa gabi, pati practice dito na Acceptance has really come into full form, no? Na parang, we're forcing overtimes now. We're forcing mat threes. We're not just going for set plays. May sakit pa rin naman Acceptance game na parang, yes, palagi mahuli si Egg, so he's gonna be in a situation na parang dehado. Pero that situation came a lot kasi last time na parang 1v3 almost. Pero anong gagawin ng 1v3 mo kung malaki yung biceps ni Heck, di ba?
Gusto ko yung pagka nakikita ko din yung mga POV cams ng mga casters, natatawa din sila pagka si Acceptance yung nandito. Kasi talagang flex lang sila ng flex. Pero at the same time, I feel like yesterday binanggit naman natin how 3 of these members is gonna be quite of a reunion na talagang umpisa pala pinakita rin nila that regardless of how long they were apart from each other, it still remains. It still retains, still present, and they're looking good more than ever. And despite that it is a loss here dito against CBF, hindi talaga madaling laban yan. I think it's the safe term to say.
Yeah, this 1-2 scoreline, pwede mong sabihin 50-50 pa sana to sa pinakadulo, Mochi. And just because
Exactly.
Acceptance is that kind of team na kaya na talaga ngayong lumaban. Kahit na we're saying this team is very much still underrated, kaya na kaya dito ng Acceptance to break the barrier na pinerform nila sa last Masters lineup nila. But yeah, Acceptance, I feel like ang point in time ngayon, no, for their first 4 matches is that age doesn't matter anymore para sa buong Crossfire. And Acceptance is the pinnacle of that as well. Kasi tignan mo si tignan mo si Silent, tignan mo si Ajax. They are out-fragging most of the teams or most of the players right now. So it's just pretty nice to see.
And not to mention that if earlier na-recall nyo yung ating top 5 highlights from yesterday, 2 of their members were there. Nandun yung kay Dre, nandun din yung kay Ajax. So again, hindi talaga biro yung individual prowess na meron dito ang Acceptance. And I do think that we already had a bit of insider info from them na it's more on the comms issue. Pero I feel like hindi siya malaking problema at all. They just need a bit more polishing, basically.
Yeah, looking at this head-to-head the Mochi, parang going back to your thought lang na onte, hindi siya, hindi talaga com issue parang chemistry issue lang. Kasi yun nga, you have 3 veterans and 2 young ones. But looking at it, meron naman tayong dalawa dito sa harap natin. It's our head-to-head. It's MATTJESS and as well as Ajax. And I feel like this is the most fair matchup, no, Mochi? Kasi most of the players natin dito for Acceptance has above a 1.0 KD. Meanwhile, isa lang ang 1.0 KD dito na above para sa side ng TARINGBABI. MATTJESS actually is one of our attackers, one of our riflers, with the HK, I believe, that is able to spot out. If he spots out Ajax in this matchup, well, that's one of the full force dito na Acceptance down. And I feel like it will be pretty easy for him for the rest. But let's see, Acceptance pa din to. Acceptance sa pinag-usapan natin.
Yes, and I also like to point out din siguro yung disparity with the kills per round and as well as the smokes per round just shows how they actually play within the team and their role overall. For Ajax is more of the firepower asset dito, no, for Team Acceptance, in contrast for MATTJESS na talagang more on the supporting role ang kanya nang nasusupply dito, no, for TARINGBABI. And I'm pretty curious if they will be retaining that type of gesture and as well as a role para dito kay TARINGBABI later on, kasi there might be a point in time later on na kailangan nilang i-tweak yung kanilang mga galawan dito. Again, first appearance of TARINGBABI against the PH teams. I hope that they can withstand the heat, basically.
Yeah. Tsaka debut game of Rossi team once again pagdating dito sa ating Masters. So that's gonna be very interesting. I'm so excited, Mochi. Meron na tayong papakita dyan.
Yes, meron tayong papakita. Alamin na natin kung saan nga ba maglalaro ang ating mga teams at kung ano nga ba ang kanilang mga prio bans, prio picks. Most importantly, sub-base might be played here. It will be our decider. Kung tayo ay aabot sa ating decider. But for now, we'll be starting off with Ankara and as well as Port.
Okay. Once we saw last na parang itong Acceptance was up against Comeback Friends, they didn't play Ankara just because the respect band dito ng Comeback Friends yung Ankara ng Acceptance, which we do like, just because Ankara is still one of the better maps here for Acceptance, and with them picking this up immediately, even though GR side yung sisimulan nila, Mochi, I feel like they'll be comfortable here. But coming into Port, TARINGBABI, they know how to push into House B. And guess what? Anong ginagawa ng Acceptance kapag nasa GR side na sila? 1 on Z and Heck on House speed. There's only 2 types of Heck doing this, pushing in towards outer or sa may port, or either holding mismo entrance dito ng House speed. If they get Heck in this each encounter sa BL side nila on port, they might have a chance to at least put up 6 or 7 rounds, no? But sa base, well, parang gusto ko makita yan, Mochi, as our decider. Kasi both of these teams play a pretty good na sub base.
Yes, and I feel like the biggest challenge here for TARINGBABI as well is paano nila i-handle, in case lang naman, ang naman sa kayo na-claim ko, no, if there will be like a dual sniper setup din na mangyayari dito, possibly for Acceptance. Kasi they just have only one, no? At si Penjahat pa yun, no? The only person that is more versed sa sniper role niya dito, no? And knowing that we are gonna be starting in Ankara and Port, dude, this might be the first hurdle na kailangan nila to pass through, no? Especially when it comes to the middle part of the laban na meron dito, no? For both of our teams. But again, really nice map dito so far. Can't wait kung ano nga ang kakalabasan nito, Bipolar.
Yeah, looking at it again, map veto is Ankara, then port, and then sub-base. Whoa, my memory is very, very slow. Pero, you know,
Kaya mo.
TARINGBABI, it's gonna be interesting. Give us a show, that is one thing. And Acceptance, give us a show as well. Because right now, you are 1-0 and 1. So, hopefully, lumakas dito lalo ang Acceptance and as well as TARINGBABI.
Of course, kaya naman kilalanin na rin natin ang ating backup, no? Kasi marami na tayong pinagdadaldal dito. Sila naman ang ating welcome dito. Let us welcome ang ating mga casters para sa ating unang series, Sneaky Frog and as well as Ellen. Hello, Sneaky Frog? Parang tatlo na kayo naka-glasses kayo. Parang gusto ko rin sumali. Hanapin ko yung akin mamaya. Pero for now, no? Hi, Sneaky Frog. Kamusta naman ang ating day so far? And any expectations for this particular matchup?
Ayun nga, I am expecting na hopefully may onting laban naman dito ang ating TARINGBABI team kasi yun nga, no, we're kind of tired of seeing Rosea getting beaten time and time again dito.
Yeah.
So, malay mo, di ba, Mochi? New faces, maybe it's a new power para sa kanila.
Couldn't agree more. How about you, El?
I feel like this is a fresh look para sa Rosie teams na. Sana naman na katulad ng pangalan ng region nila, pabanguhin nila at pabulaklakin nila yung kanilang mga standings dito because we want the veterans to succeed. They're the closest firepower that we have. And TARINGBABI being the new faces, well, surprises na lang siguro mabibigay nila sa atin.
True. And kaya naman, no, discuss na rin natin ang mga watch points natin dito for TARINGBABI at sisimulan natin yan with their beginner's luck. Do you think na ito ay magiging evident dito, Bipolar?
I mean, hopefully there is beginner's luck, man, coming in for TARINGBABI because if little bit of known fact lang, or at least from our dive deep, no, TARINGBABI means a swine's tusk. So if that swine's tusk really is a penetrating power towards Acceptance, well, that is a very, not really a luck based, but just the sheer powers of the Rosea teams becoming a force now up against the Filipino teams, or at least the rest of Southeast Asia. But yeah, last time, Riders and Veteran are 0-34 total sets versus PH teams. But hopefully that scoreline at least becomes 1-32 or like 2-32, something like that. Sana hindi lang beginner's luck dito ang kailanganin ng ating Rosea teams like TARINGBABI, but I hope it's also practice and as well as sheer domination.
Yes, hopefully, no. And I feel like their first match will be setting up the tone and with how they will be pursuing itong journey throughout summer. Pero for now, no, Sneaky Frog, how about this one? Maintain Heck and Ajax performance. Do you think that they will be able to carry that over?
Oh, I think so, for sure. I think Heck especially, no? I think ito yung isa sa mga pinakamalaking nagulat or one of the bigger surprises for me going into the Acceptance Swiss stage, right? I was expecting them to just kind of bomb out, especially their, you know, some better teams in the Swiss stage itself. But I feel like one of the main reasons why they did actually qualify in this one is because of Heck and Ajax's increase of performance in the Swiss stage. And it just goes to show that, you know, experience can also go in the way of firepower for the both of them. So, you know, usually we love to talk about the, you know, Silent, Dre, and Ting, but without Heck and Ajax especially in that Eagle Eye game, they would have not be, you know, they would have not been as close as yesterday, let's just say.
I see. And I feel like that is also something that they should be working on, right? Like their consistency as a team as a whole, not just as individual players. But let's check our last point for this one. I do think that this is lines of Acceptance again. Yes, it is. Is fatigue a factor for Acceptance here? What do you think, El?
I mean, fatigue has always been a factor. Remember their season, right? They played Impact, they played playoffs, they played Swiss stage. Of course, there are going to be scrims here and there, and then they are going to have their first match yesterday, right? So immediately after the Swiss stage, we go straight back to the action. Yes, we have our rest days, but do you think the teams have rest days? No, they don't. They always scrim. So if this is going to be something that's going to hinder them in their match versus TARINGBABI, I don't want it to be a main factor. Let it be known as just a small circumstance, because if we
Yes.
want Rosie to win, we want them to win convincingly, not because of these circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like what's also good here for Team Acceptance carrying over yung kanilang match from yesterday is that they are always certain to give it their all, which is obvious at nakita naman din natin no from yesterday. And again no, both challenges for both teams, TARINGBABI, paano mo i-introduce at iset yung standard para sa sarili, and for Team Acceptance, the holes that we need to patch up, they better get it patched up. And I think it is about time for us to hand it over to our casters for the main action, Sneaky Frog and El. Rakrakan na.
I feel like this situation is quite familiar for us, Sneaky Frog, because it's going to be Rosie versus Impact, and no better team, right, for Impact players or for Rosie teams to face off against the beginners of our master stage.
Yeah, and this has been kind of the prevalent storyline for the past few. I think we kind of mentioned this on the one podcast that we did with me and Salvatore, that we did say that I feel like Rosea would definitely have a better time if they went through the Impact route first and then they actually went into Masters. But I feel like this is kind of the hypothesis, right? Maybe the theory that we can say in this one, that how is a TARINGBABI team gonna do up against Acceptance? However, I wouldn't really classify Acceptance as a truly Impact level team, because they are very capable of beating the best of the best, really just depending on the day. And Acceptance obviously capable of going top 5, but they also have some really bad days as well, and they're gonna try to avoid that up against this TARINGBABI team.
Yeah, I feel like especially the fact that when I watch the VODs of TARINGBABI, they played the HKs, they played the EVRs, they played the TRGs. We do not see the Scarlights, we do not see the funny guns coming out from this team. So if that is going to be like the litmus test or like the eye test here for TARINGBABI, that means they've been watching the Filipino VODs. So if they have been watching the Filipino VODs and they have a pretty good sub base, man, I want to see that happen here. We are going to see the maps, right? It's going to be standard. I feel like this is a good test for TARINGBABI, not just for Acceptance, but for TARINGBABI more so, because it's going to be the standard maps where you can just out-aim, but if you can do more than that, it's going to be surprising. And I feel like surprise is like the word I'm going to be using the most here, Sneaky, because it's going to be a different look for the Rosie teams. We do not want to see them just 5-man rushing, doing a split, but timings are off. I want to see them do something complex and back that up with the firepower that we assume that they are gonna have. Acceptance, well, they need to hold the line, right? Because if not, then the Impact branding on this team won't really go away.
And that really is the challenge, right, for Acceptance, that I wouldn't say their biggest opponent is within the server, right? I feel like Acceptance's biggest opponent is actually themselves in this kind of situation. There is some times where, an overextension might happen, or maybe a hero play doesn't work out, and they kind of crumble very quickly, right? And I feel like Acceptance, you really do not want to crumble maybe up against a team like TARINGBABI, because, it is going to feel very bad where you're getting rushed into maybe on the A side, maybe into the B side, and nothing feel like it's working. So I feel like composure is also a thing that you have to point at, that you have to really think about if you're on the side of Acceptance. But I mean, overall, Acceptance, judging from how they played in the group stage and how Heck played in yesterday's games, I feel like they are approaching rapidly a level of a level that they're desired, which is Masters. But is it going to be enough for, the conversation of playoffs? Because, Acceptance is also within that range where Team Alliance Gaming was kind of sitting at not too long ago, right? Where maybe you're going to be 6th, maybe you're going to be 7th, maybe you're going to be 8. And I feel like the goal here for the side of Acceptance is to kind of trying to break that ceiling. But, I don't know what the ceiling's made of. It could be glass, it could be full metal. But, yeah, Acceptance is going to try either way.
They have to try, right? So will this TARINGBABI team. It's really just smash off on the second day, right? It's the very first one is, I think, something that can go both ways, right? We do not know what Acceptance ceiling is. We do not know how high they can go here in the table. For TARINGBABI, we already ranked them at the very, very bottom. So them going up is the only way they can do. But here we go into Ankara with the comps in.
Spam ako ah. Back siguro ah. Forward yung kamay. Ilo. Na.
Okay, some callouts here and there, but yeah, so far no quick action, unlike the previous row C teams that we have. But acceptance, right? We all know this play. They want to take control of floor A because that is where they think the action will happen. Just expecting from recency bias that this is going to be their very favorite spot on the map at the
I
start,
like
and
the
they will
angle.
find the first kill.
No,
I don't
Jimmy,
like it
don't
as well.
hold that from there, man. Don't hold it from there. As someone who's held that angle for the past few times and died as well, it is not ideal. But speaking of, Acceptance already putting the pressure early on the side of TARINGBABI, but Elcom will get one in return on Heck, but it is, 4 against 2. You got long control if you're on the side of Acceptance, and they're just rolling on forward. Silent not respecting the sniper of ㍍Match, who's going to back off all the way into Arches, but the problem is for the side of TARINGBABI. There's already players approaching this hotel side, already players approaching the other side of the map, but hold on.
Wait.
Elcom has gotten the second kill, and this might be a take if they can regain the C4, but it's a hard task. Dre already looking for the mid peak. I think they're very well aware
CROSSFIRE.
that the C4 is dropped in the middle part, and Ajax, the only one left alive, and I feel like Elcom has a rough idea of where Ajax is. But do they spot him in the right place at the right time? Ajax, who has been clutching for the past few days for his team, and is going to just melt ㍍Match, but does he know that ㅠ is here, jumping in to the action, and Ajax giving Acceptance the first round.
Okay, that was a close one for TARINGBABI. However, I feel like they do not know, or like they did not receive the fact that Ajax was just right there waiting on the box. He had the first strike, right? And he did not, or rather, TB did not even consider that he might still be there, and Ajax still going on ham. Will get shut down.
There you go. Ajax has gotten Elcom. ㅍMaTJ has gotten Ajax in return. But Ting still present on the long side. AK-47 is gotten to Mekrai, and ㅍMaTJ already down. Protons finally a trade in return, and he gets 2 as well. Silent and Ting already out. However, Heck is still present on the catwalk A side. Gets the nade kill on Protons. Pulls out the AWM and even gets him down. Shoots him with both guns because left bicep, sniper, right bicep, pistol. Is that the vibe, El?
I feel like it's a bit too imbalanced. Have the left bicep be the OM, the right bicep be the TRG.
TRG,
Now that's
tough.
the balance. That's how you get the reps in. I feel like Heck, even though he's using the OM, right? Signature weapon, yada yada yada. It's not a nerf, it's more like a buff for him. He means this is serious business. Even if it's just TARINGBABI. They're not just TARINGBABI though. We've seen the shots that they're hitting. They can fight back, but it's the closer. Not even the mid-round, the closer for these members on TARINGBABI that gets them, not the rounds, but ㅍMaTJ again will try and take one. And Dre stuck in the middle, will still be alive, continuing the fight here on mid.
Ooh, Heck has gotten his second one. AWM highlights finally on our screen, but he is only able to take out the middle players temporarily. But here comes Silent. Will be dying for the trade. Elcom we'll try to see if he can slip on by to the B side. Problem is, the C4 has been dropped near the arch stairs, and it will be a bit of a chase here. Ting is going to try to look for Elcom instead of trying to put his vision on the C4. Maybe just cut off whoever is playing on that mid side. Tunnel B is not too bad of a spot, especially considering where the C4 is, but not a bad spot as well if he actually makes it to high mid. Before Elcom can do something. But Elcom deciding, hey, I'm going to clear A side just in case, maybe go on the long route, and we are going to see a lot of tap walking here.
We're not seeing the classic maneuver of, let me just go straight to the C4, and I'm just going to try to fight anyone that goes in my way. Elcom is, well, he's playing this one smart, right? Knowing that there's a lot of time, 30 seconds remaining, he still can go to A or B after picking up the C4, so I like this. Ting, though, is not going to risk it for the biscuit. He's just going to stay here on hotel exit and make sure that if the opponent comes his way, it's just an easy sure shot, even if it's from hotel or bypass. But disregards the fact that there's going to be any members there. 5 seconds left. The plant will come through. And it's gonna be a 1v1 at the end. Positioning here is required for El Compe.
It's honestly not a bad spot to be in. On the metal box of top A, Ting is coming in from exit A though. Full swing could be meaning of death, but El Compe has a crosshair aimed where the head is supposed to be, and Elcom will be giving his first round to TARINGBABI. What a recovery.
I like that. Time smart, play the 1v1 smart, finding all the information, checking if the opponent is just going to be waiting or is also trying to wander. But we cannot forget about ㅍMatch's initial kill. Dre might have gotten more here, and the ensuing fight was great for the side of Acceptance, but yeah, at the end of the day, if they can match your firepower, they can also match how your mind works. And El Compe showing to us that TARINGBABI is bringing a fresh, new, spicy flavor here at Masters. But heck, saying, nah, I got this one. We'll take down El Compe.
Yes, third position he's taken, right? He has taken mid, he has taken A, and he has taken this hotel side. So Heck is making sure that his presence is known across Ankara. But Acceptance still steady on the A site, and I like this though from the side of TARINGBABI, right? They do recognize that the Heck is a bit too aggressive on the B side of the map, so there might be a bit of a stack maybe on HM to try and cover whoever is pushing mid, and this is going to be a good choice for them. However, util game is going to be questioned. ㅍMabi, I'm trying to see if they can get some lineups going, maybe get 3 HEs to the face of Ajax here.
You're asking a Stallion setup from TARINGBABI?
Oh, they got lineups.
Wait, they actually do.
They got lineups, man. Don't doubt.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Bring out the nade. Come on, do it.
I'm waiting for someone to climb up on $5.
It's only one.
Oh, they don't. They don't.
Oh,
CA.
they don't.
Gonna be the way to go. Dre, position. Could provide a highlight or a headache for the B site. ㅍMabi will be the first one in. Spacing is way off for the side of TB. Where is the secondary player? Oh, the flash. It actually flashes McRae as well. And that actually came from Acceptance. Good throw there from Heck. And they are forced to go in the TB side instead, going into the B side, but they're running into the sniper. Heck, ready and waiting to receive whoever is gonna go through this tunnels B, and that's gonna be McRae already down. Protons, one in return. Protons jumping spray down, will be getting Dre, but will not be getting Silent. And Acceptance, a quick reply after a loss.
Okay, we tried to set them up there for the A execute, but the lineups were not there clearly. No one's going up $5. I think the mid-rounding here is a bit raw, especially with the util being thrown. McRae is usually the guy that throws the util for TARINGBABI. I was surprised he was the one to go in. Maybe it's because they lacked the members. They were down 2. But still, the attempt was worth it. The execution, though, could have been better for TARINGBABI. And as well as Silent getting Elcom for the second time. Elcom has been down in the first few seconds, but there's a trade and another one from Acceptance.
Ooh, Silent once again, a victim. ㅍMatt of that yellow box, and Ting will just be pushing forward.
He wants it.
Oh my goodness, Ting with the USP. Both of them on low HP, and they line up for young backup, and then 1-4 for Team Acceptance. And as soon as they got the first kill on the yellow player, they just push forward.
I feel like they're already getting accustomed to how TARINGBABI wants to play. And I feel like also, TARINGBABI, you need to switch up the positions. Heck, missing. Instant nade to deny. Still gonna try, and he's gonna be good for it. But here comes a split from TB coming in from TARINGBABI.
Damn, I think repeaking Heck is definitely a mistake. But ㅍMabi will try to see if he can take his head off via this tunnels B push. Problem is, there is no other pathway for TARINGBABI to go for anything else. ㅍMatt is on the backside of tunnels B, and they're kind of stuck in a bit of a situation here. So they're going to try to see if they can use their numbers to just run over Dre, and that they do. ㅍMabi will be getting the first B player, but there is still one on the backside. Silent with a quick flank, gets a bit of tag. McRae, good kill here on Ajax. ㅍMatt gets Silent. Hold on, wait a minute. Acceptance in a very bad spot in this round. Heck with an AWM, not the best weapon to retake with. It's a good holding, but an AK can get a retake going as well. Ting with the first kill, gets the second one as well. Heck getting Protons, and ㅍMatt, the only one left alive with a sniper. USP has to produce some miracles, but Heck has one as well. And it's a 5-1 Acceptance. Seems like it's their kind of Ankara.
They're kind of Ankara and not the kind of mistake I want to see from TARINGBABI. You had the space. You can push out one side. Staying static there was, I think, a mistake. Even if you wanted to stay static, Sneak, fair. But you have to mark every single angle. No one was watching the hotel exit, and that's how Ting went boom, man. And I feel Dre wants to go boom as well with this initial fight he's gonna take. Good for one more. Denied. Are they gonna follow, though?
Yeah, I like that Acceptance is kind of using the confidence gain from the prior rounds, right? I mean, you're kind of up 4. So
Just get
we
more.
kind of have a kind of a greenish yellow light, but it's more green more than anything. But TARINGBABI now stuck on the spawn side, Silent with massive damage with the EBR, and he can rip right through that box if he wants to. And that he does, but I wasn't expecting that box to be taken down, but ㍍Match will be down as well. Here comes the drop shot from Heck, and it's a 6-1 Acceptance. Seems like they want to accept this win early. With this kind of lead, TARINGBABI, it's going to be hard to come back into this game.
It's really, really hard, Sneaky. You say they only see the green light, greenish yellow light. No, I feel like they only see red. Once you get that initial kill, everyone goes boom. Everyone just follows through, especially on that floor A angle. Another attempt here for the side of Acceptance. Silent pushing all the way. And Protons, well, he will take down one. ㍍Match, another man advantage for TB. This is good.
And in all honesty, right, from what we're observing in this game, L, the mechanics aren't too bad for the side of TARINGBABI. They got some shooters on this team. It really is just the patchy back row that we are seeing from their side. It kind of reminds me more Vietnam-ish, more than what we see here in the PH region. So I do like that. It seems like TARINGBABI is taking inspiration not just from us, but from the other leagues as well. But speaking of leagues, Dre, is he leagues behind in this push? And it seems like he's not. He's gonna get 2. Protons picking up the sniper.
Heck.
In this one has gotten Silent. Heck. A 2K is needed. A flash to the face, getting Penta hot. Protons getting the better timing. And TARINGBABI off of the back of Protons, getting the 2nd point.
That was ㍍Match sniping, man. I feel like the Protons here switching over to the sniper is a good adjustment. Every time I see their default, it's number 3 on the middle, but number 4 goes down. ㍍Match down. Heck, with an initial trade. Rocking the AWM as well still. A bit more passive now, but now that you know they have the first kill, Sneaky, who is going to be sneaking up on A long? It's going to be Silent and friends, but they converge towards middle. They expect TB to be fighting, but they go the opposite route towards doors B.
Ooh, but the Silent though, very cheeky with the flank already, has made it to Archer. So even if they look behind on bypass, this is not gonna work. Protons turning around just in time, but doesn't kill Silent. Silent getting his 3rd, but not his 4th. Elcom finally with a trade, but he is on his own. What can you do? This is looking less likely like a SEA Masters game, more like an epical Titan game, my friend. A 7-2 for the side of Acceptance. If you want to know what it's like to go up against Heck in a ranked match, well, this is a prime example.
Are you sure you don't want to take it down a notch? Like maybe put my master...
No. Keep it up.
Okay. Keep it up.
Keep it up there, man. I do
Keep
see
it up.
Elcom on rank sometimes, so, you know, he is around there. Oh, Protons, careful, brother. Ooh, no! Protons, that is not the best peak to open A side with, and he is too much on the right side here, El. You need to fall in the smack dab in the middle of floor A if you do want a chance to even strike up against this sniper. But ㍍MBY on the A side, room A will be the way to go. Ting looking in an entirely different direction. ㍍MB doing a nice job tapping away, but Ajax needs to kill the 2nd top A player. ㍍MatTJESS has made his presence known. Dre's down. The cry flying on the side, and it's only Heck left alive. Heck from the backside will not even get a shot in on Elcom. TARINGBABI. You know, it was a pretty bad last round, but they reply on their defense. This could be the start.
Maybe GR side is their side after all, right? I did not see anything erratic from the side of TARINGBABI in the way that they moved, in the way that they fight. I feel like the rotations are proper as well. They do not overcompensate for feeling that this might be everyone towards this execute. But, oh, Protons have to get out there, buddy.
Yep. Protons only getting 1. And it is going to be Ting, in all honesty. I wouldn't mind losing him in this early of a situation. If you have a player like Ajax, no problem, just melting ㅍMATTJESS.PHT. And it's going to force Elcom to try and look for Ajax at around the spawn side, and Ajax is just poking away. He doesn't really care, and he even sees where Elcom is. Elcom does get him, but the amount of information that Ajax has gotten in this round, Acceptance can maybe go for this B side with Protons. It is all on you whether or not that this is defendable. Sniper in hand, Silent and Dre waiting for the swing. Heck, on the hotel side, Protons will be getting Dre. And it's a 2 versus 4, but Silent from the bottom side will be getting the full spray and a double kill as well. What a shot on Jimby. Elcom might be the next up as well, and Silent, an absolute beastly 3K from him. McRae, the only one left alive, and I feel like Heck probably has gotten this last kill, even getting shot. The AWM still hits, and Acceptance 8-3.
Oh. I don't know what to say about TARINGBABI. They have the advantages at the start. They have the man advantages as well. They have the space, but it's these small lapses that Ajax and Silent are going to try and take, right? So, it's very, very different how they get their kills, but they cannot convert their rounds. So, Sneaky, they will get that initial on Ajax. A problem on the side of PB, but there comes more.
Ooh, Ting with the one tap on Protons, not even giving him a chance to even shoot a single bullet. In Acceptance, looking like they're giving TARINGBABI the 5th stage of grief already, man. Acceptance is already there. McRae will get absolutely sprayed down by the USP. It feels like formalities at this point with ㅍMATTJESS.PHT and Elcom approaching their death, but Dre
does he know?
Will be getting taken down, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know the vision. He doesn't see it. Heck sees it right through the smoke. And 9-3, Acceptance. Yeah, it seems like this is going to be a comfortable day for them on Ankara.
Very, very comfortable. Even with the initial man disadvantages, they know that PB cannot do anything about it. Sure, they convert the first round, but the rest, not quite. I want to see these initial advantages get converted because Acceptance, they have been put in these positions before. Quite recently, yesterday, right? And yesterday, well, their initial response when they get a man down, they just push. And that is what ㅍMATTJESS.PHT should be expecting here.
No, ㅍMATTJESS.PHT almost getting the second one. Will only be taken down Dre temporarily. However, Acceptance not going to be hesitating at all and trying to take some B control in this one. McRae going to get spotted on the TB side, and that's not going to be good for the B defense whatsoever. Proton taken down from the behind. From Silent, going through Hotel, and the likeliness of a clutch situation just goes lower and lower for this one. Ting spotting Jimby all the way still on the mid side, goes for the repeat, gets the one tap that he wants finally, and Elcom, the only one left alive, stuck in his own base. That's where he begins, and that's where he ends. Acceptance taking Ankara.
In a clean fashion, and honestly, subverting expectations here. I feel like I had got the idea here that Acceptance might have a bit of trouble versus TARINGBABI, but yeah, I think we were wrong. There's impact level, not quite anymore. Masters level, yeah, sure, but it's against TARINGBABI, who we do not know. They are a question mark on our sides, and they will still remain a question mark here, Sneaky. So I feel that even when TARINGBABI got these initial ideas, these initial picks, that's all it is. Like a question mark, right? They don't know what to do next. On that GR side, we've seen round and round after that they get 1, they get 2, but Acceptance, learning from the mistakes of yesterday, let's just push.
Yeah, and it seems like Acceptance with that kind of confidence, right, and that kind of control in a map like Ankara, it really didn't feel like they lost control at all, right, in these rounds that they even lost. I mean, granted, there was that one good round where, you know, TARINGBABI just held on really well to the site and just absolutely cleared everybody from Acceptance, right, but there really isn't a round that you could say that, okay, TARINGBABI, this is the setup that won you this situation, definitely. But yeah, it feels like once again, Rosea teams still, you know, the gap is still very evident in this one, and it seems like TARINGBABI still has a lot of practice to do. But I would give them this: their mechanics, you know, they're approaching you know, the players here in the Philippines, and I feel like with a bit more, you know, study on the macro here, they can definitely hang with the best here, man.
Yeah, they have the base. They just need to add more to the base. Add some flavors, add some extra recipes here and there.
Add some
Cook
trouble.
themselves a little nice mee goreng, man. I feel like we need to see. They have a coach. They have a coach. His name here on our database is David. Only David. No surname, no. It's a typical, I mean, Indonesian names. Sometimes they don't have surnames. But yeah, I feel like the coach here needs to step up. More VODs, I feel like, for the side of TARINGBABI because the mechanics are there. The HK is hitting. The EBRs are hitting. But we need to know what to do after that. Maybe a cheeky regroup towards mid. Try to predict where these teams are going to be going next after they get a man down, or make sure that we have ourselves a position where if ever they go into our side, we can hold on and our rotation is going to be spot on the timing. I feel like that's a lot to think about for TARINGBABI, but how about our panels? What do you think about the initial sequence that TARINGBABI showed us?
Well, thank you so much for that, Ellen, as well as Sticky Frog. All I could say is seems like our prediction is a bit right because it just shows how,
like it.
again, when it comes to the culture shock and being able to navigate through unknown waters, or that is something that you haven't experienced yet firsthand, it will be taking some time before everything sinks in. And that is pretty evident from what we have seen here from TARINGBABI here by Polar.
Well, it's a warm welcome for TARINGBABI here in the Philippines, Mochi, and as well as on Masters. But
Yes.
it seems like Acceptance is pretty much breathing in a calm manner. Heck, whipping out the old Arctic, giving us a show and as well as a setup that will just be overwhelming the odds coming in for TARINGBABI. But TARINGBABI did have some rounds here wherein they just depleted the players coming in for Acceptance, and that is where Sticky Frogs' thought of mechanics really play in well, because we know these are aimers nonetheless coming in for this team, because looking at their stat line, most of them 0.91, 0.92, 0.95, almost 0.96, and one player garnering more than 1.0, which means they can very much aim with these like HKs, with the M14s, with the M14 EBRs, with the snipers as well. Just concerning that we don't really see a lot of show coming in these sniper battles, mostly a hex show. But for Acceptance, well, look at this thing whips out even the AK just to give a little bit of just camaraderie, I guess, coming into those TARINGBABI. But yeah, full control, GR side, BL side, whatever you put in, it's Ankara at the end of the day, and Acceptance knows how to play it.
Yeah, of course. And again, this is like the moment where this is a bit of pressure for Benjahat for something that is no longer about anchoring. It is about getting early kills from the start of the round, and in this type of moments, even if that they want to be passive, they have no choice but to move away from that. And it's just very nice that we've been able to see here from Acceptance that they're just feeling themselves, they're in their natural habitat, they're making the most out of what is currently happening right now, and that is them being a guest TARINGBABI. For TARINGBABI, again, well, it's quite of a big gap here in terms of 10-3, and I hope that it will be a bit more closer later on, especially that the entirety here for TARINGBABI is mostly negative KDs, which is not the best look at all.
Yeah, I mean, Makara, yes, you have 2-12, but this is far from the worst performance right now from the group stage, because if you remember, Yetja garnered like 1-15 last time. So, I mean, nonetheless, right, it's pretty good for TARINGBABI. You look at Penjahat, you look at Protons, these are fraggers that are very, very much comfortable with what they have in their arsenal. But yeah, 3-13, a total of 13 rounds where in Acceptance took the win. Heck, 100 and as well as Silent. This is the first time that we saw a rating of 100 for two players in the entirety of the group stage, and it's just nice to see that the OG squad or the OG players coming from Acceptance are the ones that are taking that into their own team. But now it looks like it is gonna be our MVP. It's
Wow, what a
Cañares.
rating.
It's Heck. That rating, man. That is a normal day for Heck.
Yeah, and I feel like the gains is not just within stuff, but within the lobby as well. Look at the stats that we have here for Heck right now. Definitely showing that, you know what, the A game, the acceptance game is definitely here. And again, it is just a matter of how consistent Heck would also be as time goes by, because right now this is such a great look for acceptance as a whole. And later on, again, it is going to be the next map of I believe it will be Port, which Port is arguably one of the better maps here from TARINGBABI, and we will see what that can reach. Would it give them the W, or would it be another L, and will Team Acceptance not let them go to Decider after all? So for now, we will see if TARINGBABI will answer back. That for now will be saying a bit of a goodbye, and we'll be back after a few minutes. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back, ladies, gents, and everything in between. It is still the first series of our second day of our group stage, TARINGBABI versus Team Acceptance, where earlier on, Team Acceptance got a very dominating 10-3 for our first map. And I was wondering, do you think, Bipolar, that TARINGBABI can bite back in the next map of Port?
I mean, hopefully, right? Because these teams, I do like to see their port just because the squadron of a team we have in TARINGBABI is capable of doing something of an overwhelming push when they're on the BL side, and given that Acceptance doesn't really go for like big man holes wherein there's 3 players on site B, site A, there's a possibility that they can easily plant them up every time for almost like 6 rounds, and if they do, that's a good start. And
Yes.
I mean, again, this is the thought right now, right? Coming in from my end, I guess. But gone are the days that our Rosea teams are gonna be weak. Right now, are they just hurdles for Filipino teams? And if that keeps on happening, well, I feel like the hurdles are just gonna be small bumps in the road for the Filipino teams. Hopefully, that is not the case for TARINGBABI here up against Acceptance, because we saw their Ankara map wherein yes, they had the aim. Yes, they had not the best executions, but I did like the positioning coming in for the GR side because it was safe to a point that they had easy contacts. It was just really surprising to them that, ooh, this is how fast Filipino teams are playing up against us. How do we adapt? Hopefully, they've immediately saw the problems coming into their GR side or their BL side and apply that here on Port, because if they not, well, again, I will always say this into my full extent, Heck has made Port his hometown. From the 4 years prior, he has made multiple highlights in this, from pub games to rank plays or even professional plays, right? So are they aware that Heck will be trying to use this to use this Arctic, to use this sniper to dominate once again and claim 100% rate?
Dude, yes, that is so true. And this is also gonna be quite of a challenge for TARINGBABI as well. Is how would they be able to sum up everything that just happened so far, derive observations from it, and immediately create some changes here in our next map of Port. And that is why we'll be calling on our casters for our second map and see what would happen. See you, Frog. And now, how are things there?
Well, Mochi Bipolar, as much as I would like to say that Heck's hometown is Port, right? Rosie teams, especially Indo teams, Sneaky, there's one map synonymous to them, and it's Port. Every single time I watch a VOD of Rosie, there's always Port, right? So who really is the hometown hero of Port, man? You decide.
Yeah, who's the real Port man in this one, basically? I feel like Port is a very good map, in all honesty, for, TARINGBABI and the rest of the Rosea teams, considering how you approach the map is very, cut and dry, right? You take CA, you take Z, you take Curve, you take Bodega, and maybe you get a site. That's just how skewed the GR side is on this side of the map, right? But I feel like with recent innovations, especially from the side of VP, and Vincent has gotten himself some really good plays in this map as well. I do expect that the Port level, especially on the BL side, will be getting a lot more difficult to defend against. But at the same time, this is a map where, just like what Bipolar said, it could be a Heck masterpiece, right? Top A. It basically has his name on it at this point, that Heck is going to be playing that position. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very difficult 5-man rush on long if ever they try to do so. So I feel like we hope to see more splits from the side of TARINGBABI. Especially, I want to see them kind of try to operate mid and try to see if they can go from there, right? Maybe get a B sign play, maybe get an A sign play, get something on Curve, maybe get something from Z. But I really do want to see a more, let's just say, I wouldn't say too complex of an approach, but maybe more than one entrance or more than one position is being attacked here from the side of TB.
You know what I want to see from TARINGBABI? I want to see them parkour. I want to see them try to do a ninja play, man. Because that is something that I haven't seen yet from the Rosie teams. Yeah, you can go to CA from GR side, you can go to CA from DL side, but can you parkour? Can those legs skip, right? Can you jump out and maybe get a surprise play? Much like Gracie for yesterday on for Vid, getting the double dip and then dying to the opposition of matches. But yeah, I feel like if we want to see the Rosie teams flourish in their hometown of Port, we want to see innovation. We need to see them take innovation from the teams that play Port well. For example, matches, right? They like to go snowball, especially with Vince on the lead. If you're talking about the fervent style, slow and steady,
Mundur lagi,
you want to
mundur.
face acceptance.
Ada.
You need
Dua
to
di
slow
Z ya,
down.
dua di Z.
2, 3.
Gitu lagi Z.
Nice. Sodzi. Patay.
Oh.
Orday babasi ko Rodrick. Ay, ano pa? Wala.
We take turns.
Port, guro,
Never mind,
tunggal yan.
Heck already got one.
Damn,
But
man.
he gave for
We
more.
just started, gang.
Also, one thing I noticed, Nikki, is this skill.
Oh, hold that thought though, man. There's a lot happening at the start of the round. What is going on? Acceptance wanting to dip their toes into LB and to court. In a minute and 50 still left on the clock, and McRae and Penjahat unfortunately stuck on the steel doors towards long, and Dre going for the big flank, and will get the one tap on McRae, and Penjahat will get one in return. The man who was on the sniper now is on the HK417, but just so happens that Silent has one as well. Acceptance with the first round. It's just pure aggression for aggression, but Acceptance getting the better side of the coin.
Heck already making sure that his nameplate is not just displayed on top A, it's also displayed on House B, man. And I was about to talk to you that the Protons and the Penjahat, they swapped roles. Penjahat was the guy that was holding Arc mid
Oh my
earlier
God.
in Ankara, but Heck still diffing no matter if it's Penjahat or Proton. So already the switch up of approaches here where Heck is playing House B is working in fruition for Acceptance. And since they are on the GR side, they are gonna get
Ting.
as well.
He's got the Nelcom. Jimby will be getting the trade in return, but Dre gonna try to drop down here from the catwalk A side. Problem is, Jimby, there's a guy right behind you, but he does spot Silent, but Heck is also right behind him. Probably heard him switch to the USB, but is gonna retreat right after Penjahat spotted. But the pillars actually helping Heck live temporarily up until that point. McRae getting Dre, so every single member on the side of Acceptance absolutely pushing out of their minds with McRae.
Ajax.
Who spotted Ajax on the top A side. There's now two opponents on the long A, and Penjahat using his teammate as a distraction. And an early round here for the side of TARINGBABI. It seems like Acceptance getting a bit too excited.
They're not the usual Acceptance that we know of, right? Usually when Heck gets a pick, they slow down. They go back to the sites. They play this one perfectly. But this time around, it's not going to be slow. It's going to be fast towards B.
Ooh, two tap here from Ting. And a tap as well from Silent from the behind angle. But Penjahat does get him. Making sure it doesn't do too much damage, but the damage has already been done from the side of Acceptance. The defense on the B side just on point, man. Even with the AK, they're still frying.
They are still frying, and they are still trying to make sure that this map is in their spot.
Jesus
Heck,
Christ, bro.
again and again and again, he's getting picks every round. It's been 3 rounds. He got 2 kills around, technically, by the maths. But yeah, I feel like with him running rampant here, the masterclass is in fruition. Listen to how you get these reps on Heck. And very, very fit to hold this mid-angle. Outcome will try to challenge, but little does he know that Heck evacuated. Maybe if they get CA and then try to split, could be a good idea, but there's 3 members here, 1 on Bodego, 1 below CA, or on CA rather. Dre will get a kill, and hats off to AT. They got their round, and TB, they have to just reconnect and try to fight.
Ooh, Ajax though spotted on that long side. Dre still will be the insurance policy for this A-take, considering that he has been staying in CA this entire time. Proton's also having his own issues with Heck. No problem. As soon as he lost that B side, I'm going to go back to bridge and shooting Jimby in the chest, or like the right side of his arm. But Dre We'll be spotting Protons, and yep, the only one left alive is going to be Mekrai on that long side. Steel door occupied, but surrounded now by the members of Acceptance and TARINGBABI. I feel like if they can't get any early footing in the round, they kind of just, you know, crumble.
And they just crumble. Especially if there's no initial aggression made by the GR side, right? They don't know what to do. Like, they're waiting for something to be spoon-fed to them. In terms of, like, the initial fights. But Protons might just get what he wanted. Just early here on Storby. Nado will do a bit of damage to him. Second nade does not go. And they know that someone's trying to mess with them here. Acceptance holding strong but leaves the open. Has to be marked by Silent. And TB, well, you gotta go forward, man, if you want to take space. So, redirection. They need to fight. They know they can fight, but why are they not taking it?
Yeah, difficult spot to be in all honesty, right? 2 nades already on the LB side. But TARINGBABI deciding to go for a cheeky A-take, and no one is in catwalk A whatsoever. Dre has decided to climb down to get a better angle towards mid. But Heck, miles away from top A. Maybe he can get one player. Elcom crossing, Elcom dying. Dre's gonna get Pencha hot. Top A has to be careful about this sniper presence on the spawn side. He can see the entire half of it. Acceptance slowly approaching the site, and there's not even a C4 going down because Dre and Ting is gonna prevent that from happening. 4-1 Acceptance enjoying this GR side.
Technically a perfect round save for Dre that fell to the ground, or what's it thing? I'm not really sure, but Heck. What the heck was that? Very minimal angles, very slim angles, still getting 2 up for himself. And yeah, the masterpiece here being brought on by the AWM holder, man. The OM holder is going straight ham. Now, TARINGBABI, we need to talk about taking fights, man. You already got yourselves a free side. Why are we just converging towards the right side of top A, not going towards the left where you want to fight? That is a question mark for you guys, because if you want to take a fight, take it cleanly with util, right? You guys have a lot of util usage in the Rosie qualifiers. Where is it now? You're taking mid. However, you know that CA is marked. So now that you have your position, where do we end up? What is the objective here? If you try to fight Dre, I'm going to need the flash.
Yeah, Elcom missing the flash. He did miss the flash. Here comes Silent on the mid post, trying to take advantage of the mistake. And that he did. He's gotten Elcom. ㍬MB will be falling as well. And a good shot here on Ajax. That could be the tide turner. TARINGBABI, first time in a while that they do have a man advantage in this situation. But what is going to be the reaction here from the side of Acceptance? More aggression here from the side of Dre. And he's going to go down all the way in long and will try to see if he can take bridge for himself. But will be staying in tower temporarily. B-side is looking likely for a push, but there is a sniper presence right here on the stairs side. Heck is standing still. Could have actually moved a bit, but Ting has gotten Protons in return. Ting, does he know that ㍬MB is also in this spot? I feel like Heck has counted 3 that has entered in this site. ㍬MB is now spotted on Godbox. Here comes the flashbang. ㍬MB blinded. ㍬MB climb up. And ㍬MB goes down. And Penjahat, he's lost in the sauce, man.
He's lost, man. I think he's trying to go back to House B. But he just can't clip.
In a very...
he can't
so
clip
There's
on
a
the
small...
stair.
There's a small clipping there on the stairs where you get stuck on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so annoying.
He can't jump on the stairs, man. Ah, that feels so bad. A bit of
gonna send it.
Wait.
Are they?
Nah, he's just chilling here. He's just waiting for blessings to come his way. TARINGBABI, you need to fight, man. It's right there in front of you, please. And they stray away. 3 members on mid though for Acceptance.
Yeah. Funnily enough, that this kind of gameplay has actually been explained to me. Big shoutouts to Gerald Bice for this one, where teams, when they're not afraid to do anything, man, like this can happen. Because Acceptance, they already are used to teams playing exactly like this, a bit too passive for their liking, but no longer. They are 5-man, or rather a 4-man group on the B side of the map. Ting trying to see if he can gain some space on the behind, but they do know that there is a player coming from the backside and defending this for TARINGBABI, and Ting is going to take him out. Penjahat is going to go down. Elcom will be getting drain return, but there is now pressure from House B. Good shot there from Protons, and Heck is the only one left alive.
Let's see
what can he do?
Only good for 1. So it's a zone though. And I feel like, the point that you're talking about, Sneakers, you're too afraid to do anything. That's the difference from being passive. Acceptance on the BL side, they are passive, right? You already know that Heck is going to be just marking outside of store B on towards court, just waiting for someone to swing him. But for TARINGBABI, they're not converging towards court. They're not converging towards doors A. They're waiting on the BL bridge. They're not even trying to push towards mid. So that explains to me that, wait, I feel like they're pushing, but I don't want to test the waters. I don't want to throw a flash and then try to take a peek with my teammate and then try to find some information, maybe a pick, right? And that was a nice call because at the same time, right, coincidence, Acceptance was right there in front of them. So going towards B, getting the read at least after using that much time, still getting the round. I feel like this scaredness or fear of losing the man advantage, it's slowly being taken away, and they're slowly turning into a PH Impact team where let's just wait for 1 minute and 20 seconds.
It is, a pretty fine strat if there is no one on the side of Acceptance to kind of deny anything here. But I feel like they were a bit noisy here with the boosting on 2-box. McRae will be a known entity here since Dre did here and kind of climb up in this position. So the likeliness of a long take is now pretty high. And you can see the Acceptance members kind of start to look on the A side of the map. But I would like to see if anyone from the side of TB would go through that mid side. Elcom out in the open. It's a free shot. No one has taken CA whatsoever. And Ajax just clears the entirety of the TARINGBABI push. And that will be the 6th. I'm just saying, man, pure long positioning. Someone in CA, that's a match made in disaster, man.
If you want to do that, you at least need to pressure CA first, right? TARINGBABI. Now, watch the VOD. Replay this. We're giving you notes here. And Acceptance is also giving you notes because they are the ones giving you the lesson. And the lesson here is if you want to take space, you better fight. You better be willing to fight. But Heck, it's not a guy that you should be fighting like that. You need to swing him. But the gun sticking out here for McRae, he goes down. And this slow pace from TARINGBABI can go even slower due to that kill by Heck.
Yeah, Ting wanting to speed up as well ever since that first frag. Kind of opposite day for the side of Acceptance. Instead of slowing down, just like what he said after the Heck's first kill, they actually tend to speed up in this one. So ㍍MB right around this corner. Nades are now being thrown from the bridge side. Here comes the push, but do they notice that Dre, right there, Dre, with the help on his teammate. ㍍MB and Elcom is now down. Heck trying to see if he can gain some kills with this AWM, and the answer is yes. And ㍍Match, the only one left alive, will get silent. Is he going to double peek here for Heck for this position? Quick scope. Not going to hit, unfortunately. 7-2 Acceptance. No, it is looking like a standard port map. The GR is dominating. TARINGBABI kind of stuck in their own base. And the only 2 rounds that they did get is more of a mistake here from the side of Acceptance more than anything.
Yeah, exactly. The more overcommittal on the aggressive style of GR side that Acceptance tries to show, but we don't really see it, right? So maybe here comes the testing phase that, okay, we know that we can outmatch these guys. Let's try doing something different. Let's try expanding our tempo, right? We know we're a known team that plays slow on both GL and BR. How about we try switching up the tempo? And this is the perfect team to try it on our Rosie team. Right? So, yeah, I feel like for Acceptance, getting this win early is pretty nice. Smiles on the faces of everyone here on Acceptance. For the side of TARINGBABI, I'm not gonna say they look hopeless, more like challenged, right? This is what I want to see from our Rosie brothers. I want them to feel challenged. I want them to step up to the plate and try to fight convincingly because the aim is there, but the mid-rounding, the initial fear of getting that man down scenario is kind of what hinders them, right? You need to break that static approach. You need to break that fear and then just go all in. Maybe put Vincent on alone here for a day. I'm gonna teach you guys how to 4-man snowball port. Just for a day. And then maybe TARINGBABI, well, much like their English translation of the name, Boar's Tusk or Swine's Tusk, might just go ramming straight ahead with those tusks. Sharp and steady.
Yeah. And it seems like Acceptance kind of enjoying their time within this series so far. All smiles. Even Heck has even gotten himself a drink all throughout this side switch. And on the other side, it's not really panic, more disappointment on the side of TARINGBABI, because it kind of felt like beforehand that they went into the series thinking that, you know, Acceptance, hey, this is going to be one of the lower table teams. We can definitely go neck and neck up against them. But, you know, lest you forget, man, that even though Acceptance, you can kind of call them a quote-unquote lower table team, right? That's still mountains of experience behind them. You got Silent, you got Heck, you have Dre, and you also have the youth with Ting here, man. So, you know, Acceptance, you know, a team that is not easily beaten and not going to be easy for TARINGBABI anytime soon.
One thing I want to know about TARINGBABI is their profiles, right? Like, how old are these guys? What generation of Indonesian CROSSFIRE players are these guys? Because I feel like that's what's lacking in their scene, right? In the Rosie team, the youths that
The
you've
Gen
said,
Zs, man.
right? The Gen Zs, right? Even veterans, 24 above. Raidas, Seknet is 31, right? Okay, we're just trying things at this point.
Ting, man.
Bring
Put that
out-
away. Put that
Bring out
away,
the Chris
bro.
Vector.
Pull out the Chris Vector. You know that's the better SMG. Shout out to Polar. But Ting will be getting Benja hot, and Ajax will be getting McRae in return. Jimby will be getting one with this HK417, but Heck is already moving on this B side. And is he going to see Elcom is on the underside of B, shoots him in the head with a USP. Jimby will be dropping down on the A side of the map, and he doesn't even know where it is planted, man. Is it A or is it B? Pick your
Lost in
poison
the
here.
sauce.
He's lost in the sauce, and it seems like there's too much of it in this game. Acceptance fully on the site. Heck is not even trying to play cover at this point. He is playing off for action. So it's an 8-2. Acceptance. Yeah, it seems like the acceptance stage is already here.
He's trying to warm up them joints, man. Just flick of the wrist, good old arm action right there. I mean,
Ooh.
he works out, man. His forearms are very, very big. But here we go.
Whoa. Seems like Ting is enjoying the MP5 so far. Headshots are aplenty for him, and it's doing absolute damage. Ting. Hold on. We might have to reconsider where the MP5 lies in the tier list, but Jimby with his own S tier weapon, he's gonna get 2. But Heck with a USB hits him with the S+. 9-2 in this game. Acceptance. Yeah. We're on the acceptance stage here, El.
Yeah, we're just accept it at this point, TARINGBABI. As much as you guys are, you know, a fresh look for the Rosie region, Acceptance, they might be fresh on the master stage, but the tenure, the veterancy on the squad is being shown. Is one man alone can do it. Heck, what more can the 4 do, right? If you put that on top of it. So, formality's sake, they're trying their good old acceptance default where they just chill outside store B, outside or near LA, and just chilling towards mid. But once the clock is the appropriate time here, sneaky, Acceptance will try to lurk up, and they will realize that no one's here. But I like the angle there from Jimmy. He's watching a little cubby of a hole here. But they're fighting.
Oh, Jimby will be spotting a jumping Heck with the USB. He's been trying to play entry for his team for the past few times. Well, let's see. Protons. Ladder box will be good for him, and that's going to be the second one in this round. And it seems like the off angles are across the board here for the side of TARINGBABI. And Ting, the only one left alive, actually goes back to the MP5. It would
Let's
be
see
madness if he. It would be madness if he can clutch with this weapon specifically, right? It would be the first
Highlight of the day.
MP5 clutch in CFS SEA Masters, maybe in CFS history. But here comes the spray. McRae's gonna go down. Takes a lot of damage though. He's 15 HP. So I am not so sure what type of situation that he can get himself into, because when you have an SMG, if you don't insta-give your enemy, never mind. Ting. There we go. That's acceptance, man.
Okay, I have realized the situation I have put myself in. Let's just go the next round. I like that. That
Anyone's
takes
gonna kill me, it's me.
I ain't giving you the chance. No way, but Elcom is
Oh,
being
they're
given the
rushing
chance to run away, and they're rushing towards B.
Oh, they're dugging into the B side. Ting has gotten his first one with the MP5.
Yo, yo,
and look
yo!
at him, he's turned around. How is he so immortal? It felt like he had 1,000 armor in that one. Silent and Heck will be getting their kills, but Karide and Protons, the last two left alive. And here comes the spray from the USB of Dre. And he will get the map win. Acceptance with a clean 2-0. And it seems like the state of Rosea, granted slightly better, but the gap, just like what we said, is still quite evident.
Yeah, the gap is still quite evident. Unlike the gap up top, Sneaky, which we will get into later. But yeah, Acceptance 2-0. And finally, good looking. They lost 1-2 yesterday against CBF. Acceptance winning right now against TB is very, very nice to see from my Impact boys. I'm pretty sure some of the other casters are pretty happy that Impact is getting some impact here on the master stage. But man, if there is anyone to point for this Acceptance victory, it has to be Heck, because of course those big guns, not no AWM, are what led them to victory. He just strong-armed them, Sneaky, into giving this map. And truly, Port is going to be in the Philippines because this is the map pick of TARINGBABI, but this is Heck's hometown.
Yeah, I want to go back to the point that I said earlier before we were rudely cut by the MP5 of Ting here, that I did have that conversation with Gerald, J-Vice from Sunday Shrooms, formerly now, you know, Trapstar Esports. I think we were watching a tournament in Los Zetas, and it was Alliance, if I'm not mistaken. It was Alliance versus Vengeance at the time. It was Alliance's old roster, and Vengeance, where they were still rocking, of course, the classic IGL. But I feel like there was some time where Vengeance were kind of just in their own minds, and they just stopped moving in its entirety. And I kind of pointed that out. I was like, yeah, that's not going to work, man, because if you're not going to make active plays around the map, you know, it's not going to, you know, work whatsoever. You know, you could play passive, just like what you said, El. Playing passive is 100% right, but if you play passive without a game plan, man, that is just, you know, you're just giving the enemy the win at this point. But, you know, TARINGBABI, with a bit more proactivity, with a bit more knowledge when it comes to the maps itself, I feel like they can definitely do some damage in the group stage. And, you know, that slight improvement could catch some teams off guard.
Exactly, but let's point about what they need to really improve on, right, Sneaky? TARINGBABI on Ankara, they got the initial kills, they know when to fight, but when it comes to the third or the fourth move, right, the mid-rounding, that's where we see the lackluster performance, right? Even the simple util execution, like the flash getting in the face of your friend, not supposed to happen here in the master stage, right? On Port, I feel like it's the lack of moves altogether, right? I mean, like, they just throw the dice, and then whatever it lands on, that's where we go. Yes, there were some reads based on Acceptance being aggressive because they were too passive without even thinking of a move. But those were just mistakes. Those were just overcommittals by Acceptance, with them not even also taking a move of aggression, just holding every single map control they can, and then just, you know, making sure that this TARINGBABI squad is getting chokeholded at the start of the rounds. But yeah, I feel like we've talked enough about TARINGBABI. Acceptance, congrats on the win. Mochi, Bipolar, what's your take on this Acceptance win? Because our Impact winners or runners-up already got their first win here.
Yes, and it came in pretty quick here. Like, imagine losing yesterday and now they're already a win. And a 2-0 sweep, to say the least, you know, Bipolar. And unfortunately, again, I feel like for TARINGBABI, it's just information overload that, oh, okay, so this is how they play. Now what? So there's like a lot of things that they have to be thinking through, we'll be adjusting, and I do believe that we'll be seeing more about that as time goes by. But for now, they gotta chill and reflect with everything that happened so far.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, no, Mochi, this matchup really did we had a lot of hopes, nonetheless, coming in towards TARINGBABI and as well as Acceptance coming in from the Impact stage, wherein they finished first runner up, and then they qualified into Masters. This is their goal, and this might just be the very good start, right? You see players going 100%, playing very confident with the MP5, with HKs, with the signature AWM coming in for Hex. So this is like Acceptance on their limelight, and this is where they really much prosper. But TARINGBABI, I would like to say they did play play pretty well. Again, standard GR side for TARINGBABI. You go for a 2-1-2 setup almost, wherein we also saw some big plays coming for Protons. You saw round number 12 wherein he got double kills, or at least a triple kill sometimes, I believe, with the TRG, while he was alone on the ladder side here on A side, and somehow that just enabled, you know, our last player Tink to just nade himself so that they don't get the last kill. But we can also see that there's some firepower really coming in for the side of TARINGBABI, that they are a team that has all it lacks is mid-round things and as well as security in these rounds, because there's always a backline coming in for Acceptance when the side that penetrates the blue defense coming in of TARINGBABI. But yeah, what can we say? It's a full performance coming in for Acceptance, and they just played pretty well. And look at that, another 100 for Heck.
Wow, another 100 for the rating. And I feel like they're just too confident, you know. They're in their natural element here for Acceptance. And look at the stats that we have here so far. Other than Hack, we also have Dre and as well as Thing on that 16-4 and 14-9, which is all are not bad here for TARINGBABI though. Props to Jimby, because 14-12 is pretty good, especially all of the pressure given all the pressure that's being exerted to them by Acceptance. So it's a nice try, but again, they really need to get those noggins going. They need to get their gears going, because if not, they'll be running out of contents in their playbook. And as this league of hours go on, it is really important that their priority is to amp up their pacing, be a bit more flexible, and thicken that playbook with all their might.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big question now, right, Mochi? Coming into your perspective, I feel like, how deep does the playbook really go for TARINGBABI? Yes, they have fixed. Yes, they have big guns. Yes, they have, again, mechanics-wise, pretty good. Can kill a lot of players coming in for the Filipino teams, and can easily, right, play a 3v3 or sometimes a 2v2. But how does that play out for the rest of the group stage? This is just their first day, and they're also just giving us only a mediocre performance. Not really that Masters level performance that we see from other teams. So yeah, this is a big question for you, TARINGBABI. How well or how deep is your playbook? Because look at Acceptance right now, one of the teams that we regard a middle in the bracket. But look at Heck, one hell of a player, 4.75 the KD, and another 100% rating.
Yes, and also very prevalent usage of smokes as well, or utility, which just shows that, you know what, because of being such a hard hitter, we can also supply those types of assistance to our teammates as well, which is perfect for them. And congratulations for Acceptance, and nice try for TARINGBABI. I hope that they learned a thing or two or more after
Hopefully.
all of the things that Acceptance threw onto them. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to see how they actually behave in the map of Subbase, given that this is one of their stronger maps. I feel like it will be a bit more closer than the scorelines that we garnered from Ankara and Port if we were able to reach the decider. But right now, let us announce our only dude that traversed all against the odds. It's still Heck with a perfect rating of 100% here by Paul.
We might just see a lot of these kinds of MVPs, Mochi, but with Heck being the spearhead with 100% rating in all two maps, a 3.60 KD, 1.38 kill per round, and you can definitely see, right, it's still the same acceptance that they give towards TARINGBABI. It's Heck in House B when they were on the GR side, not really a lot of top A pushes. It's a mid play coming in for Ting and the rest of the team basically playing
Yes.
their own map. So it's not really a disrespect towards TARINGBABI despite them only got 6 rounds in the full series here on out. It's actually the full acceptance. They just had even more fun, but they also had that breathing space because I felt, we all felt like in those 2 rounds, in the beginning of those two maps, that they were in full control. Look at Heck with the AWM, connecting with every shot, and not just with that, but it's also the USP. So pretty
Yes.
insane. Pero feeling ko, Mochi, pwede na tayo mag-tone down from the English.
Ito na yon. Tama na yung pagpapanggap.
English. Kaya naman ni Heck na kausapin tayo ng English. Testing natin mamaya. Pero iba kasi, kaya naman ni Heck dito na pumunti yan ang todo 100%.
Feeling ko kayang-kaya yun, nakakapag-flex ka rin ng ganito. You know? Paano pa yung pag-i-English? Sus, mali lang yan. Para kay Heck maya-maya. At habang tinitignan ko ano yung mga nangyari dito, no, sa nakaraan natin mga mapa, sa kung saan talagang nagpop-up lang naman ng malala itong si Heck, no? Well, my oh my naman talaga. No? What a nice thing for us to see and witness. At na fulfill na ang ating mga mata, mga tenga naman ang ating fulfill ngayon dahil makakarinig tayo ng mga insights at kasagutan from our match MVP himself. Let us welcome everyone, si Heck dito sa ating desk. Hello, Heck!
Hello,
Grabe,
hello
isang
po.
ano nga, isang ganun nga, isang flex nga, isang flex.
Isang flex.
Yo!
Dali!
Dali!
Hello po, hello.
Congratulations first and
Thank
foremost, Heck, no? Kamusta naman ang feeling natin?
Feeling good.
Ha?
Okay. Going back, Mochi, I mean, congratulations, Heck, no? Isang impressive run. Unang player ngayon sa buong CFS Masters Summer na 100% ang rating from first map up until the second. Onting serious notes lang. No? May tatlo actually on that. First question, how does it feel na may nakalaban na ulit tayo international team? Kasi, correct me if I'm wrong, no? Last na international matchup, specifically ni Heck, from Pacific War Days pa, was 2018. Anong pagkakaiba ngayon? Ano yung parang sitwasyon ngayon na kalaban yung international team?
Parang feel
Dirinig.
Hello,
Hindi namin
Rinig?
rinig dito.
Hello, eto pa, hello, Rinig?
Yan. Lapit mo lang.
Okay. Parang normal lang yung yung laro namin, tas focus lang sa laro talaga. Hindi namin iniisip na international player sila. Pero binibigyan pa rin namin ng respect as a opponent. Yes po.
Mochi.
Yo, very nice. And I feel like Heck worthy din na siguro itanong ko na rin, no? Saan yung point na talagang nakita yung parang nasa flow state na kayo? Kasi parang medyo nangangapa pa itong si TARINGBABI, no? I feel like maano naman natin yun totally.
Ulit po.
Asan yung point na nakita nyong nasa flow state na kayo?
Pag gumanap po yung mga yung mga kampi ko, tas yun lang naman. Pag nagkakaunawaan kami ba? Yun
So
lang.
pagka merong isang nag-online, tuloy-tuloy na.
Yes.
Dire-diretso na.
Yeah.
Okay, Heck, meron pa akong at least 2 questions if
Okay.
given the time. No? Pero first question ko ngayon, ang Taring, hindi na kita i-question ng English, Heck, no? Para dire-diretso lang tayo, no? Na bahala ng TARINGBABI mag-translate. Pero Heck, ano yung parang nakita mo? Nakita kasi natin, round number 12, naka-double kill pa nga sa loob. Almost triple kill dun si Protons, yung enemy sniper mo dito sa TARINGBABI, para matigil, para mag-execute pa nga ng sarili dito si Ting sa pinakadulo, di ba grenada niya yung sarili niya? What happened there? Ano sa tingin mo parang naging madali ba yung sniper match natin dito? Nakakita ka ba ng parang good plays mula sa enemy sniper mo?
Inunahan ko lang sa mga pwestuhan yung kalaban ko. Kasi alam ko naman parang advantage pag may sniper, tas nakauna ka sa pwesto. So, yun lang, tumatama naman. So, I'm happy.
Yes, happy sila lahat. Yun, nakaka-proud din dito no, bipolar. So I guess, again, congratulations sa well-deserved niya yan. Grabe, no? I think it's about time. Heck, no? The floor is yours. Pwede mo lang i-shoutout mo. Gusto mo i-shoutout? Pasalamatan lahat ng gusto yung pasalamatan. Yes.
Okay. Shoutout pala sa manager ko, sa work, tas si Ma'am Gemma sa Dice Resort, and then sa mga kampi ko, thank you, and
Yo.
sa family and fans. So, ay, asawa pala din. Yung asawa ko. Thank you. Yun lang, yun lang. Si Adrian, Adrian lang. Hindi ko naman ano yung
Ayun.
pangalan. Adrian.
Yan. Basta si Adrian.
Basta si
Yeah.
Adrian. Grabe si Adrian. Grabe. Thank you so much, Hek.
Thank you.
And
Thank
good luck sa mga susunod niyong mga laban. Very strong start para sa Team Acceptance.
Thank you, thank
Congrats,
you.
brother. Good luck.
Solid bipolar, no? And I really like kung ano ang estado nila dito ngayon, no? And yun nga lang, unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for TARINGBABI, no? I think they need a bit more time para makapag fit in dito, no? Sa current na lineup natin ngayon.
Very much amazing, no? Itong yung kambal kong si Kapwa Kurt, si Kapwa Hek na magaling, no? Siguro sana
Kambal?
madapuan lang din ako ng ng AWM. May kita nyo lang sa mga postings natin.
Wow.
Pero, yeah, amazing performance mula sa Acceptance. I feel like we never saw a flaw. Yes, they gave some rounds, pero what can you do? That's the life of CROSSFIRE, right? You don't expect 100% rating with a 10%, with a 100% rating pagdating
Yes.
sa mga round wins. So, nonetheless, still amazing mula sa Team Acceptance.
Amazing indeed. And I really like how nangyari din yung performance dito nila Drino. Talagang pinapakita na nila from time and time again, no? If ever someone falls off automatically, merong someone else na magsa-step up naman dito for Team Acceptance.
Of
And I
course.
think that is also the strength that they are currently recurring right now, no? Recurring theme natin right now from them. So, I guess maya-maya aabangan natin dyan ang laban ng veteran versus STS maya-maya, and I feel like this is also gonna be pretty interesting. Nagtapat na naman sila dito, and yan ang ating aabangan after namin magbalik in a few minutes. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double. Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, eh masusundan pa. we are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Hello everyone and welcome back dito sa ating kalawang serye for the day. Tatapos na ang ating TARINGBABI versus Team Acceptance where Team Acceptance scored 2-0 sweep against them. At ang tanong ngayon, would it be the same thing around? I feel like a lot of people will be saying this is no longer a question because it's just Team Stallions versus Veteran. What are your thoughts here, Bipolar?
I mean, Veteran has been in the SEA Masters for 2 times now. Recent stint wasn't the best. They did place 9th by beating their enemy team. Coming in from the Rosea teams as well, Riders. So big shout outs to them. But Veteran now, with their status up against these teams, nakalaban na dito yung buong Filipino roster, even Riders before, and they know how to play it very well. And the Veteran is one of those hopefuls coming in outside from the Philippines na parang sinasabi natin, mas may angas. If we talk about fragging potential coming from the Rosea teams, well, look at Veteran. In the recent qualifiers, Mochi, we saw drones, we saw Fires claiming multiple spots pagdating dito sa KDs natin, where in Fires, with that AK, with that signature AK, Fires claimed 5th spot pagdating sa ating KD rating. Meanwhile, pang-apat doon si Twentism on the sniper role. Imagine that power mula dito sa Veteran. But, true testing point now, first match of the day para dito sa Veteran is gonna be Stallions. The top 1, the past champions, and the number 2 pagdating sa international stage. It's time for Veterans. And tingnan mo naman, maging sub-out si Twentism.
Okay, sabi ni Tintisin, kayo na muna bahala dyan. Nandito nga pala yung kapatid mong si Shakiro. Pero again, I feel like it is really worthy for us to point out yung performance dito ni Fires and as well as ni Drones, because based from the last time na nakita natin sa kanila, which is noong spring, well, kahit pa paano nakakuha sila ng mga mapa na, which has been quite of a glow up here for Veterans. I mean, they're still in the process of their improvement, but it's nice that we're already seeing visible results in numbers or quantified as well, no? And I wonder if they will be able to maintain that type of tenure up until now and just move up from here on forward, or would it be quite of an opposite that they have to circle back at certain occasions or certain times? We will know about that later on.
Yeah, Veteran is a very lovely team, Mochi. If you think about it, everyone in this team was basically fearless up against the teams here in the Philippines or even in the recent Masters. You have EV9, Reknart, Shock, Fires, and Drones. Reknart is an attacker that is very, very unusual in a sense, because he has what you say, a different playstyle amongst multiple meta playstyles with the HKs, with the M14s, with the TRGs. Reknat has his own playstyle, and we'll be seeing that later on. EV9 is such a backup player wherein, despite Shock and as well as Fires going in first, you have EV9 to cover for your backside. So hopefully that elevated after that. But looking at the camps now, it's pretty insane a little bit. In fact, sila lang ang team, I'll speak Tagalog here a little bit, sila lang yung team na may back cams pa. So they're very much honest in their work style pagdating dito sa ating Masters. But yeah, better is this is your team.
Yep, agree. And seems like they're starting it off pretty chill, right? Normally, from our Rosie teams, especially last season, we normally see them spamming emotes. But right now it's more of a professional standpoint, and I actually like that look here from Veteran. But again, looking back at our schedule here for them, it's gonna be starting up pretty stressful, if I may say. It's just Team Stallions for their first match, and quite of a series of ups and downs in terms of pressure and as well as the experience of opponents that they'll be facing off against as time goes by.
Yeah, if you look at the Veteran as well, if you remember all of our interviews with EV9, with Drones, or at least mostly with Fires, right? Their main opponent that they always wanted to beat up or fight against was Stallions. And now look at this. This is their first matchup, Stallions. Let's see if they really adapted, if they've done their research, if they covered all of the spaces that they had lacking back in their recent run. So very hopeful. If we were hopeful before for TARINGBABI and as well as Riders, this time veteran, we are watching closely for that improvement, just like our Filipino teams.
For sure, because we're always here, right? Like we have also mentioned before, if ever that they need some teams to scrim onto, I'm pretty sure that many PH teams will be down for that as well. And in a bit, we're also gonna introduce Team Stallions, well, the fan favorite from time and time again. Things like Revenge is still here in the pub mat, and I guess we're also gonna be finding out if he will be the one who's gonna play here. Finally, would they be experimenting something new, trying out something new with his recent integration here in our lineup so far? Because I do think that we're seeing some signs that he might be present in the lobby right now.
I'm pretty sure, right, that Revenge will be possibly playing, and I'm pretty sure as well that veteran, especially Fires, knows what Revenge is capable of. So the experience itself and the sheer VODs that they could have reviewed up against Stallions would be pretty nice. But now, lo and behold, Revenge is
Look at
back
that.
on a team after what seemed to be an absent Revenge for the recent tournaments. He is here playing for Stallions. Let's see what he's capable of, Mochi, in this orange and black jersey.
Let us see. But you can also see the podcast of Kano, right? He's doing some gestures of downside or not like crying. I don't know what that means, but I'm really curious what will be the outcome for this one. Is it for the opponents? Is it on their team? We're gonna find out later on, and as well as which maps will also be playing on later. But again, quick recap for what happened here for Team Stallions yesterday. I believe that a lot of people were surprised after their loss against Execration. But for Execration, it is a well-fought match. It's a well-fought battle. Execration definitely showed that the recent integration of Yotib were moving mountains here, breaking some curses, and overall just putting Execration in a much more better place than ever before.
Yeah, I feel like, again, going back to our very first thought, right, Mochi, from the beginning of the broadcast, that we weren't really, how do you call this? We were shocked, but we were not very scared that Team Stallions, is this the
Of course.
downfall of the #1 team here in the Philippines? No, it's not. It's just that everyone is catching up against the horses that need a little bit of rest. And Execution with the first bout to get that first win. But yeah, looking at their lineup again, it's pretty good. One more thing to point out, Mochi, is that I believe in the qualifiers of here in Masters Summer is that Revenge never played. So this is his fresh first start officially for Team Stallions. So yeah, I feel like we have Kano, we have JJ, we have Lloyd. That was very much overpowering CBN last time, but all eyes on the man himself, Revenge, with the Dynasty. Can he do it once again here on Team Stallions?
We will see about that, but first and foremost, let us look at our head-to-head. Who will be the players who will be featured here right now? It will be Jones and Kano. This is actually pretty much I cannot say, I feel like gap is in too overuse of a word for us here, Bipolar, but how would you actually describe this?
Yeah, the skill level for these two teams is very much interdimensional in a way. Jones is a capable player. Jones can kill, Jones can aim, but I would like to see him trying to overpower or play up against Kano in our head-to-head, right? Kano has been claiming 4 Ks, 3 kills every time in this matchup. If they do get Ankara as well, wherein a veteran can also play this, well, we will have to see what Kano is capable of in these like 4-man, 5-man pushes of Drones and his team. Something to point out as well is that Fires can also be head-to-head up against Kano, but it's so big eyes on him.
Yep, for sure. And again, we will be looking back with their most recent fight against Team Stallions, where there's already pretty close. I do believe that there's like a 10-6, 10-5, 10-7, quite of a scoreline there, which is again a good glimpse of a strength that we have here for veteran in terms of improvement so far. But I guess we are still waiting for that very time wherein they'll be taking up a series here for them. But now let us look at our maps for this particular series, we'll be having Subbase, New Compound, and as well as Eagle Eye as our decider. And New Compound has been interestingly been chosen by Veteran for this one.
Okay, I mean, New Compound is not really a big question mark. They know how to play it. It's all up to timing, I feel like, Mochi. They want to play very good holes. They want to play very unconventional and set up plays wherein Fires can really just shine all throughout. Take a pick here on when they're on the base side, they can take a pick here on mid, transfer towards Store B, and then go towards the house A area and try to go towards A side because they have that little bit of prioritization on A. Possibly they've also seen what Stallions was doing up against Execution. That's why they picked up New Compound. But sub base, this is such a non-factor, right? We had predicted this before while we were off the broadcast. But both of these teams prioritize sub-base. So it's not really a big question mark that a Veteran did ban New Mexico first and just opted out to play up against sub-base. Because again, this is a testing point. Not just for Stallions, but for Veteran even more. Because they wanted to play up against Stallions before. Now they got them as their first matchup in the group stage. And why not do it in the first map, sub-base? So 3 factors coming in. That's why we have these kind of map vetoes.
And although for me, I feel like sub-base being let off here by Veteran is quite or practically a death wish. But I hope that it doesn't turn out that way. Hopefully, we'll see. And it seems like both of our teams will just be readying up. But for now, let us show our predictions because I do think this is already a bit obvious as well. I won't be surprised if our community thinks the same way as well. 2-0 here all across the board in favor for Team Stallions.
Yeah, last time that we saw basically a Veteran and STS fight all throughout was back in the group stage exactly at May 2, 2026. So not that long ago. But with that map veto, it was almost the same. The difference is they first played Eagle Eye 2.0, wherein it became a 10-3. It went to Port, wherein it was almost a very close game because it's a 5-10 scoreline. So not bad for Veteran, but that was the very, very like second to the last matchup for Veteran. That's why they got adapted. So with this being the new setting point, sub-base, they got it. You compound for your second map. Let's see what they're capable of. And look at that. The community post really posing towards the Stallions.
Yep, an astounding 97%. Well, I still really want to point out Faris here as one of our primary executor and player here for Veteran because I remember that he's been able to get like about 60% in terms of headshot percentage back in spring. But again, all of those individual heroics would be put into waste if the entire team wouldn't be able to actually perform. So it's really important that we will be able to see that later on. But for now, let us welcome our casters who will be delivering us the action for this specific series. Let us welcome here on our desk our casters Dado and as well as Ramon. So Ramon, Dado, it's been quite some time. Welcome back here to our broadcast. Ramon, do you have anything in particular that you would like to point out for this specific matchup?
I mean, it's just one particular thing, right? While we can't ignore what happened yesterday for Stallions, it was tragic. It's even more tragic that Veteran find themselves at the pedestal against Team Stallions who are looking for revenge right now, right? I feel like this is a Team Stallions that is going to be raging all throughout. They're going to take it out on these Veteran teams. And hopefully Veteran can actually show a thing. Because I am still pretty excited to see what they're cooking up.
Really excited as well, and what will be the performance of Revenge 2 now that he's integrated in the lineup. But how about you, Tatum? Do you have anything in mind?
Yeah, you kind of beat me to the punch there, Mochi. I was about to say, see what you did there, Ramon. You said STS are looking for revenge. Well, it seems like they found him. They're gonna let him play today for the first time, well, ever in a competitive crossfire setting, and that's something to look forward to, considering this is the shakiest that we've seen Stallions ever since last year of Masters, right? Ever since 1 year ago when we went for the first iteration of Masters in 2025 where they got beat by VP. They
Yes.
haven't been beaten since for 23 matches. And that's crazy to me that it was just as fresh as yesterday that they got beat, and then they're subbing in a new player for today. A lot of things is happening here.
Yeah.
A lot of things indeed. And I do think that we're also going to be discussing what will be some key pointers that we need to point out here. And let us start with Veterans Lifeline. Fires and Twintism. Unfortunately, Twintism isn't going to be in the lobby right now. And instead, Rose is going to be playing. But what do you think about this, Bipolar?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if we just focus on these two players right now, right? You have Fires going for the attacking role, going for the entry with the AK, fearless nonetheless. He claims so much power, and so much recognition for the entirety of Southeast Asia just because of his sheer performance coming in to Master Spring. But if you look at Twintism, which was a sub out, I believe, even before their first few matches, Twintism wasn't in. So for him to garner this kind of like scoreline or at least like rating in the qualifiers with a TRG, that is pretty good, because if this is the form of a veteran right now and they're fighting up against a Stallions that is wounded and doesn't even have a leg to walk through up all these maps, well, they could possibly even claim a map. So the 2-0 scoreline that we predicted for veteran as well as Stallions in favor of Stallions, well, I'm still ready for it to be broken apart. Might as well veteran give us a big show.
Yep, couldn't agree more on that one. And I think it is also worthy that EV9 to be mentioned in this one as well, because
Yeah.
there are some very much some moment power spikes that we observe from him, and those are things that shouldn't be underestimated at all. But second point, in case Team Stallions win streak broken, a lot of people are talking about this, Ramon.
Exactly, right? And I want to just give a big clarification. While the record does show it is 23 games that do have this win streak for Team Stallions, these are locals, so we definitely can't ignore the international losses from AG back-to-back in the BO5s,
Yes.
right? But still, it is a big honor to actually have this sort of record in a lot of the group stages that they played. We're talking about regionals. We're talking about the regionals last year. We're also talking about spring from last event. It's very unprecedented for a team like this to have this sort of dominance, which is why it's very clear why we have this pedestal for Team Stallions. They're top one for the reason in this region, but it's also that earth-shattering why it was broken yesterday, because of a storied execration that only needed 3 attempts to actually do that record.
Well, they say it's the third time is the charm, and it seems like that's became evident and true after what Execration's been able to do with that one. And I guess we can also top it all off with our last one here. Will Team Stallions pick Ankara? And do you think that would be possible here, Daydom?
Obviously they didn't pick Ankara this matchup, right? But over the course of Masters, I'm pretty sure they will. I mean, it's one of the best Ankaras in the world. In my opinion, the best in Southeast Asia. Second to none. No holds barred. And absolutely, I feel like they would win in Ankara again with given enough reps. Even with Revenge, I would say, right? I mean, I don't think that's a stretch to say, even for now, right? But I'm more excited how Revenge will fit in a competitive setting. Yes, it's Revenge we're talking about. Although we haven't really seen him, right, ever since Impact, and even during the Impact days, he looks shaky, albeit with a very different roster under completely different circumstances. It's really hard to place where Revenge is going to go. I'm sorry, I kind of changed the topic a little bit here, Mochi. Yes, I think Stallions will pick Ankara again, not today, but it's more of a question of how Revenge will fit in to the roster, regardless of Ankara.
Yeah, that is true. Especially that there's a lot of discussion as well as some, behind the doors conversations about the need of KLP being exchanged out or swapped out with a different player, which majority of the people or the community says that they don't need that after all. But now that Revenge is here, let's see what he can offer to the table. But let's see our last watch point here. Magpapakitang gilas na si Revenge. Hence what Dad has been able to point out. Well, Bipolar, would you like to take this one?
I mean, yeah, I can take this away, but I can also translate it first for our international
Oh, sure.
viewers. Revenge is out for proving his powers up against the many teams here in CrossFIRE Masters Summer. But his first matchup in STS, plus he's here to prove a point. But remember this, Revenge was a threat for any kind of team once he was in Pacific. Even in the very last day of Pacific, everyone feared a Revenge because they know the capability of Revenge. So I feel like, yes, he's
That's
here to
true.
prove a point, but not to prove himself as a player. To prove himself as a team in Stallions. That is what we're looking for here, because Revenge is Revenge. He has accumulated accolades throughout the history of Revenge. So yeah, hopefully he fits in well here in Team Stallions.
A lot of things to prove here. Veteran to prove that they're indeed growing, and Revenge to prove that he's indeed an asset here for Team Stallions. And I guess our arena is set and the battle is underway. So now let's hand it over to our casters, Ramon and Daydom. Bakraka na.
That's right, Mochi. It's the Raging Cebuanos in Team Stallions against the return of Veteran on the SEA Masters stage. It's the DR duo, Datum and Ramon, to bring the action live on Sub-Base, the first map of this very series. It's the homecoming of Revenge, baby. And in the Stallions jersey, he's looking fresh, but it's off of a defeat against Execration as well, right? So, Veteran still looking to take that first dub for Isaiah. I think we're going to have a very interesting series, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but feel like veterans still punching above their weight class here, to say the least, just joining in the C rosters. And now they're going up against literally the biggest dog there is in the entirety of Southeast Asia. I mean, Team Stallions, yes, we've had some conversation as to where they stand currently. Of course, the subbing in of Sniper in the form of Revenge. And there's definitely a big question mark, right? Why hasn't Revenge played up until this point? And you, as a viewer, as a fan, you would think maybe they would have subbed him in earlier, perhaps in the qualifier, so they could really test how well he fits up against the playoff standards. Or maybe they're just waiting for the opportunity to test how good he really will up against a team that, you know, is a more salvageable or more, I hate to say the word easy, but it kind of feels like that for Stallions. Low risk is what I'm looking for, maybe, I guess. And yes, it's a good test for Revenge, and I hope Veteran, well, I hope they have better firepower. I mean, Fires has been looking really good off the qualifier, right? 60% headshot percentage, Ramon. I mean, that's a matchup and a half.
Hey, I mean, he's coming off pretty hot from his individual performance from Spring. He's the clear standout. Then from Salvatore's words, also one of the, if not the best Rosea player that we have here in SEA Masters, right? So he's looking to continue that sort of reign so far, and hopefully that also translates to the rest of his team, which is pretty hard to kind of translate with given time. But they already had like a year of development through the PH Gauntlet, as well as being here in the spring season, kind of gave that a little bit experience, right, for this Rosea team. Hopefully that sort of development at that time already gave them the help that they need, kind of gave them familiarization of the fundamentals up against these PH teams. But man, oh man, I'm just excited for the sub-base, because this is the home ground for the side of Team Stallions. As we're going to be listening to the comms before we start on this.
Well, pretty calm on the comms there, Stallions, as they pick up a couple of kills, or one kill already. It's actually Veteran to pick up two. JJ and Kano both down already. And if there's an even better test than this one, this is it, Ramon. Revenge has to step up. 3 versus 4. Veteran has advantage.
And it's Revenge alone on an island as well on that A site. And normally you put KLB in that position, right? Lots of time for him to kind of decide if he wants to take the aggressive position or he wants to actually fight them on the front line and just playing around that missile position. But hold on, with this default, shock to surprise Loy, but he's definitely prepared for that angle. Good shot from Revenge. Good second from Revenge. Welcome home, buddy. He is in SEA Masters. And Team Stallions just rallying with that first round.
There you go. You love to see it. We asked and he delivered, Ramon. We said Revenge had to step up, and step up he did. 2 quick kills in the backup of Loy. Here he is again. Revenge. He's out for blood. And he is seeing Veterans left, right, and center. Another kill for Revenge.
And that's like the starting rounds that you could kind of want to go at if you're coming in the Stallions jersey. As he is popping up with 3 kills, Loy continuing that momentum. Now back In that position towards a site. Revenge is not whiffing a shot at all. It's all business for Kanoa. It's already 2 kills to his name. Stallions in a 2-0. The dream is realized before our very eyes, man. Kanoa and Revenge on the same team.
I love to see it. Veteran try attempt. Take a Stallions on a 4 versus 3 at this point. Reknard spotted by JJ, and that is the bomb spotted and taken down. Kanoa on an exploration, and Veteran falling apart like flies. It's EV9. Actually take the shot in onto KLB. Hold up, Ramon. This is doable. EV9 spotted. But up against the Wonder Kid, there is nothing EV9 can do. Stallions. I mean, I'm a bit surprised, Ramon. The Science boys looking a little bit worried. They need to lighten up a little bit. This is usually what we're not accustomed to them seeing. Or seeing to them play against a team like Veteran. But they are winning really, really well. 3-0. And KLB picking up the sniper as well.
Not as convincing as the previous rounds, but you did note that double sniper setup. Setup that they kind of run with KLB. But KLB not really... So as a force that you also have to respect on that sniper, being very flexible in between all the guns that we've seen here in the meta. But compared to the aggressive pushes that Veteran have been doing, they're on a default right now, 2-1-2, all across the lanes on the map.
One thing to note here, Ramon, we don't see the signature AK from Fires consistently picking up the HK 3 rounds in a row. And obviously he hasn't found much impact with it. Maybe it's time to go back, Fires.
Time's comfort is the best call up against possibly the top one team in the Philippines, but Stallions still trying to remind everybody that they're still the top dogs here. With Revenge on the lineup, it does add a little bit more of that veterancy and experience on how he's going to be able to mend that with firepower, and it's also a big mark on how the previous ones have gone. Loy with the shot onto Shock, that will be the lurk gone. Insurance policy out the window. KLB also strikes onto drone, so the execute, it is non-existent, especially with how well Stallions are commanding the gunfights in time. 2 versus 4.
Okay, EV9
Ooh.
looking for the double. Does find it up against Kanoa, but JJ answers back quickly. Revenge still up from Shutter. One player in passage, and that's Fires going down quick. Another 2K for Revenge. And if it was just up to me, Ramon, I'd say Revenge is fitting in quite nicely to the STS roster.
For sure, bro. I mean, from round 1, immediate impact from making second mid a very dangerous push that even Veteran are forced to like slow down from trying to get control of that second mid. But JJ now, the victim of EV9, there's no hesitation any longer as KLB and Kanoa. They're using the smoke as a trap. Veteran, there is no entry point, especially now that KLB has taken care of Reknard. Revenge reintroduces himself on the server, says hello and goodbye to Shock. It's all just not the drones, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Drones featured in the matchup up against Kanoa, but when talk about numbers, Ramon, it's not even close at this moment. And you have to remember, Veteran, they found a lot of success in sub-base in Rosea. But obviously, it's a completely different ball game here in the Philippines, where it's dominated by teams like STS, MATTJESS, and Team Acceptance. A lot of struggle for the Veteran squad. Diffuse coming through. Drones not even gonna win the fight against Revenge, and that is 5 straight rounds for the Stallions.
That's 7 kills as well for Revenge. Definitely polished in his mechanics. It's been a long absence ever since the time that we've seen him last in Pacific Macta.
MR.
Does seem like there's no rush at all. Kanoa pushing in onto the MR as Reknard forced on the fight. You will get taken down. Veteran, There's no MR push anymore, man. They just fight on towards revenge, and that's the biggest mistake that they can make. Another shot onto Shock. Veteran. B side is not an option. A side, there is revenge. Fires just taking control over to KLB, so that's the only thing that they got. But Loy is just gonna mitigate a lot of those problems.
Drones will be going down to the hands of Loy yet again. Stallions locked in. Look at the boys, not even smiling at this point, Ramon. They just want this over with. Veteran, just another stepping stone for Stallions, getting redemption from execration. You have to remember just how much prestige there is beating Stallions. And they want that prestige right back, Stallions. They want it more than ever. Stallions getting challenged in second mid. Gano going down. I think that's the second time EV9 once against Gano, but Loy will not just let that go by. JJ picking up a kill onto Reknart. And it's drones and fires. The two MVPs trying to recover. Fires for the trade, but it's Revenge he's facing up against. 1 versus 1 up against the veteran of Revenge.
He's been perfection on the early rounds, but what about the clutch? It's just an easy USB shot, man. I mean, Fires was also low HP, so you gotta give him that to be fair. Revenge, definitely on top mechanically as a player. And definitely no mistakes made so far, apart from the 1 kill. But we'll give him that right. STS 7-0, perfection on their map of sub-base so far.
Exactly. Even in the round where it was quick and it was just pure rushes, STS still able to come back somehow. And that's the trademark of a team that is international, Ramon. That is polished. That is STS. KLB pushing mid. I don't think they've spotted the C4 yet, but a little bit more push from KLB. They should be able to see that soon enough. Fires down. And Gano coming in from above. Takes out a couple. Shock. Don't peek. Shock, please, for your own life. Do not peek Gano.
Oh my god. To the face. And Drones responding to the fight. Lloyd just trying to peek in, but Drones, almost with the shot. He could have actually gotten the kill over to KLB, but in the end, that is 2 kills from the IGL himself. An 8-0, a stomping so far on sub-base. Veteran is not even gonna get any entry on MREV9. Shut down by the IGL yet again, as Stallions are just galloping all over Veteran without even giving them some room to breathe. The Shock goes ham on that M14, but STS will make it a perfect 9-0 on their own map pick.
Yeah, it's gotta be the first one in the entirety of Masters, right? I mean, it's day number 2. I know it's pretty early to call, but a perfect half here in sub-base. Who would have thought? Me. Oh, maybe you also, Ramon. Maybe the entire talent pool. Maybe everyone, but STS looking to make it a perfect game. But Fires is saying otherwise. Gano pushing. That's a bold swing from Gano, and it's denied by Drones. But JJ's on the lurk from Vents.
The insurance policy. And JJ's trying to cook up a storm. Drones drop shot it out. As he was the one frying on this whole uncontrolled room, and Loy is becoming that nuisance yet again. Reknart down, and he's keeping that pressure going towards that Woods possession. A nade into the hands of Fires, laid out to force a 1v1 up against EV9. A good shot onto Revenge. He drops the C4 within his hands. And it's a game of chess, my friend. Who will win up the fight? A Loy that is low on HP, or an EV9 that actually has the easiest 1v1 of his life?
Not to mention, EV9's been popping heads. He's been winning against Gano, of all people. He's got the most kills in the entire veteran roster for the moment, but Loy has time on his side. Flash onto Passage as a bait. Loy pushing towards LR instead. HK in hand, I think Loy knows. He's looking at the right angles, he's looking at the right timings. And I think he spotted an inkling of where EV9 is gonna come from. No, he doesn't know, Ramon. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have any info. It has been a long time since both of these players have shown themselves. Loy spots him, and finally EV9 takes the shot. First point on towards Stallions. I think we can give that to Veteran. They did a very good job on maneuvering around that 1v1.
I told you, Ramon, EV9 is on a banger of a match. Beaten Loy. It's beaten Gano multiple times as well. Impressive stuff from Veteran, who we certainly didn't expect. I thought Fires would be popping off, or even Drones for that matter. But no, it's Drones going down quickly from Lloyd's reaction, Kano taking control of Machine Room.
Single-handedly as well, since look how far apart Revenge is with it. Kano, but he's not even giving a damn. He's pushing it with that C4 Revenge. Pressured up by Fires, but of course it's Revenge. You do not want to peek Revenge right now. Who's been on a heater ever since we started. And now it's forced upon Reknar to try to stop them within their tracks. Good shot onto Loy, but it's just going to be JJ. The formalities in check for Team Stallions as they will get sub-base in dominant fashion.
Yep, 10-1, one of the fastest games we've had all along. And this is the reason, Ramon, why we have accounts like STS Diehard going around. Shout out to my boy STS Diehard, who's been a non-stop supporter of the stream and the team. But there you have it. Sub-base does go to Team Stallions in a 10-1 fashion. But a couple of surprises here, Ramon, from Veteran. EV9 actually performing really well in the duels department.
Yeah, I mean, honestly thinking, right? I mean, was this something that everybody kind of expected? We could say that, right? But Veteran, all things considered, they did put up a good of a fight. I mean, the 1v1 win up from EV9, the kills onto Kano. I mean, the standard is pretty low. Let's be real about that, right? But it is Stallions in sub-base. It's kind of like when you leave base open, you're giving Thor his mighty hammer, right? It's kind of goes hand in hand with each other. With how comfortable Stallions are and considering how quickly Revenge also synced up to the team in this regard is a good sign for things moving forward. I mean, that definitely does not show any sorts of signs of stopping, especially after the execration game. It's on the up and up for Team Stallions at this point. But I think Veteran needs a little bit more time to cook in the kitchen right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've given them that leeway from the first iteration in Masters where it was their first time facing up against PH teams. And Veteran, I can see that there's progress. I can see that they're moving across the map a little bit differently. They're taking fights differently. They're even playing the meta weapons, which is something that we didn't really come to see consistently from them from the qualifier. Now they do so. So they're definitely catching up to the meta, Ramon, but not at a fast enough pace. Maybe we could give them a couple more months to do so. And maybe then they could pick up a couple of rounds up against Team Stallions, or maybe they could fare better up against our midfield teams, but certainly not against our international qualifiers. So I hope they aren't this hard by the Stallions.
Honestly, right, that's one take to go at it, but I feel like it's also a time for Veteran to kind of realize that this is also a time for them to kind of use this loss, use the losses that they've had going forward, because the record is just going to keep going longer and longer for Rosea to actually get their first bacon, right? That hasn't happened so far, and we really need to see that to kind of see those improvements come to fruition, right? I mean, we can give them the leeway right now since they have faced up against Team Stallions, but what about the rest of the schedule, right? We need to see some progress that just is not just from the minor adjustments that we see them time and time again, but we have to see the experience that they've gone through ever since spring, ever since all the practice that they've had, ever since all the changes going through around the circuit. They're the only Rosea team that actually made changes here in SEA Masters. So I really wish that this chemistry from Veteran could kind of up the ante right now, since they are together as a team for the longest time. But it's not gonna be it's not gonna be the thing right now, since Team Stallions really made a number on them on this sub-base game, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's not going to be a walk in the park, to say the least, for Veteran, right? I mean, it was so. You could say it was an easy path from Veteran from the Rosea qualifier. Over the course of the playoffs, Ramon, they didn't drop a single map. 2 zeros across the board, even up against the number 2 TARINGBABI. But then they hit a brick wall that is CFS Philippines. And the first team that they face against is Team Stallions. So this might be a bit of a singularity. Maybe Veteran will fare off better against the likes of maybe Team Acceptance for that matter, but I dabble too much, and Ramon, you got this.
Of course I did. I mean, we've seen Team Stallions do it, and we'll see if they're gonna be able to do it again, right? That is a win for Stallions on their own home turf. We'll talk about it a little bit more, right? And I guess we're gonna be going over towards our panel, Mochi and Bipolar. A lot more thoughts over these Team Stallions and Veteran team. What do you think?
Well, first and foremost, I feel like we've already mentioned that this might be a death wish for Veteran.
Yeah.
And them being able to leave this out in the open, well, hence, this is what we got so far. A 1-0 here for Team Stallions, and I think domination is not just the right point. Is like quite of a stomp, I guess. It's the safer or the best closer term to what just happened right now here with Revenge here in our lineup.
You know what, Veteran, you can't really say that they didn't want this kind of matchup, Mochi. This is what they always wanted before, that they want to battle up against our top team. If not Stallions, you go for VP, right? If you're coming in from Rosea. So Veteran here did have a lot of stints that they got a lot of like close rounds. We saw EV9 clutching it up so that Stallions didn't clean up in a 10-0 fashion. They actually got a round kill, or at least a round ender. But amazing plays coming in from EV9. I would love to say the same from drones, but it was mostly fires and as well as EV9. I did like to see that we had a little bit of like this same play style coming in from Veteran when they're on the BL side. They always put Shock on that event side just to go to CR, but he's not really clearing anything. He's just entering the site towards TR. But yeah, big stints coming from Veteran. They're just brute forcing their way towards STS, and I love that they're not afraid from going towards the MR side. But as you can see, when STS had a little bit of like calming matter that wait, we can definitely claim a lot more rounds. We just have to be very fast in the first 20 seconds, or at least overpower them in the beginning of the round. And as you can see, Revenge is working, man. I would like to also add Revenge. Despite this is a Rosea team, when we had head on and fight up against a PHT, I could definitely add in where Revenge might just be better up against him.
Wow, that is crazy point too though. But also, I feel like them being able to face up to Veteran at this point, I feel like it's a bit too early to say, because I feel like the biggest thing that we need to anticipate is how will STS behave with the likes of Execration for Vid as well as Virtus.pro. That Revenge is in the lineup. I feel like that would also be an interesting thing to see. But for now, this is of course what we have seen. It is a 10-1, an astounding one, and 100% rating for 4 people here in Team Stallions, which definitely just shows how hungry they are after yesterday's loss.
Yeah, after if you're surprised with a 100% rating for Acceptance, well, look at this. Only JJ wasn't the one with a 100% rating, right? 73.3 is he's gonna be rating, but JJ is a back player. He's just gonna be holding these sites for insurance policy, so he wasn't really gonna be having a lot of action. Team Stallions though is ready. Look at that 10-3 scoreline for Revenge. Only died 3 times as a solo anchor on A, by the way, on the missile area, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, this is not a dream. This is reality, not just for Veteran, but for everybody that's watching now for Team Stallions.
And I wonder if this would still be the same trend once that we head on to our next map as well. But let us check out who became the king on the top of the hill for this specific map. It is Loy with the 2.0 OKD and as well as an astounding 79% headshot per kill, which is crazy. Well, Loy, I mean, during spring, he's been able to show himself as one of the uprising players here that are definitely quite of a really spicy guy to be here in Team Stallions. And until now, he's still sticking to that title. It's not a one-time thing. It's not just limited to one league, and it's very, very nice to see that he's been able to actually proceed with the same vibe, with the same look up until now, and perhaps in the future.
Yeah, I love the GR side here for Loy. He's holding down TR and then just looking at the second mid area towards woods, towards outer, and he knows the pre-fire. And every time he gets a kill there. And if it's not one kill, it's always gonna be a double. So that's why a stopping power and an MVP granted towards Loy will be very much pretty good. But Stallions looking well in sub-base. Let's see what they do on the second map.
Yep, and I do think that we'll see if it would still be another no mercy type of action or situation, or will veteran at least get additional rounds, and contrary from what they've suffered upon a 10-1 here in the map of Subbase. I mean, still the best map of Team Stallions so far, so maybe there will be a bit more leeway for them as we head on to our next one. But again, here for veteran, very nice that we see some step ups from some of their players.
Yes.
But again, it is not enough. And later on, we'll see if they'll be able to answer back after this quick short break. lang naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita with the flick of the wrist. Nakapultukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
It is still our second series, our 5-hour day 2 of CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer. It is still veteran and as well as Team Stallions or Team Stallions scored a 10-1 in sub-base against them. And it's like the integration of revenge here has been pretty decent so far.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still against veterans, so we cannot say for sure, but for now, it's still pretty good. So, will this be an answer back for veteran, do you think? Or would it be just a few rounds being given to them, but the map is still gonna be for Team Stallions?
I feel like New Compound Veteran wanted to try this when they had this first match against Stallions when the past Masters group stage. So this was their decider. Why not just pick it right now to test what a veteran is capable of up against the best of the best here in the Philippines, Team Stallions. So New Compound, we're going to be seeing a lot here coming into veteran. I believe the setup is aggress on mid, and if not, we go towards they check out store B, go towards con mid, then go towards exit coming in from CA. Try to create chaos when they're on the BL side, but on this GR side where they'll first start, it's gonna be a testing point, right? Because we saw Stallions yesterday that is just really brute forcing their way, executes after executes, split push into B, and sometimes just on A. So if veteran really did see a little bit of hopes up against the executions and defenses of Stallions yesterday up against Execration, and if they use that into its full form, well, we might see a very, very tight game, especially veteran with EV9, with Fire still in this roster, batting all throughout and hitting headshots. Well, let's see. It's gonna be interesting.
True, and that is why I think it's about time for us to hand it over to our casters, Ramon and Daydum. I feel like it's time.
Definitely time for a possible redemption arc for the side of veteran as they're facing up against Team Stallions in the second set of New Compound. My goodness, that sub-base game really has upped the ante for what we can expect from the Stallions team, especially with revenge pickup, but I feel like everybody's just moving on the right page right now. Veteran just need to kind of be on the same page as well as Team Stallions.
Absolutely. I mean, veterans for sure are trying to move on from that last match, but I feel like the comment section here, Ramon, are still discussing whether or not the revenge does fit in to the STS roster. I want to dabble in on the conversation. Start on with our set number 2, right? I feel like this is a good benchmark of how revenge play as a player singularly, not as how he fits into STS. Because if you saw that last game, Ramon, every time we panned into the player camera, there wasn't really a lot of talking for the STS players. Not even in the comms check at the start of the game, because it wasn't really necessary, right? They were just positioning themselves in standard positions and taking down the players of veteran through duels. It didn't necessitate a lot of communication between the players, and I felt like we saw a lot of the glimpses of how talented revenge is, which is one thing that we already know, but I don't think it shows us a full picture of how well he fits into the STS formula. I mean, we already know that revenge is one of the best players to ever grace CROSSFIRE, and we saw that here in Subbase, but how he fits into the team, I think we really will get to see that if they play against a team that needs communication, that needs set plays, and that Subbase just wasn't it for the Stallions.
That's true, man. I mean, to double up on your point, I don't think Revenge really left the A side of things while he's also around the spectrum of looking towards that second mid. Apart from that, he's not really the type that KLP does where he's pretty unpredictable with his movement, peeking around LR, peeking around second mid, peeking around passage to try to get that quick kill. It's almost like Revenge is doing the absolute bare minimum while also doing the best that he can to be a nuisance towards veteran, because he didn't really need too much to kind of adjust to the playstyle of veteran in the first place, right? So while it's possible that Team Stallions aren't really adjusting to Revenge. It's more of the they're not really changing up the same things. I think Revenge is more of like a plug and play in this sort of series, right? Which kind of works in Team Stallions right now in the system if they do want to integrate Revenge slowly and surely into this player role. But that's a discussion that could continuously develop all throughout the stations. Again, he hasn't really faced up against a local team with Revenge on the line. But to now go back towards Veteran right now, right? I mean, we've already hyped up what the potential is going to be for this team because it's always the word improvement around this team, right? But when will the results come? When will the results come, excuse me? Because really, it has been one event, some time for practice, fires, hyped up time and time again. But so far, the team hasn't gelled all together, right? So what really is the secret sauce? Because I feel like it's more than just having good comms and having a good environment at this point.
Oh, for sure. It's a layer of things they have to improve here to stand a chance against a team like Team Stallions. And the first thing, in my opinion, would be research, preparation, right? I mean, if I were the coach of Veteran or if I were one of the people behind their map veto, for example, I wouldn't let sub-base push through in a scenario like this. Even though, yes, it's our best map, yes, it's something that we have come used to, I don't think this is something that you should be risking up against the top 2 team in the world. But let's listen in on the convos of both teams. What is STS or Veteran cooking up?
Baba tower. Ma-flashan ko rin eh, mapatay ni.
Okay.
Bitawar kaya satu.
Gua di sini.
Satu. Kaya Ngit nih.
A little bit more vocal compared to the first set, but yes, at least everybody's on the same page right now. STS gonna start on BL. They have got a little bit of a visual towards that mid-side setup up against Veteran. There's Shock, very brave on the peak on towards Kano, but Kano still wins out the fight.
One thing I like to see here is the AK making a return for Fire, something that we didn't see any of in sub-base. Should make for a more comfortable start here in Compound. And I believe the reason why STS were more vocal, Ramon, is because they're on the BL side. They need to make moves. Just like that.
It's true. Quick adjustment over towards KLB. Reckard is down, drones with the shot, and JJ definitely a backup that you are relying upon to actually get that refrag. Revenge definitely whiffing out that shot, but it's alright. They still got themselves on towards a site, EV9. With the kill onto Kano, that's a huge pick in terms of player quality. But they also need to do that 3 times in a row. Revenge, one more into the dome of EV9. KLB onto drones as well. Will make it a clean sweep over towards the side of Veteran.
Nice game sense from KLB as well, knowing when to pull the trigger through that smoke to get the spam in on their opponent, locking in the final kill of round 1 for STS. And it's KLB to get the first kill as well. Wow, Reckard's going down early, and the mid-control game for STS is still definitely on. You have to remember, Ramon, even though Compound is not necessarily the best map for Team Stallions, they innovate it. The first outing of Compound 3, they already made a strategy for that. This is still Compound 2, but they're still fragging out.
Definitely an effect for Coach Tanks to kind of give extra layers to what this team can offer to the macro play. But Kano, you can't teach that! You can't teach that to Kano, bro! You're just born with natural talent to play Crossfire as he dismantles 2 of the anchors in towards B side.
Yep, so easily. Making a quick 180 in the process. Looking as good as ever, Kano. Bomb goes down in back 3 B side. Good positions for Team Stallions. Veteran coming in all from curve. TLB again with a wallbang, with a smoke bang rather. The Reckard getting pushed. Stallions, they're getting dirty, everyone. I love it. 2-0 for Stallions.
Into the doghouse with this one. As it was another scrap coming in towards that B site. I mean, they're not even giving any sort of entry point for the side of Veteran. They were stuck outside of EB with the smoke and with an aggressive Lloyd on their faces. A shock. Reconvenes in time. KLB down. EV9 on the double peak. Overwhelms the pillars plus 4 Stallions.
Wow, EV9 and Shock. Nice little couple of shots there. Paving the way for an advantage. Veteran 3 versus 5, or rather 5 versus 3, as EV9 looks to get another kill on JJ, but the reverse happens. JJ with a nice entry. Coming into that B site, there's nobody here, but Drones has got the angle. Nice little TRG shot onto Kano, but JJ stops in his tracks, waiting for Loy to rotate.
It's definitely a good choice considering that they know this map against Team Stallions, expecting the lurk got through from Loy. And that insurance is thrown off the window for Stallions. It's all down to JJ. And one of the more convincing rounds for Veteran all throughout the series. Because he has an open A site for himself. He also has all the time in the world to assess the Veteran situation in terms of the position. He has spotted out that CR is squeaky clean of any Veteran players. And I'd also like that they're also tucked in, so JJ will have to fight for this. Will have to fight up against Shock, who does not actually die. It is going down over to Reknart. Shock in another 1v1. JJ is okay with those 2 kills. He can just go back to A site and plant that C4 nice and tidy.
And JJ hasn't been hit. He's still full HP, Ramon. 100 HP, 100 AC as well. Can plant the bomb here in A site. And it is way clear. Nobody here from Veteran. Uh-oh, why did they stack B site? Ramon, they might have just fumbled this round number 3. 1 versus 1. And JJ about to make some magic happen.
Fires with the AK. Back on his comfort weapon against the monster awakened in Stallions in the form of JJ, who's wrapping around on 2F. As fires. Gonna try to test with fate. Taps the bomb into the flick on JJ. That is picture perfect for Fires. All the time in the world to secure the objective. As Veterans show they can put up a fight.
And that is why, in my opinion, Ramon, Fires needs to be put on the AK. Up against JJ that is on fire. He still wins it. And that is why Veteran put themselves on the board 1-2. JJ almost securing a miracle round number 3, but it's a good thing. It was Fires that was the last one standing there. EV9 peeking. About to be spotted by their scope of revenge. Thankfully, he does not speak. He does not peek out onto that pillar position.
Well, doesn't need to speak either. Has to concentrate. Otherwise, the shot goes wide from him. And the accuracy. It's not in peak form, but hold on. STS have curve. And could possibly get the easiest B-side push of their lives as Drones is not even looking towards the direction of EB. KLB spots out Fires and in perfection, they already cut off the 2 people on store B. 2 versus 5. Veteran trying to cut off the push on Loy. And it is going to be Kano to clean up house. Veteran have already eaten a rebuttal out from Team Stallions.
You can see the faces of the boys from Stallions. They just want to get this over with as soon as humanly possible. Although they are making a couple of mistakes here and there. It hasn't been the cleanest of games, but I think that's solely because they're trying to limit test their aim at this point. No disrespect to Veteran. I mean, yeah, they've got some firepower as well. But arguably here in this map, you don't necessarily need a lot of movement on the GR side. Revenge, what a peek from Pillar. Drones is down.
It's like he never left. And it's almost like Veteran got the wins knocked out of them. And Shock using the one-way and does get himself Loy in the process. KLB just continuing that rain over towards mid, and Fires not expecting that. He's been having a cold game that we kind of expected or did not expect from Fires all throughout.
3 versus 4. And Veteran have 2 players down in ace. The only player in the EV9, but he has a good position. KLB says nope, he does not. Takes him down quite easily. Revenge on the pistol takes out Shock, and it is all up to the Nart. Reknart, that is. Coming in from RS, and he's all alone. And Revenge has the perfect idea of where he's coming from. I think he's seen the shadow move across the smoke. And Revenge just waiting in close quarters with the USP. Oh my! 1 bullet, and Reknart is down.
It's like hot knife through butter. Cutting through Veteran side by side. And the difference about that round was it was a slow dissection of Veteran compared to the aggressive pushes that STS have been going on throughout the map.
Okay,
Veteran will have to make the move themselves. A good shot from Shock, and Lloyd goes down.
First time. Shock wins an opening duel up against Loy, and that is a good start for Veteran. Revenge not taking down drones as well. Hold up. This round might be it, Ramon. The one that Veteran has been looking for. The duels, not the easiest for STS, so they're gonna have to use more time and more utility. But Revenge just says, bring it on with the duels.
And while we say it was a favorable situation for Stallions, Veteran have already cooked up that storm over towards CB. The flank and the shot from drones. And Shock reconvenes with the flank. Revenge never expected that. And even with the years of experience, Veteran have surprised Stallions. And it's all up to JJ.
Again.
He's been a standout from yesterday's game up against Execration. But up against 3 players of Veteran, they're definitely white hot to try to hunt down JJ.
You gotta remember earlier, JJ on a 1v5 got 4 kills before going down. This time it's a 1 versus 3. Spots out Rexnart. The long range battles working out in his favor. That's 1! That's 2!
No.
JJ takes Shock down to half. But it's batteries, man. It's the hardest site to peek. And there's a smoke as well for Shock. JJ peeking out from the window. And he will be trying to push Shock on the defuse. And he's sticking! Ramon, he's sticking! And Shock is successful! JJ, you can't wallbang that. Veteran with smiles across the board. That's the round that Shock was looking for.
Hey, we're happy about that. Veteran using the utility, and even throughout the JJ's heroics, the objective still betrays him. And good on Shock to try to go for that objective and confirm it with the defuse. But again, start to finish, Shock was very impactful from the shot, as well as the call to actually rotate all the way from CB to surprise Stallions. Even the Stars themselves never expected that double flank coming through from CB.
Exactly, I was about to point that out too. STS seems like they're getting a little bit careless. Not as meticulous as we are used to. Case in point, the lurk coming through and not peeking out curve, but somehow they planted the bomb and JJ goes down. Fire, taking control of LA, will be captain of Mexico. Has a god angle, gets the double kill, and that just might be what STS needs.
Bringing the veterans to school, and the Wonder Kid himself is enrolling them around. Loy and KLB, they're just using pistols and whipping Veteran. At this given time, Shock will get the kill on Kano, but in the end, it is going to be the whole of Stallions just galloping all over Veteran like a pedestrian lane.
And there you go. I see some smiles coming on the faces of STS. You love to see it. The boys finally enjoying. And Loy feeling that enjoyment coming through with a shot onto Shock. Fires contesting curve, and Stallions not expecting fires going Rambo on the AK, but KLB answers back with 2, and it's a 2 versus 2. Kano on the pistol, brings out the HK reposition, and re-hits onto drones. STS lead by 4.
FFA mode coming through for both STS and Veteran as they throw the Stratvoc out the window and the mid peaks go wide open. Man, oh man, the spray from Fires is worthy of a clip, but it is not enough. They need to convert these rounds. With the shot from drones, it's good for them to actually get that first blood, but JJ just reconvenes again with the kill on the Reknard. This is down to just a 4v4, and we're back to the drawing board for both teams.
Gotta say, I'm surprised by how Veteran are finding these timings up against Team Stallions. Certainly not expecting just how unpredictable Veteran have become. And it's one of the adjustments that I give credit to Veteran. That's a big improvement from the last season. They're not afraid to take risks, just like that, but a risk is a risk. And up against KLB, you lose that fight 10 times out of 10.
That's what you call firepower on the IGL as drones with that quick scope. That is disgusting onto Kano, but will not get the second. KLB with his 2K EV9, realizing that the flank coming through from JJ is there. He goes down 2v2. STS could not confirm the objective because the util is pressuring STS. But for Revenge, there is no pressure in his dictionary. Revenge feels no fear against Veteran as they lock out 7-2 on a new compound that Veteran themselves wanted.
Present shots from Revenge showing what he can still do. Especially up against a team like Veteran. And Revenge getting the spotlight here again. And that's a shot. But Drone strikes back. Revenge is down.
Shades of what we've been seeing from sub-base. He's been proactive when it comes to those early peaks. And KLB with that second sniper as well. Loy coming up from the flank. And of course, Veteran Could not expect that from a mile away. STS is just showing the gap up against a veteran in this new compound. And it's looking like a full steamroll. 8-2 for Team Stallions.
You have to remember, Ramon, that's exactly how Veteran got their second round on the board. The double lurk. Loy and KLB just doing the exact same thing Veteran did, but Loy taking things forward this time. In con mid, picks up fires. Hits pillars where Reknart and Shock find a position. Kano on the AK. We haven't seen this in years.
Oh my
and he
God.
lets Reknart pass that one. And that is 2 for Kano. Wonder Kid almost picking up the third kill. Shock running towards CB, but Kano is not done. That's the third. And Kano with 4. Yan ang tinatawag nilang Wonder Kid, Ramon.
Remember his name, because you only need 2 to try to get him on the tracks. It is STS in a 9-2 on new compound with an AK on Kano with aggression coming through for Loy and the rest of the team. This is looking like the STS that fear anyone in the SEA Masters stage. Reknart, let's get the punish onto Loy, who has been pushing all throughout this early half of the second, but Drones is spotting them out over towards CB. A good shot onto Kano. KLB trying to pressure them from behind. They are demanding his attention, and he decides to go back to pillars.
STS risking it. KLB pushing CB all alone. It's 4 people in front of him. JJ somehow spots out fires. And KLB, the man on a mission, he's from behind, but he only gets 1. It's revenge against the world. But it's just Shock and Reknart. They're both isolated, and the bomb is in Africa, Ramon. Revenge has a shot at this. 1v2.
Ever a time to show up his individual skill. This is the time for revenge. And with this 1v2, he has cut off the numbers for Veteran to now for Shock in the sniper versus sniper. With 1 minute running. Remember, it was revenge. Down on numbers. But just from the kill, Shock now has to make the decision. Will it be on the A site? Or will he be meeting revenge on the back lines? He's already spotting him out. And from the drop, he goes down. Team Stallions with a 5-star front splash. Dropping onto Veteran. Gets the 2-0 victory.
And there you have it. We didn't expect anything less from the international roster. Team Stallions picking up a win and a snippet of KLP in the background. Well, there you have it, 2-0 as they close out Compound with a bang. From no other than the newcomer that is Revenge. I mean, I have to say, I'm impressed by the talent still of Revenge here, right? But Ramon, in the grand scheme of things, I don't know of how big the implication is of Revenge winning against Veteran, but it's nice to see nonetheless that he still got it.
Hey, you know what? All things considered, the timeline is going to be flooded with the revenge clips, because I think we got a good amount of those in this whole particular series right now. I mean, the impact from him, something that we can acknowledge, but the bigger picture for me here, Datum, is that Team Stallions from yesterday, I think we can forget about that, man. I mean, they're still one of the top dogs here in the Philippines. The chemistry is still well in check, albeit, right? KLP not on the roster. I don't think I can sweat that too much, right? Because I think Team Stallions are still in good spirits after what happened yesterday. And today was a good reminder of what a full-fledged Team Stallions can do up against any sort of team, right? I mean, that's also considering that they haven't been facing up a local team with Revenge on the roster. But with this kind of performance, I think it's safe to say that it's going to be exciting if we see him again.
Absolutely. I agree with most of the things you said there, Ramon, except for one. The one fact that they lost to Execution. I don't think Stallions can forget that just yet, and are using it as fuel to take down everyone in their path. It's just unfortunate for Veteran that they're the first one up in that flamey road that Stallions are building up straight to the grand finals, but it's nice to see Stallions fired up and motivated yet again. I mean, it might be the wake-up call that Team Stallions need, right? That they're not as invincible as they thought they might be, and that just puts more motivation, I hope, to the players and the staff behind Team Stallions, right? But nonetheless, Veteran unable to put up a fight. There's some improvements that I definitely can credit them for, Veteran, and I hope we see more of that heading deeper into Masters.
Hey, that's true, right? I mean, we've seen Fires actually make fire with his AK-47 and just rain hellfire up against these players on Stallions. But with only a few clips in the magazine, there's only a little bit that you can do, especially being I'd say one of the players that actually made a lot of huge impact here on the stage. I mean, individually, there's no denying that Veteran have shown the talent. We've seen that in how they qualified over towards SEA Masters through the SEA qualifiers. But it's a different stage in a different form if you're facing up against the Filipino teams. And unfortunate from them, they faced up against the top dog themselves, right? But hopefully, in the next time that we see Veteran, those improvements do come to light. As we now wrap up this 2-0 Team Stallions, we're gonna move it over to the panel. Mochi and Bipolar, I hope you guys are having a wonderful time.
You know what, Ramon? Every single day that we are here in this broadcast, we'll always have a wonderful time. And thank you for that one. And you know what? For this one, again, still the discussions are still ongoing, and as well as let's put the facts straight here. For Veteran, I feel like in terms of a buffer, instead of in terms of a loading screen, we're still on that maybe 30%-ish that they were already been able to catch up with what is currently happening right now here in the competitive scene and what they should be integrating in their own playstyles. But here for Team Stallions, still the same thing. For Revenge, yes, he is indeed playing super great here, but this is just against Veteran. What else, or what are we expecting once that they face up against the top dogs already?
Yeah, I mean, yes, people are saying this like it's Veteran, a match for styles that is very far away from each other. But I would like to say that we should not discredit Veteran here a little bit compared to what they had before, because I actually saw some improvements here, Mochi, for Veteran in new compound, and this is why this was the decider last time, and now this is why they pick, because they have a lot of plays in this. They realize that Stans will always go for that 4-man push sometimes, or at least go for a compact play here on mid, here on B, here on A. It's always a compact system wherein there's not really a lot of like lurkers, even though Law is in the squad, or even if KLB is here. So they had this like timing na wherein you can definitely see that Veteran has a good breed, even though it stands up against them. And that's what you love to see, right? I mean, we wanted improvement. We're seeing it in full form. And it's also nice to see that the AK is back in the hands of Fires. He's switching from HK to AK-47's mid-roundings, between rounds. So it feels like when you're up against Stallions, you really have to put your full effort here, especially for Veteran. I do love that we also saw some no fear contact plays come in for Veteran, and that clutch up against JJ 2 times, one from Fires and one from Shock, from just using a smoke that was granted by the heavens and immediately just diffusing the bombs. And we always are happy to see that Veterans are smiling even though they're losing up against the like of Styles. But now for Styles sides, Mochi, we saw it's Styles at the end of the day. I'm so happy that Revenge is playing a very slow start though for Revenge, not really getting a lot of kills because it wasn't that aggressive compared to our first map. And I would like to say in the first half, it was a better performance coming in from drones, the sniper of Veteran. But as Revenge was able to cater to himself and they were on the GR side, we saw the classic Revenge using the USPs, using the snipers, and going for quick scopes every time.
Yep, and again, I feel like it is worthy highlighting that Veteran is really keen on celebrating their small wins, which is definitely something that we value as well, given your observations from how they actually played against Team Stallions earlier on. And here for Team Stallions, again, pretty good performance. I feel like they just gave a bit more rounds away here for Veteran once that we head onto our second map, but again, still dominating as ever, as how we may know them. And I do think that after yesterday, that would be just fueling the fire, similar to what Datum has been able to mention earlier on. They won't be able to forget that anytime soon, and instead they might be just racking up all those giggle, if I may say, once that we head on forward, especially once that we're in EWC, which I do think that it is already safe to say that they will be there. I think. So
It's pretty early, but yeah.
yeah, I feel like that's already kind of a given, no? So, yeah, let's see. And again, I am wondering what would be the status of veteran once that they face up against their own TARINGBABI as we proceed here in our schedule. And I am also curious what will happen if Team Stallion face up against Fervid, because I think that would be quite of a really, really interesting matchup after all of the performances and as well as the recent growth that we witnessed from individual players from Fervid as well.
Yeah, now, Oji, as we look at the highlights, right, we saw big plays coming from both sides. On the BL side, actually, pretty interesting that STS getting a lot of coverage. But that's, of course, brought to you by Veteran just pushing every time once they read the field that, ooh, no one's here on long B, no one's here on long, or we should push and go for the backstab play. That's why Shock and EV9 is always getting these kills in the backside of Stallions, and they're always surprised, right? And despite giving a lot of praise towards Stallions, somehow the complacency and the timing was just sometimes good for Veteran, but they always come back with the aim and the discipline in play. We saw a lot of rounds at Mochi where in executions were still imperfection, but again, looking at it, first half was amazing for Drones, for Veteran, and for the Roseo teams. That was the round where in Shock actually got a defuse by holding it up against JJ that was spamming through the smoke. And Fires with the AK is pretty nice. But now here comes Revenge with the TRG and it's STS. And what can you say? It's just perfection every time.
Yep, couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned, and it seems like Revenge is definitely making his own way of contribution to the team, regardless of the fact that he's just been recently adapted in here. So I think that is quite of a plus here for Team Stallions as well. And another plus here for Veteran is, as you have mentioned, they're getting a bit more crafty. They're being a bit more creative with the setups that they're having, and as well as a bit of mid-round calling in the mix, which is wonderful to see. But here is a kind of a summary that we have here for both Veteran and Team Stallions. Earlier on, we have 400% ratings. Now we have 3. Not that it is impacting them so far because they're still performing superb, but here for Veteran, again, it is still quite on the negative side in terms of KDs, but I do hope that we can see greater statistics from them as we proceed.
Yeah, hopefully you're right. But one thing is for sure, they did not break through their performance up against Stans from the recent, because I believe it was 10-3 or 10-2, then 10-5. So with Veteran not really getting a lot of rounds, but getting a lot of improvements, you have to weigh the odds, right? And you have to weigh whatever should be better for Veteran. And Drones, amazing performance, but for Team Stallions, it's a 3-piece with 100% rating. KLB, the IGL, getting those skills in his bag. Kano activating as well with 10 headshots for Revenge. One hell of a sniper emoji. And now, our MVP, none other than IGL, it's KLB.
And it seems like he definitely deserves this with a 4.25 KD and 67% smokes per round and over 50% headshot per kill. I mean, definitely they're just in their element, just performing, and I feel like he became a bit loose as well for this one, providing a bit more freedom for every single one of them here in the map of New Compound, and I think it is quite evident that they're just wrecking havoc all across the space here. And even just finishing it off with a 10-2. So congratulations here for Team Stallions, and it's nice that we've been able to see them perform at this caliber still. And yeah, I guess for Veteran, nice try, and I hope that they can do a bit better as we head on to their next opponent.
Yeah, hopefully this is just a lesson, right, for Veteran that, hey, you woke up, but you had to stand up after waking up from the bed of Rosea team. So, Veteran, big ups to you guys, big effort, but with Stallions doing this kind of amazing performance, what can we say? It's just Stallions being the best.
And look at this. Our match
Ooh.
MVP is still KLB. Alright, still staying true with 100% rating as well. I mean, if it's not Kano, it's either KLB or Loy, right? And that we be able to see the KLB in this lobby just being the beast that he is. Well, dude, it's just very, very much a proud moment for them for sure.
Yeah, I mean now KLB, we can also revert languages now. KLB, nakuha nga siya dito ng 100% rating for, I guess, 2 maps, right? Kasi if I remember, it was just JJ with a 70% win
Yes.
rating, or 73
Both maps.
rating to be exact, right? For both maps. So KLB, kakaibang ginawa niya dito. Again, IGLs right now, Mochi, no? Not KLB, but for every kind of IGL right now sa CrossFIRE Philippines, they're frying. They're getting the shots
Everyone,
in.
yeah.
And ito pa yung interesting na Mochi. If Revenge is a, KLB's not holding an A site alone with the TRG kasi yun yung signature playstyle nila kapag sub-base eh. You put KLB alone on A because you know the IGL can at least get focus with the TRG as long as nandyan si Loy or si Kano sa may second mid. But KLB, despite the recent changes in positions in these certain maps, he's still trying. He can still frag out dito sa may MR even though he's just using the HK. And I feel like mas napagaan din dito yung laban for KLB kasi nga meron naman ditong Revenge on the other side.
Yes, and I'm pretty curious din siguro, no, if it is still the si KLB na merong soul calling na ginagawa dito o meron na rin bang involvement dito si Revenge in this particular series, or do they plan on integrating that as well in the future? Pero I feel like prepared na ang ating interview desk ngayon, kaya naman tawagan na natin ang kanilang nag-iisang coach, Coach Tanks, dito sa ating table ngayon. Kamusta naman, Coach Tanks? It's been a while and welcome back po dito, no, sa ating desk, and congrats ito, no, sa kuha na tong inyong serye against veteran. Maaari ba namin kumustahin kayo?
Hello, Mochi. Hello, Bipolar. Good evening na, no? Okay naman. Okay naman yun. And we're looking forward for the other matches pa.
Okay.
Good to know.
Coach Tax, we do have some questions here, no? Siguro, coming into this game muna up against veteran, no? I would like to see na parang, as the coach, sa coach's POV, may nakita ka bang parang improvements up against veteran? Kasi, syempre, mas napadali ngayon yung laban compared to your matchup before, nung group stage ng match spring. Mas yun na puntos dito ng veteran. Pero parang, mas nagulat ba kayo na parang, uy, palagi kami nababackstab dito sa may new compound. There was a lot of times that they were sometimes getting read, palagi na force yung mga 1v1s. What happened there sa new compound?
If being brutally honest, hindi pwede maging benchmark yung laban namin today eh. Kasi knowingly na baguhan yung indoor team, yung kalaban namin sa tournaments. Medyo pagi yung medyo pag style yung laro eh. So hindi siya talaga totally paano ba ipuput? Siguro hindi siya ganun ka-intense kaya hindi I'm not gonna say we're not trying pero I mean it's obvious, kita naman.
Yeah. Kumbaga, it's not like the usual nitty-gritty, kumbaga, no, Coach Tanks, na kalimitan yung dinadanas dito sa ating group stage. So, actually, I am pretty curious din, siguro, ask ko na rin dito, now that you have Revenge in the team, is there like some moments wherein he also takes parts sa calling natin, or it is still the sole responsibility ito ni KLB?
Sa part na yan, gaya na sabi ko kanina, dahil hindi masyado intense yung game kanina. Hindi ko pa siya mag-gauge eh. So medyo dahil medyo pagi yung style ng laro. Kita nyo naman, lumulus yung mga bata. And try na i-duel yung veteran. Hanggang sa parang ma-outmatch sa dueling. Kaya hindi ko masagot ng diretso, Mochi, kasi hindi pa siya parang hindi pa siya pwedeng maging benchmark ng game namin. Sorry, pero that's
It's
how
okay,
it is.
it's okay.
Yeah.
I think it just needs more time, no, Coach?
Yeah. Okay. Coach Tanks, one more. I feel like I have two more questions, no? Pero isa muna
Sige,
dito.
sige.
Since
Go
the
ahead.
intensities weren't that high, no, coming into this matchup against veteran, balik tayo sa mas malaking intense matchup. I would like to give you a little bit of throwback or rewind lang, no? Matchup against Execration Cup. Big questions up against for you and as well as the teams, lalo sa ating mga community as well as sa pool. What happened this year? Why did this happen? And nangyari din yun sa new compound. Dun pa it's another parang backlash eh. Nagalit nga dito yung Stallions. Unang kalaban nyo pa veteran, which is pretty unlikely para sa kanila. Pero give me your thoughts. What happened doon sa match nyo up against Execution?
We lost we lost at least 3 or 4 rounds na
Yes.
lamang kami sa tao. So mga 5v3, 4v2s. And I give props sa XA kasi yung individuals nila nag-step up eh. If babalikan natin, there are a few rounds, yung mga 2-3 na isang player nila tumatatlo or na umaapat sa amin eh. So I mean like kahit lamang kami sa tao, if the
Yeah.
players are hitting their shots, doon kami nadali eh. And at the same time, siguro we need better executions din, no? Kasi if like parang i-gauge ko yung mismo laban kahapon, neck and neck siya eh. Kumbaga,
Very.
it could have
It
went
is.
either way, eh, diba? So, pero nga, it went on excess way. Congrats to them, props to them, GG's to them. Pero, yan we will be better. Yeah, surely. Pero, obviously, ano siya, was it like hurtful or devastating to us? Probably, sabihin na, hindi naman like totally devastating kasi first game pa lang naman siya ng season eh. Pero syempre, unlikely yung feeling eh. Kasi 2 seasons na kaming, tama ba? Correct me if I'm wrong ah. Pero 2 seasons na kaming hindi natatalo ng series eh.
23, ano daw yun eh, last time na nabasa namin or na-review namin.
Tama, 23 win
first
streak.
23 win streak, 23
Yes.
series win streaks. Hanggang sa siguro it's just a setback for us, I have to say, no. And post pa nga ako, sabi ko gasolina lang yan. Plus gasoline sa amin to be
Yes.
better. And ano yan,
That's true.
pampadagdag apoy.
Okay.
Dagdag ito.
Add ko lang, no, Coach Tanks and Mochi, I'm sorry a little bit here, no?
Go.
Pero Coach Tanks, I would like to add, no, kasi, you know, we talked before, right? We talked na domination is not really in terms of yung player count, yung player kills, you know, kailangan manalo palagi. Domination comes in preparation.
Yes.
Domination comes in team practice, and domination comes in execution as well.
Yes.
Pero bakit, I would like to ask you, new compound, para sa mapa ng coach ni Coach Tanks and as well as ng Team Stallions, it has been very testing kumbaga, no, kasi parang Eagle Eye, Sub-Base, Ankara, yan yung pinaka-focus ng Stallions for the past times, pero new compound nilagay nyo na yan. Why was the preparations nag-end up na palaging B-push mostly? And multiple times you ended up dying, the players ended up in a 1v1, 2v2 situation na parang hindi talaga lamang sa inyo, and you said it quite clearly, 3v5 still losing in the aim battle. Bakit may hyperfixation last time Stallion sa B-side ng
To answer that quickly, siguro the spacing wasn't there. Kasi parang nagla-line up yung mga players ko eh. In a sense na ang dali nilang patayin dun sa isang angle. Kumbaga kahit naka-steady lang yung nagbabantay. Yung spacing siguro. Well, possibly ano rin siya, parte rin siya ng ng bad com siguro na ako muna, ikaw sunod, yung ganun. It happens. It happened na actually last night. Pero we'll try to be better on that part. And I have to say, we played like not a great game last night. We played good. And XA played on a great level na hindi namin na nasabayan obviously kasi talo nga kami. So yun. And then again, banggitin ko lang individual sila. Yun. Nag-work.
It was just the day para sa individual playstyle.
Makikita nyo naman kahit i-replay niya yan. I mean like
Yes.
Justin was hitting the 3 kills, CBN was doing CBN stuff, you know. And
Every single one of them.
every single one of them.
Grabe.
I mean, we're trying too. hindi naman din kami papahuli pagdating sa barilan, but by the end of the day, diba? It's an FPS game. Barilan ang CROSSFIRE, who ends up
True.
diba, winning the fights. Yun naman nanalo. So, yeah.
Totoo. And this one, Coach Tanks, I'm just pretty curious for your perspective in this one. Do you think that si Yotib na ang nawawalang pyesa dito ng execration coming from the eyes of a coach?
It's too early to say that. It's just one game. Siyempre, malalaman natin yung consistency ng bata. Pero obviously, he played good yesterday, last night. Pero siyempre, in order for us to gauge or parang to judge a player is yung level of consistency na all throughout the tournament. Diba?
Ilang laro pa.
Last coach.
Yes.
Ilang laro pa? Simula pa lang naman. Siguro last question ko na talaga. No, coach.
Sige,
coach.
Good,
ano yun?
Good lang.
Ano yung expiration? Sige, may sasabihin ka eh.
Hindi. Okay lang. Sige na.
Okay. Eto na, sige. Going back to your team, no, Coach Tangs. I'm sorry to cut you off there. Pero, ito yung mga tanong ng mga tao ngayon, even for us here sa ating mga caster pool natin and sa mga talents. When will Revenge play again? Kasi, syempre, we're still checking out KLP Revenge, right? Is it only up against Rosette teams na maglaro sa Revenge para testing lang? Is there another time na may kita natin sa Revenge with Stallions pero Filipino team naman pala?
We'll cross the bridge when we get there.
Okay. I like it, Coach.
Valid answer. And I guess it's about time, no, Coach Tang? Shoutout na lahat ng gusto niyo shoutout. And pasalamatan lahat ng gusto mo pasalamatan. The floor is yours.
Number one, gusto ko pasalamatan si Lord sa laging paggabay sa amin. Sa inyo, sa Prod, Mochi, Bipolar, sa mga analysts, sa casters, sa bubuo ng TNC Prod. And thank you. Thank you kay Boss Chris na lagi nandyan. Suporta. Kay Dizel, Team Stallions. Thank you. Sa mga boys, kay Dolph, pati, tsaka sa mga nakasupport sa amin, sa asawa ko, siya kay ㍍MATTJESS, kay Mami na lagi yun. Tsaka sa mga supporters ng team, hindi na siguro wala na sugarcoat. Pasensya na kung na-disappoint namin kayo kagabi. Pero I just wanna tell you guys, yung mga nakasuporta na we're gonna give it our all, our 200% sa mga natitirang laban pa. Yan.
Love that. At maraming salamat sa iyong oras, Coach Tags. Dahil namin agad pinagbabato ng mga tanong sa'yo, pero lahat ng yon na-answer
Podcast
na
yarn.
Sorry na
Podcast
agad.
yarn.
Sobrang naging podcast
Okay,
bigla.
okay.
Nagkaganon lang talaga kami ka-curious sa estado ng STS ngayon kasi syempre, next big thing. At least in our eyes. So, ayun. Maraming salamat, Coach
Okay lang,
Tags.
natuwa nga ako kasi alam ko naman na maraming questions na nakahang eh. Pero gaya ng sabi ko last year sa CFS, kaya masyadong chill muna kayo. We got this.
For sure.
I got this.
Noted yan, Coach Tags. Maraming salamat and good luck
Thank you,
sa mga
Coach.
susunod natin mga laban. For
Bounce
now,
back.
chill na muna
Congrats.
kayo dyan. Pahinga muna kayo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Yun. Goods tayo. Kaya, Bipolar, we learned a
Goods.
lot and garnered a lot from that one.
Yeah, again, thanks and congrats din kay Coach Tang and sa buong Team Stallions, no? Pero we have to digress and we have to move on. Sabi nga ni Coach Tang, relax lang. Kasi simula pa lang naman. At ngayon, mukhang hindi kayo magre-relax kasi nakikita nyo ba sa baba ko? Pati ni Mochi, hindi nakaka-relax yan.
Yes, hindi nga talaga. Especially there's like a bit of a vendetta going on for Vincent and as well as dito sa Virtus.pro, which makes it a bit more interesting for us and a bit more
Of course.
spicier dito. And this particular matchup, no? Ang lala naman talaga ng ating schedule na ngayon. So, I guess for now, kami magpapahinga muna at mamaya abangan ninyo kasi meron tayong mga i-feature na mga hot takes maya-maya. But for now, in a few minutes, magbabalik tayo for our last series. May patansya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back dito. It is still the CFS SEA Masters 2026 summer, no? Na kung saan
Yes.
kanina, no, nakita natin nanalo ang Team Acceptance against TARINGBABI and as well as Team Stallions scoring 2-0 against Veteran. So this time, it will be quite of a different one, no? Natapos na yung ating Rosy teams, mga kapwa mga Pilipino na ang maglalaban ngayon. It is going to be Virtus.pro versus ~MATTJESS to seal off ang ating second day.
Ito na nga, may kita natin tong dalawang matchup na to na very much matindi. Kasi maraming usapan yan later on. No? Pero mamaya na lang natin yun.
Yes, and for now, magchichikahan muna tayo dito, no? At papakinggan natin kung ano ang meron from our community. And for now, tawagan na natin ang ating mga kasama on our desk. Kaya naman, let's call our casters, Siki Pagan as well as El, no? Na makakasama natin para sa ating hot take na segment since we have a lot of free time to spare. So, I feel like it's just right na gamitin natin siya ng tama. So, I guess, Nikki Frog and El, no, start na natin to end, no? Since lagi ko naman kasama si Bipolar, kay El tayo magsa-start the moment na ipakita yung hot take natin down below. Still the same drill tayo dito, no? For mild, hot, spicy, extra spicy, yun ang ating 4 levels and we will just grade them and explain why. Bakit natin ginrade ng ganong tier ang mga hot take na ilalapag dito sa ating lower thirds. G?
Okay.
G. Kaya naman, direct pakita mo na yun, no? I'm pretty sure that there is a lot of very interesting things na makikita dito. Ito ay galing kay CROSSFIRE Radar. Wow. May radar na pala tayo ngayon, no? Need talaga maging honest ng VP. They underestimated atras. Reality check na dapat ngayon sa kanila na all the teams kahit galing impact or qualifiers, hindi dapat minamaliit. Start tayo kay Ed.
I would say, pwede bang mix tayo ng flavors? Kasi there's two opinions na meron ako dito eh. Sabi natin sweet and spicy, no? Yung ating
Love that.
Para sabi natin
Go.
na mild na lang kasi. Mild dahil VP losing to Atras and then VP still getting 3-1. That means Atras got a fluke. I'm gonna say it right there, pare. They beat a VP that was not ready. It doesn't mean na Atras is, oh my goodness, ang lakas na ng Atras. Atras versus Stallions, Atras versus VP. Hindi. They might have been prepared better. Maybe hindi lang araw yun ng Virtus.pro. Coach Shane, Coach 02 would agree siguro na may off days, may on days, STS nga natatalo sa execration, 'di ba? Pero at the same time, sasabihin ko na medyo spicy din to because if Virtus.pro is losing to Atras and Virtus.pro beats everyone except Stallions and yung preparation sila nagkulang, ibig sabihin there is going to be a slight coach difference, no? So, kung hindi kayo ready sa Atras pero after nung Atras nagising kayo, Coach Shane, what went wrong there? Bakit nyo na hinayaan yung Atras na makascore sa inyo? Yes, the timers were there, but were they effective? Was the preparation effective? Were the maps good for you guys? And what is going on in the Virtus.pro camp? Yun siguro yung spicy level ko dito sa ating hot take. No? So, overall, okay naman, pero still, ang masabi ko lang, discerning eye lang ang kailangan natin dito in the next games.
In my personal perspective, that is lead questions din na inalapag dito ni El. There's already this recurring theme even all the way back on spring that always tend to give away maps sa mga regardless kung sino yung kanila makatapat dito. So I think that is also something na malalaman natin, no, for VP as time goes by. But how about you, Sneaky Frog?
Ayun nga, no, I am of the same belief na, the Atras game, obviously, you would describe it as quote-unquote a fluke, no? Pero at the same time, I feel like a very underprepared VP should still be able to beat a team like Atras. So, ayun nga, no? There's a lot of factors kind of flying around. Ayun nga, what was happening to VP that day was a communication breaking down, hindi connected yung mga players natin. So, yun nga, I feel like I would give this a spicy. Ayun nga, I feel like Atras was a very nice reality check nga para dito sa VP to not be underprepared, no, dito sa mga ibang teams natin. But at the same time, I feel like yun nga, no, just like per usual dito sa Virtus.pro, yung kanilang downfall medyo overstated dito. So I feel like may asset pa naman yung VP natin, but yun nga, maybe it was just a moment of weakness para sa kanila. So I would put it on spicy lang.
Alright, spicy daw from Sneaky Frog. Paano naman ikaw, Bipolar?
Ako kasi mas spicy, no? Pero ito, just because dito sa second sentence niya na they underestimated Atras. Because we talk, tayo naman dito on the desk, no? We talk with Shane back and forth, si Coach 02 off the broadcast. And one of the questions na nakausap natin to, or one of the questions na nabigay natin to is, may mga teams ba na kinakatakutan dito ng Atras? May mga target nga ba yun? And masasagot ni Shane yan para sa'yo, CrossFIRE Radar, no? Na kasi here, sabi niya, we view every team as just another obstacle on our path. That has been our mentality since day one. We've hit some slippery slopes along the way, and that is Atras. Isa na yun sa parang big bump in the road. But we stay grounded and committed to our ultimate goal, becoming world champions, kasi everyone is a target until the trophies are. So I feel like, yes, it is a big bump in the road dito yung Atras, but they don't underestimate teams. Siguro yun nga. It's just an off day mula dito sa ating Virtus.pro. That's why sa akin, spicy lang.
Okay. Ako naman, for me, it's just mild. Same case in point, no? Earlier on that there's already multiple times na nabibigay nga sila ng mapa dito, nabibigay din sila ng mga laro, pero at the same time, I don't think that it is indeed underestimation nga. Parang it's like a combination sa sinabi ni Bipolar as well as TL. And here for Atras though, they just show na talagang iba ang ma-offer nila dito, no, sa ating scene so far, which is definitely wonderful, and I hope that we can see more of them soon. Pero again, no, VP, I feel like CrossFIRE Radar, magiging valid yung sinabi mo if it's not just focused siguro kay Atras specifically. Siguro if it's more generalized, I feel like it would be a bit more accurate, no, with the current status of what VP is right now. So, maraming salamat CrossFIRE Radar for putting your insights dito, no, sa ating hot take na segment, at I do think that we will check ang ating next one. At kanino naman kaya galing
Extra
ito?
spice.
Malalaman natin yan, no? O ito ay galing kay Ezekiel Paul Ganzon. Last time na mag-top 4 nitong matches, sobrang bad move ang pagkuha kay Yecha. Ooh. Hindi siya
Extra
nakapagambag ng maayos sa laban nila sa Fervid. 115 ang standing niya sa map 3. Ayun, talo. For me, just because of the way sa kung paano niya nirelay yan, kalmahan mo, Ezekiel. That is extra spicy for me. How about you, Bipolar?
Para sa akin, extra spicy to, no? Pero kasi iba ang handa na Bipolar, masasagot ko to ng mabilisan mula sa words mismo ni Jason, mula dito sa matches. Yes, yan, nakapag top 4 ang matches with their past roster. Pero kasi, feeling ko naman hindi bad move na
Hindi naman.
nandito si Yecha. Yecha is a powerhouse. Pro player yan at the end of the day. Yes, we cannot doubt, no? Ito hindi ko madedefend dito si Yecha. It's a 115 scoreline, the worst possible scoreline in any kind of pro dito sa group stage natin. Yes, dito pa lang, pero mas maganda pa yung napakita dito ng ating players mula sa veteran as well as dito sa ating TARINGBABI. But ito naman sinabi ng ating buong matches, no, na they believe immediately that this is the best or the better version of matches dahil may chemistry na sila. It's not just a one-man team na kumakalaban sa isang buong team. It's still 5-man, no? So despite Yecha garnering this kind of like scoreline, well, look at the bigger picture. Kinaya ba ng match at the end of the day? Ginusto ba nila na mangyari ganito kay Yecha? No. But tignan mo naman, no? It's still matches, hindi lang naman si Yecha yung problema. If si Yecha yung problema, well, I feel like natapalan nila. So para sa akin, extra spicy pa din.
Tsaka doon na rin yung point na magsa-step up yung kanyang mga kasama dito if something is not actually entirely working in one part dito sa kanilang team. How about you, Sneaky Frog?
I wouldn't say it's a bad move. It's more like kulang, kumbaga, yung dinagdag dito ng matches. Kasi, yun nga, no, one of the main reasons why kung bakit ang lakas ni Yecha last season was because his connection with Yobes, no? Dito sa kanilang frontline on the side of QRD. And I feel like kung ma-separate mo kasi yung dalawang players na yun who already have pre-existing na chemistry dito, it is already a bad idea. Kaya nung sinasabi ko sa off-season or sinasabi ko behind the scenes, even without the broadcast, sinasabi ko, no, if you want to take Yecha on your team, kailangan mo kunin Yobes.
Yeah,
Hindi yun nangyari. Nag-separate yung dalawang players na yun. And I feel like, yun nga, Yecha is probably still on this adjustment period, no, of trying to get used to itong si Ninkyu. Kasi Ninkyu, granted na he is playing that exact same role, no, pero he is playing, let's just say, a wildly different playstyle kumpara ka dito kay Yobes, who's more, I would say, more assertive, no, kumpara sa kanyang gameplay. And ayun nga, I feel like it is an extra spicy take. It's definitely a take that's valid, no, na meron siyang data to actually back him up in this one. But I feel like Yecha is still in his adjusting phase dito sa ating matches. And ayun nga, he will definitely get used to a player like itong si Ninkyu, pare. If not, ayun nga, no, that might just be matches out of playoffs.
Yes, and I feel like we can use it's still early at isang game pa lang naman yun nangyayari kay Yecha na card, no, to Ezekiel. So, there might be some time naman na in the near future, if ito talagang mangyari, baka doon tuluyan maging tunay, itong hot take niya, maging fact na. Pero how about you, El?
Okay, so si Paul, no, may sinasabi siya ditong malupit na hot take. Pero for me, guys, this is just spicy. Why? Sige, pagbigyan natin na si Yecha 115 standing niya sa map 3. Let me give you more examples. KLP during the spring season in many maps, right? CBN, Ankara, dito nung kailalaban nila STS kahapon, right? One of the examples. And of course, siguro sa Fervid din, I would just say MZ during the Swiss stage, right? So of course, as a team, no, in a team setting, someone will always tank the deaths and someone will garner the kills. Natalo sila, oo, pero hindi dahil kay Yecha. Natalo sila because they got outstratted and outwitted dito ng Fervid. So sige, spicy pagbigyan natin na si Yecha, pwedeng maging problema pag naging reoccurring team to, kapag tuloy-tuloy yung mga negative KDs niya, kapag nakita natin na wala siyang naambag. Pero then again guys, kung ganyan yung pagtingin nyo kay Yecha, tingnan nyo din yung ibang teams. Hanapin nyo sino yung butas, kasi kapag nahanap nyo, okay, pare-parehas lang pala sila na may talagang tumatangke ng KD at meron talagang kumukuha ng kills. At syempre, hanapin mo na yung humahanap ng kills, sila Vincent, sila Jason, sila Zach, di ba? Yun. So, okay lang na tangkay ni Yecha, basta may sumasalo pero natalo sila. So, spicy.
Yeah, kumbaga, I think we can boil this down into, tao din naman si Yecha. Grabe ka naman, Ezekiel. Kalmahan mo, no? An off day is an off day. Okay, an off day is an off day. Pero, again, if this continues, legit na yung sinabi mo. So, let us see ang ating next hot take. Kanino naman kaya galing ito? We're gonna check it out. It is from Brit's Honor. Wow. Parang ganda naman pangalan niya. Gusto ko yun. May aura. Umasa tuloy si Zero niyan kasi natalo na ang STS. Mangangarap sila na matalo din nila ang STS. With capital, ha 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 ha.
Feels more like a slight more than anything.
I can take this one.
Sige, go. Sa'yo muna.
Go for it, Del.
Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but sa side daw kay Zero to dito. Hindi siya umaasa siya, no? As a coach myself, right, you guys know this. As a coach myself, I will acknowledge na when a team that I want to beat loses, I can now understand how that team that beat them won, right? So for Zero to, hopeful is not the key word. It's more like taking the chance, taking the lenses na paano natalo ng execution yung STS at paano ko magagamit to para sa team ko, no? So mild lang to para sa akin kasi sige, sabihin natin there will be STS fans out there na with a bit of ire towards the VP squad, no? Pero that's to be expected. May mga VP fans din naman na may ire din sa STS squad, pero at the end of the day, this is the mind of VP that you will be talking about. And this guy, as much as he is vocal, no, the guy that we love is vocal, he is going to be prepared with the cards up his sleeve.
Yeah, that is true. And agahan ko na rin siguro yung akin, mild lang din sa akin, no? Kasi gusto kong isupport yung sinabi ni El dito, yung fact na, again, seeing those types of weaknesses, it can unlock more information din, no, in the eyes of a coach. And I am pretty sure that Zeroto would be using the most out of that footage, yung VOD na meron tayo from yesterday, to go out his way and try and think through what can be used there, no? The moment na sila nang magkatapat. There's still a lot of time because they'll be facing up against at the end of their schedule pa. So next month pa, no, Brits. And I guess we can proceed. How about you, Sneaky Frog?
I would say mild lang, in all honesty. Ayun nga, no, looking from a coach's mindset, right? Ayun nga, from L as well, I also have my fair share of a bit of a coaching experience siguro. Granted, this is the assistant type, no? Pero you could say na that is also, yun nga, no, the moment you see weakness in your enemy, just like what L said, that is the perfect time to strike, no? Since meron na kayong framework, basically, kung paano talunin yung team na to. Paano talunin itong STS, right? And yung responsibilidad na lang dito ni 02, how will I move the pieces exactly like execration in order to kind of get the exact same result? So, I really feel like it's not just itong si 02 who's actually thinking this. You should also be thinking na, ayun nga, the coaches of MATTJESS and coaches dito na, coaches na, Kuya Aris especially, ayun nga, Nice Katol will probably be watching that VOD over and over again para lang makita talaga kung paano nga ba natalo ng luma kong team itong STS, and can I apply this to Fervid, especially considering how Fervid is looking so good right now pagdating sa kanilang form. So, ayun nga, STS, you are it's basically like a deer shot in the leg, and they are now looking for the finishing kill dito at this point, pero we'll see.
We'll see indeed. Ito naman si Bipolar, parang kanina ka pa nang gigigil sumagot. Sige, go.
Kasi
Ano ba
ayokong
yan?
maging huli yung statement sa akin, Mochi. Pero para kasi sa akin, mad lang din to. Ang una kasi pumasok sa isip ko, sobrang nakakatawa. Brit's Honor, bakit nasa isip mo palagi si 02 pag may nangyayari pag si STS, man? Come on, it's parang gumagana tuloy yung mga mantra, pati mga ginagawa ni 02 dito up against the STS fans. Nare-rage bait siyang ginagawa. Na-rage bait ka, Brit's Honor, nang walang ginagawa si Shane, kahit walang ginagawa si 02. But think about this, na parang, yes, L, sinabi niya nga dito, in terms of a coach's perspective, yes, parang siguro pwedeng parang umaasa. Of course, lahat ng team ngayon naasa kasi may butas na sa number 1. And if you think about this, bakit pa sumali mga teams kung hindi naman nila target na maging number 1 din? So, why are you saying na bakit VP lang? Fervid is there, just like what Sneaky Frog there. MATTJESS is there as well. Even Execration. Nakahanap sila yung una nakagawa ng breaking code doon. How can they replicate that again kapag nagkita na ulit sila sa playoffs? If ever man mangyari yun. And, hindi lang naman yan dito sa local scene. Team Stallions, these 5 players or 6 players and a coach is not just a local team. They are international levels. Iba ang garnering dito ng atensyon ng Team Stallions. Pwede yan basahin ng ibang teams. Lahat ng teams ngayon sa buong mundo umaasa na matalo rin nila yung Stallions sa upcoming EWC. So, hindi lang MVP, bad lang sa akin.
Yeah, and there's even rich material to back that up, no, Polar, no? Grabe, sobrang daing materials na pwede pag-aralan ng mga teams dyan outside Philippines as well. So, I think parang sakto lang na nilagay kita sa dulo, no? Kasi biro mo, gusto ko yung nangyayari dito sa hot takes natin kasi other than the hot takes that we're grading them and then saying our insights, may halong pang call out na rin. In a good way naman. So, let's see kung ano ang meron para sa ating next hot take dito. Direct, you can pwede mo nang hugutin yan at ipakita dito. Galing to kay Marin Tops, 65-85. Let's be real. Wow, ayan na. Let's be real. STS VP streak in the top 2 is hitting a dead end this season. Either teams are showing vulnerability since the qualifying stage, so it's not surprising if one of these teams will drop to lower placements. You know what? I love these types of perspectives though kasi legit to, no? So I guess paano ko ba gigradean to? For me kasi para siyang mild siya kasi hindi siya hot take, totoo siya. At extra spicy siya kasi dahil din sa fact na totoo siya. Alam mo yon, pero sige, mild na lang, no? Doon tayo sa non-biased. So, how about you, Bipolar?
Ako sa akin, mild lang din to, Moch. And I feel like advocate na ako matagal ever since I joined CrossFire, no? Na parang whoever is at the top, I want them to lose. Because losing, the number 1 team losing and the number 2 team losing means that everybody is in the esports or in the ecosystem of CrossFire is improving. Diba? So, ako, I've said this very beforehand and I do agree with you on that Marine Top, kaya mild yung sa akin. Kasi it's not really hitting a dead end sa season na to. Siguro, I mean, we're talking about this every time sa ating mga panel, pa rin sa mga cases na nakakahabol lang talaga ating mga teams. It's not really a dead end kasi STS and VP, hindi pa nila nakakamit dito yung number 1 spot sa international region natin. At yun naman yung target nila every time, hindi lang tong trophy sa Masters, pati na rin sa mga local scenes. No? So I feel like, yes, you are right, but it's not just that. Feeling ko talagang lumalakas yung teams natin. Look at Forbid.
True. And execution as well, no? I feel like yun din yung maganda dito, no? Seeing the top dogs lose just means that the system is working. The ecosystem is working, no? Matakot ka pagka yung mga top dogs natin, sila na lang yun nandun. Kasi it means nothing is growing, nothing is working, nothing is innovating, which is a bad sign para dito sa scene natin dito locally and internationally din because our reputation will suffer na rin as a whole. Pero how about you, Sneaky Frog?
You know what? I don't have to use like a local example for this actually. Para dito sa STS and VP. Let's go back, let's roll it back dito sa ating 2022-2023 pare. It was AG and Baisha. AG and Baisha, AG and Baisha, AG and Baisha, AG and Baisha.
And then?
I'm asleep, man. It's boring. Pero, ayun nga, it got exciting when Evolution Power out of nowhere winning the entire thing as the 4th seed ng China. That is where the exciting CrossFire is at, not in the top 2. As much as I would love to name itong STS VP of being the greatest rivalry to ever come across dito sa CrossFire Philippines, but I feel like yun nga, no, stuff is a bit more exciting when Fervid is also in that conversation, or MATTJESS or Execration is also in that conversation, and you can also see yung tangible na improvement, no, galing sa baka ibang teams ever since the yung canon event na nangyari nung CFS 2023 when we bombed out sa group stage and yun nga Evolution Power won everything, no, parang pakiramdam na mga teams na it's not just these top teams that have a chance na makasungkit talaga ng tropeo dito sa international. It is every single team that is entering yung local and also yung international natin. So yun nga, it's not surprising that STS and VP, they're kind of lowering in terms of yung kanilang quote-unquote lakas, no? But this is also a sign na lumalakas rin yung mga ibang teams dito sa region natin, especially itong Excretion, especially itong Fervid, kasi yun nga, they're slowly approaching that international level, no? But that is also thanks dito sa STS at VP playing so well internationally at nalipat pa nila yung lakas nila dito. So I would say mild.
Yeah, totoo, no? Mild lang talaga. I mean, a competition is a competition, It's no
Natural
longer
progression,
competition.
kumbaga.
It's just gonna be yes. And how about you, El?
I'm gonna go with a spicy level for this one because ako pag binabasa ko itong mga hot takes natin, naka-spicy kagad ako eh. Pero habang binabasa ko, spicy lang to, diba? So, hitting a dead end, not really, no? Because of course, they're gonna be improving. May sinasabi tayong gap between STS, VP, and the rest. Pero never mind the gap. The gap be done, man. It's going smaller. It's getting smaller. And you can see these teams that they're growing at a much faster rate than these two squads, no, than STS and VP. That's why I'm an advocate of the impact teams and that's why I'm an advocate of the middle table as well natin. Kasi nandun mo makikita yung mga plays na alam nilang medyo 50-50 pero itatry nila because somehow that 50-50 pag nakuha nila yung perfect execution at pag nalaman nila na yung aha moment nila dun sa mga ginagawa nila, gagana yan maging 70-30, 80-20 na yung mga executes nila. And I feel like Fervid is the number 1 team to look at for this one, right? I've been saying this when D was playing in the spring season natin, he was playing a bit of an attacker/backup role. I was saying na kailangan siya ilagay sa backup. Lo and behold, doon nakita natin yung mga heads nila kahapon and the roles, backup na si D. Diba? And you can see the improvement. Sure, nakakuha ng mapa si MATTJESS, pero then again, that's MATTJESS improving, getting the right pieces, no? So, this is going to be a bit of a spicy take because sure, nandyan pa rin sila sa lead. Pero I'm going to say guilty until proven wrong. No? guilty until proven wrong na, sige, SSVP nandiyan pa rin sila hanggang matalo. No? Kaya spicy pa lang sa akin. They can be stopped, they might not be, pero that is up for this summer season natin to show.
I would like to add though as well, no, before we head on to the next one. For the entire talent pool here, siguro especially me, we're not haters of STS and VP, pero we're just open for someone to get better as well. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, everyone is better. Everyone sa CROSSFIRE Philippines is better. Yun lang.
Yeah, we're not biased on any teams. We're biased to the storyline. We're
Yeah.
slaves to the storyline. Wala kayong magagawa. That's what it is.
Bias ako sa mga mali na ginagawa niyo kasi I'm watching.
Oh my gosh! Si bro ay nagbabanta. Wait, chill. That one, guys. Again, we're all for all the storylines that we're seeing here and how they interlap with each other, no? Like, yung mga nangyayari na may mga nagbabalik, may mga bago, may mga lumilipat, mga nawawala, tas biglang babalik, no? Biglang yung mga hindi mo inaakala, those types of things. Always ang inaabangan ng community. At syempre, pati na rin kami. So, let us check ang ating next na hot take. Kanina naman ito. Let us see. Ayun! Galing ito kay Miguel Rivera. Eto na ba yung season na hindi na magiging choker ang Exe dahil nanalo sa STS? At dahil dyan, unahin natin si Bipolar.
Bakit ba kayo nag-comment ng Exe? Bakit ba kayo nag-comment ng Exe? Ako tuloy nalalagay dito. At the end of the day, I love Exe and I think everyone knows that naman na. But I would, sa akin, mild lang to. But to answer this question mula kay Miguel Rivera, I feel very unlikely. Execution is still in the building process. And they can choke out on the next round.
Sounds good.
They're good. They're a good team. Exe is one of my best rooting for teams, no? And I feel like even ZYK would answer this into his full heart na parang choking can happen anytime. And feeling ko mas mataas lang talaga yung probability kapag execution yun. So, with them winning STS, good job. Pero hindi yun yung benchmark para masabing hindi na sila yung mag-choke or kaya na nilang i-clear out yung buong stage natin sa group stage.
I see. At dahil po dyan, spicy po sa sinabi ni Bipolar. Si Miguel pala ang ginagradean natin. So, mild lang din, no? Mild lang din for me. I feel like, hindi na magiging choker. Lagyan natin ng underline yan, no? Parang, ang hirap sabihin, no, Miguel? Kasi may mga times naman din kasi na kahit na sabihin natin that it looks like they are choking, pero it's just that magaling lang talaga yung katapat nila. So, I think we need to take that into account as well. Pero, other than that, no, how about you naman, Sneaky Frog? Ano ang masasabi mo sa binanggit ni Miguel?
Yeah, I would still put this at around spicy. Siguro. I think as much as I would love to say na team Execution has definitely gotten through their hump of choking, no, dito sa ating baka ibang mga games, but I still did notice in that STS series that there's a lot of moments na ayun nga, they just kind of crumbled under the huge pressure ng STS na pinagtatapon nila, no, dito sa mapa na yun. So I would say that, you know, Execration, I feel like until you beat Virtus.pro, I think hindi pa rin matatanggal yung pangalan nila sa inyo. Kasi, ayun nga, if you cannot go 2-4-0 dito sa mga top teams natin, then ayun nga, that moniker will still be there. And yun nga, I feel like if Execration can take out Virtus.pro in a convincing fashion, then ayun nga, they could probably shake that one off. Pero you still have the factor of playoffs as well, no? Kaya madaming moving pieces, kumbaga yung statement na to.
We'll know it when we get there, I guess, no? Kumbaga, sa basis sinabi ni Sneaky Frog, too early to say, no, Miguel? Pero how about you, El?
I would say this one is mild, no? Kasi siguro si Miguel Rivera, daig pa si Bipolar sa pagiging Exe super fan na nirarank niya Execration as a top team talaga
tinanggal
No,
kasi.
na matatalo sila lagi, 'di ba? Ganun lagi iniisip dito ni Miguel Rivera. Feel ko lang, no.
I'm sorry.
At dahil doon, Miguel Rivera, spicy ka sa akin. Pero yung statement mo, let's be
Mad.
honest, guys. Execration is an upper tier team, not the highest tier team, right? They're bound to make mistakes sometime here and there. So if you are thinking na mag-choke ang Exe, well, I can't blame you. But to feel that just beating STS, sana wag na sila mag-choke, there will be fumbles. How do I say that? For example, some of their players are not yet activated, CBN on map 1. Sometimes MPA's calling is a bit off as well. No, Yoteb, as much as he's an upgrade, will have his 50-50 moments. No, consistency can be found in Paul X and Fall X, pero then again, this is group stage Paul. No, so sure, upper tier team sila. They are prone to choke. Pero to say na dahil natalo na nila STS, pwede na sila mag-rank 1. Yun nga, sinabi ni Sneaky, may VP pa, may Fervid pa. At yun yung kailangan natin tutukan para makita natin kung kayang-kaya ba ng Exe na ma-break yung status ko nila as top 3 team maximum.
Don't get me started with them facing up against Fervid as well. No, I feel like that's gonna be another quite of a banger, especially after what just transpired nung spring, no? And again, tawag ako sila pinil kanina. Dinaig pa daw si Boypor sa pagiging super fan. Dude, again, no, Miguel still needs some time, no? But we admire the optimism, but it still needs more time. So let's see ang ating susunod na hot take. What would it be? From whom naman kaya itong next one natin? It is from JB Domingo. Yung MATTJESS parang bagong kwerdas. Sa una lang malakas. Parang may na-collateral pa si kwerdas, no?
Ain't it the opposite? Diba mahina sa una yung Kerdas, you know, they're kind of like, and then group stage, and then the playoffs.
Sige, you know what? Take it first, Niggy Frog, since you also pick our brains a little.
I don't know if that's the best way to describe Kerdas, no, dito sa kanilang last season, pare. But I do get what JB is coming at, no? Na yung Kerdas, obviously, they're gonna be a very hyped team going into yung group stage natin and then going into playoffs. Maybe they can beat itong Execration or Fervid to bounce them out of playoffs, but they're not gonna be realistically, no, contenders dito sa ating playoffs. So I feel like this is I would give it a spicy kasi yung standing ko ngayon, or at least my opinion right now on MATTJESS, is this is definitely the best version ng MATTJESS they ever had, except for that one roster na nakuha nila si A7J and Loy on the same team. That, in my opinion, yun pa rin yung pinaka-best na MATTJESS roster that you can imagine right now. And ayun nga, I feel like this is definitely a valid take. Siguro galing dito kay Boss JB. Nagkamali lang siguro ng ordering, let's just say, kasi yung Kerdas, you know, they were kind of weak at first and then they kind of ramped up. And ayun nga, I would say, let's keep watching the tournament, man. Let's see. Kasi that's definitely a take that I'll be thinking about.
How about you, El?
I feel like this one is ano lang din, mild because just because they face Fervid at natalo sila does not mean that it's gonna be the whole story na makakamap 1 lang kayo tapos that's going to be the storyline for the rest of the summer
Recency
season.
bias, man.
I feel like that, yeah, recency bias nga yung pinaka natin dito problema. Pero I feel like for the further matches dito ng MATTJESS, you're going to see this lineup in the strongest that they have been, no? Ang pagkakaalam ko, correct me if I'm wrong, Sneaky, this lineup is one roster move away from being UM White. Tama ba ako?
Yes.
I feel like, yeah, it's one roster move away from being UM White. And remember, that team, when they were young, they went winless. No? Pero this time around, they are not bound to do that because ngayon na nag-reunite na sila, they have the experience to back it up and they have an orc backing them. Plus, they have a very, very good IGL. Na nakita naman natin kayo sumuntok pataas. Ang kailangan lang natin is the stamina to keep doing that, di ba? And the variety of the punches that they can do. So, MATTJESS, blank slate sila ngayon. Much like a lot of the teams na nagkaroon ng roster moves. So, we'll let them paint their own picture dito sa summer.
Couldn't agree more with that one as well. No, every single time you guys just seem to hit kung ano rin yung mga minabanggit din dito, no, by JB. Pero how about you, Bipolar, no? Since yun nga, blank slate nga tayo, starting this off, no? But JB Domingo already has something to see here. Do you agree with the sentiment at paano mo i-rate to?
For me, mad lang, pero I do agree with JB Domingo here. Kasi may small branch tayo sa story last time ng Kerdas, no? Na parang, uy, malakas yung team na to. Pero they are fatigued immediately pagdating dito ng map number 3 natin. And that happened immediately pagdating dito sa unang laban nila in the master setting sa group stage. So, yeah, I feel like if aabot man sa point na parang yung Vincent effect, hindi lang aangas lalo yung team, kundi madadala din yung parang choking potential ng buong Kerdas last time. Well, JB might be right. Na parang hanggang sa una lang sila malakas, na lahat bugang-buga, and sa pinakadulo, wala ng enerhiya. And yun lang. So, I feel like I do agree to a point dito si JB, pero let's see. Again, maaga pa dito yung group stage, but yeah, they're looking like Kerdas a little bit sa umpisa.
I hope that would not be the case, no, na sa umpisa nga lang ito. And for me, mild ang aking magiging grading dyan, no, Derek. And maraming salamat sa iyong take, JB Domingo. And pero similar sa mga nauna, again, it needs time. Matalalan tayo, no? We need patience, no? Masyado tayong natutuwa at nanggigigil sa mga storylines na nangyayari dahil all of the changes and as well as siguro na rin yung mga surprise natin from yesterday. Pero again, chill lang kayo dyan kasi mamaya, back to the ball game tayo. It is going to be Virtus.pro versus MATTJESS. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakuputuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa we are gonna be seeing prevalent trade here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade from PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa apanan ngayon na ang matches and as well as Virtus.pro. Kung kanina nagpakitang gilas ang ating mga rosy teams against some of our top teams dito, NPH, well ngayon naman ibahin nyo dahil kapwa Pilipino ang maglalaban para sa ating ikatlong series tonight to end off our second day as well. And I feel like we have a lot of feelings about this matchup, Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, coming in for this matchup pa lang, no, even from their recent matches before, mga recent tournaments, parang ang target dito ni Vincent, even when he was in Cardas, was gonna be VP. And eto na. We have VP versus MATTJESS, and VP now, again, not a good start dito sa ating qualifiers. Tapos titingnan mo dito ngayon that this is gonna be their first matchup. Pagdating dito sa group stage, MATTJESS pa with a new and renowned form. Pero syempre, introductions muna tayo.
Of course, no, especially na most of them are still the same here with their South Sudan Rouge. Pero for now, well, still pretty much the same, and the old VP na lagi natin inaabang-abangan with all of their very much flashy plays, if I may say, na talagang merong ROI every single time. And as much as there are still some people in the community have a love-hate relationship, kasi biro mo, okay naman yung performance nila, pero at the same time, because of how they always make the arena spicy, no, merong mga mixed feelings din ang community with them. But you know what? We love that spice. We love what they're doing dito, no, sa ating mga laban so far, and pretty much with the appearance of Cetra, Elvin, actually every single one of them, no, it's just that we need more amplification from them because way back nung spring is, I feel like nabanggit na rin natin ito nung tayo yung merong hot take segment, there are some matches that they're giving away. And that doesn't look like the Virtus.pro or even the former Arcilla na nakikita din natin, no, na alam natin at gusto nilang matapos kaagad yung mga laban, no. I feel like nawala yung branding na yun sa kanila.
I mean, speaking about branding though, Mochi, alam naman dito ng brand ng buong Virtus.pro na yung brand nila is parang intimidating. Pero sabi nga dito ni 02, no, when we asked him before na they have the skill already. Pero ngayon, iba na ang plano ng Virtus.pro. They want to be the gold standard pagdating sa execution consistency. Yun mismo ang sinabi ng coach ng ating Virtus.pro na hindi lang dapat sila, alam mo yun, intimidating yung na brand. Di lang sila maangas, di lang sila matapang, pero gusto nila maging benchmark and the gold standard, yung standard mismo pagdating dito sa ating CROSSFIRE in terms of that place. And kung makikita mo ngayon, no, sa ating mga player camps na itong team na to is actually very much ready kasi last time na nakita natin to na may journey din sila tulad nito, MATTJESS Execution at Acceptance, TARINGBABI, atras for Comeback Friends Veteran, and last pa nga nila yung Stallions dito, no, na parang last time na nakita natin yung gantong kind of journey for Virtus.pro, puro sila experiments. And this time, hindi na daw magiging scientist ang Virtus.pro. Last season, hinahanap lang pala nila lahat ng sagot sa mga tanong nila. And this time, with their loss from atras, naging reality check daw yun na parang wait lang, hindi pa tapos ata dapat ang experimentation phase. Pero we'll do with what we know now after that experimentation doon sa tournament na yun. Let's see kung meron nga bang nag-garner dito o may nakuha nga bang malakas na puwersa after that immediate results na nakuha nila.
Speaking of experimentation, no, the thing is, if it is really indeed experimentation, I wonder if an entire league is the span of that.
Yun na nga diba?
No? I feel like we're losing a bit too much if that is the case, no? Pero talagang I think it's just time na i-introduce na rin natin kung anong merito for MATTJESS, because for MATTJESS, well, we've been able to see how Zach's been able to perform from time and time again. Jason with a better look, with less responsibilities on his shoulders, at syempre nandito din si Vincent na talaga naman mag-iinit kontra at tapat itong VP. pa. And Ninkyu and as well as Yetja, no, also being able to supply that role of being able to support, assist, or even spearhead some certain occasions, no. Pero ngayon, mukhang seryoso ang mga kumpare natin dito for matches.
Yeah, ganyan naman palagi yung mga squad ni Vincent, no? Even for matches, they're gonna be very straight. Pero once they feel the pressure na wala na sa kanila and they're in control, they're gonna be happy and they're just gonna be dominating the scene. But nakita rin natin dito, we have to address the fact na yung IGL role coming from matches was from Jason, but now going into Vincent, nasabi rin naman dito ni Jason na parang, uy, hindi naman naging madali na nag-transition bigla na hindi siya maging IGL and napunta nga kay Vincent, pero the trust and the communication is an all-time high, so yun yung aabangan din natin later on. Pero mukhang marami pang aabangan dito ang matches because their journey started with Forbid and it came into a loss na 1 and 2, hindi naging madali para sa Forbid, so matches really did play out. Pero VP is next and I wanna see kung kaya nga ba nila matalo dito yung mga Oso.
We will know about that later on, no? Actually, hindi na rin ako magtataka if it is going to be another 1-2 siguro, no? Pretty similar to what happened from yesterday. Pero let's see, no, if this would definitely be close or will VP just show off their true colors, no? Finally, we will learn about that. Pero here for matches and scenes like they will also have STS as their final day dito sa ating schedule, no? So by then we will see how matches will be improving all throughout the days na pagdadaanan natin kasama sila. So bigatin no ang ating laban, and I am pretty excited ano nga kaya yung mga mapa na paglalaroan natin dito, knowing na alam naman natin kung ano yung mga pioneering maps na paborito nitong mga to, no? Pero itong ating head-to-head, you have KSA and as well as Ninkyu.
Yeah, our head-to-head is gonna be these fraggers, no? KSA, medyo mas mababa yung score niya dito, pero wala eh. Minuscule yung baba nun up against Ninkyu. So you have a very, very balanced bout, where in KSA now, introducing an AK-47, just like fires in coming in from veteran, no, into his arsenal of plethora ng maraming guns. But KSA is a force to be reckoned with. Grabe ang angas ni KSA to a point na kaya niyang gumawa ng play ng mag-isa lang kapag nasa Black Widow. And for Ninkyu, with the added addition ng Vincent effect and his own playstyle, he can easily outmaneuver KSA if he does make the right decisions. Because decisions is gonna be making the break para dito sa ating dalawang teams.
And I feel like yun din yung nakakatakot, no, for that specific head-to-head is that pagka sila ay online, sigurado na
Yes.
sila ay parehong mambabalagbag. So now let us check ang ating mga maps na pinili at paglalaroan. Itong ating mga teams ngayon, we have Ankara first and foremost. Also, Port still being chosen by Virtus.pro. And last but not the least, we also have Eagle Eye 2.0 as our decider.
Okay, I'm looking at this Eagle Eye 2.0 very, very closely, Mochi. Kasi these two teams, they know how to play it pretty well. Very, very good. You see Zach exploding kapag nasa Eagle Eye, and you see Yo-Team and as well as itong si Cetra in a double TRG situation. Diyan lumalabas ngayon yung double sniper setup. Kasi last time na nakikita natin yun, I believe it was in Black Widow. Pero binanyo ng ating Virtus.pro out of respect sa sheer power and capability sa big map playbook dito ni Vincent and as well as sa long range angles na pwedeng mabigay ni Zach. But Port, Virtus.pro knows this. Matches now in a form kung saan kaya na nilalabanan niya ng todong-todo just because of their new rosters. But in Ankara, it's gonna be a 50-50. Pero Matches picking this up is also a slap in the face towards the BL side dito ng ating Virtus.pro, because last time na nakita natin dito yung Black Widow na very, very prominent para sa Virtus.pro, Mochi, etong Ankara, is that they play very, very slow. And if you remember, in the words of Coach 02, they want to be consistent in executions. Can they do that in a very heavy map na Ankara?
Yeah, that is also indeed the question. Kasi dito for Port and Eagle Eye, parang ano na yan sure ball na yan no? Paborito ng VP, even the pioneers of certain set plays na meron dito sa Eagle Eye, no? So, dito na lang the map of Ankara. Hindi ko makakalimutan dyan is yung mga pinaggagawa ni Elvin sa mapa ng Ankara, no?
Yes.
Na sobrang, hindi mo maintindihan paano siya nakakaabot sa mga na sobrang lalim, kaagad-agad, quite early in the round. Pero let us see kung ano nga ba ang ating mga predictions dito from the talent desk. Well, it is more on 2-1s across the board, except for you. Bakit sa tingin mo na 2-0 ito in favor of VP agad-agad?
I feel like MATTJESS right now still has a lot of inconsistencies na parang will only be patched up kapag tumagal na sila dito sa ating Masters, no, which will definitely happen kasi marami pa naman silang laro in the games. Pero since early on agad makakalaban din na dito yung ating Virtus.pro, maging immediate ba yun, Mochi? I believe not eh. Yes, may malakas na firepower dito ang players natin mula sa MATTJESS, and they have the mind of Vincent and the sheer determination and confidence na para matalo lahat ng top teams natin. Pero Virtus.pro, this is a different Virtus.pro. Group stage Virtus.pro is a different beast. If you remember quite clearly, if tama pa yung memory ko, no, there was one time sa ating group stage, it was just the luck of the draw, na parang nag-number 1 PVP, please do correct me if my facts are wrong, na parang one week lang yun, pero the number speaks itself, na VP is still number 2. But MATTJESS are Spartans, MATTJESS are Warriors, and I'm open to, giving them a win here, kahit naman naka 2-0 ako for VP.
Let's see, if yun nga ang talagang mangyayari dito sa ating lobby so far. Kasi biro mo naman, you've already mentioned ang kanilang strengths and weaknesses, pero that is based from the community pulse. By the way, they said that 61% they are vouching that MATTJESS will be winning this one in contrast to Virtus.pro, which is very interesting, no? Do you think that there is some personal bias at play here, Bipolar? Because in my opinion, there is.
Yes and no. Kasi for MATTJESS, they've been a different team na. Kasi 'di ba, meron na tayong binalik na turn na galing pa nga din kay 0-2, baka ma-rage bait kayo doon ng todo, na tinatawag niya lahat ng Cebuanos are raging Cebuano, and revved up Cebuano na yung bagong reiteration natin ngayon kasi meron talagang suntok na executions ang matches even when they're on the GR side. So if ganito yung poll natin or yung ating community pulse, I am clearly on your side pa din kasi syempre talagang kaya naman ng matches matalo dito yung Virtus.pro. I just believe, in my case, na Virtus.pro is ready for any kind of interaction mula dito sa matches. Kahit anong mapa pa yan, kahit anong place pa yan. Pero matches, prove me wrong.
Prove us wrong. Let us see. Kaya welcome na nga rin natin dito ang ating mga casters, and I do think that they also have their own 2 cents na ma-share din dito, about this particular matchup. Kaya naman welcome na natin sila, and as well, Siki Frag, and as well as El. Yon! Ready na ba kayo? Dahil maaaring umabot tayo dito sa Decider Maps, Siki Frag.
Yeah, that's where the expectation comes from as well, no? Dito sa prediction ko, I have a feeling na MATTJESS, granted na they're not the perfect team, or hindi pa sila yung ideal team that they want to be dito sa ating Masters, but I feel like with recent results and honestly, na-impress ako dito sa kanilang last series and what they presented despite the loss, no? I feel like MATTJESS, they definitely have the ceiling para talunin itong Virtus.pro, but it doesn't show up every single time, pare. Yun naman yung objective, kumbaga, ng MATTJESS this time, is to really draw out the best from the players. Kasi yun nga, pag mainit dito si Ninkyu, pag mainit dito si Yechen, pag mainit dito yung mga ibang players, yun nga, anything can happen. And especially, the one person na kailangan pang isipin dito ng Virtus.pro is hot take. I think he's a top 3 sniper right now in the Philippines. Zach, in all honesty, one of the most impressive snipers that we have seen to go from Impact into Masters and stay at the Masters level. Para sa akin si Zach, ay nga, unti na lang talaga na hot take. Kaya niyang lagpasan si KLP, kaya niyang lagpasan si Zetra potentially. That's just how much I trust the potential na meron dito si Zach.
Got it. And you know what? Just by basic from all of it, na nakita natin dito from Zach, dude, hindi talaga malayo. How about you, El? Meron ka bang mga same sentiments dito kay Sneaky Frog, or at least add up doon sa mga binanggit niya?
Gusto kong sabihin na, yun nga, sa spring, nag-experiment tong mga scientists na sa VP. Now, kung hindi na sila nag-experiment, labas natin yung QC, yung hindi nagbabalagbag yung quality control natin. No? Tingnan natin kung yung level of gameplay dito from all that experimentation ng VP is nag-step up na. Sure, from that Swiss stage performance. May isa silang slip up, pero then again, it's not like VP to just slip up in some random team's face. Calling them random because to VP's eyes, that's what they are talaga, no? But I feel like for VP here, no, it's up to them to hold the fort dito ng top 1 at top 2. Nagkamali na ang STS, napasok na sila ng execration. Now, ito na naman ang MATTJESS, kasama nila ang Fervid, try to storm to the top 1, top 2 scenario. VP will hold the line. Can they or can they not?
Can they or can they not indeed? And pagdating dito, no, Virtus.pro undefeated versus MATTJESS, no? Since CFS PH Regional Finals 2024 3-0 over MJ daw. Ito, bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is still up to debate. Lalo't meron tayong roster change dito mula sa MATTJESS. Pero in Virtus.pro's eyes, they don't really care na may roster changes kahit anumang team yan. Kasi they believe that the DNA of the team still lies in the team itself. So kung natalo nila yan before in a 3-0 fashion na hanggang mula dito sa PH Regional Finals, well, and if they believe that the DNA is still just as the same as before, kaya pa rin dito maging undefeated ang Virtus.pro against MATTJESS. And ang tanong ngayon, sila nga bang puputol dito or magsisimula ng pagtanggal ng pangarap ng MATTJESS para makapasok sa EWC?
Couldn't agree more with that one, no? Kasi, I mean, kahit din sa mata ng execration, 3 beses lang naman din sila natalo bago sila against sa STS after that one. Pero ngayon, let us head on to our next point, which is VP should strengthen their sub-base. Wala tayo sa sub-base ngayon, pero Sneaky Frog, just by based from his most recent history, do you think that you agree with this one?
Yeah, it definitely needs a bit of work, no? I feel like it's not the same sub-base na nakita natin from years before where VP does have it as a pocket pick compared dito sa Stallions na this is one of their main picks, right? I feel like Virtus.pro maybe needs a bit more moves, especially pagdating nga dito sa kanilang BL side. And the way they hold itong second mid natin has been a bit questionable from time to time. Hindi na nila alam kung anong or who will be responsible for that exact position. So I feel like just a bit of fixing siguro from the side of Virtus.pro, and their sub-base will be right back on it. Kasi yun nga, and that's the one map where you can't really too heavily rely upon dito kay Zeta, no, considering how close the spaces are, and it has to be the other 4 doing it para sa kanya.
And I don't know if this is a hot take, pero this is quite akin to Team Stallions' new compound. No, the way that how they really need to actually make do dito, no, for sub base. And let's see, no, our last point, ano naman kaya ang nakalagay dito? It is loading. Again, no, later on, dude, ayaw mo, no, awat nga tayo sa ating decider map. Kasi kaya na rin nagsabi, roster changes natin dito, especially with a bit of some emotional attachment din, no, from Vincent. This is gonna be pretty interesting. At idagdag na rin natin, well, how Jason will be the spearhead and how MATTJESS should be rallying behind him. And
I feel like hindi lang si Jason no? Si Zack din, lagay nyo na din yan. Ito yung mga dalawang cards dito ni Vincent na pwede niyang gamitin kaagad-agad para lang matatong Virtus.pro. And if they manage to keep this form, na nakita naman natin yung taste test kahapon, well, yes, Virtus.pro, baka kayo yung unang mabigyan dito ng MATTJESS. Depende na lang talaga sa form yan, no? Pero okay lang naman siguro kapag hindi nila nakuha na agaran. Let them cook up muna.
Let us see as well. Parang no? Let it ride. Dito sa ating mga team. And speaking of the ride, no? Parang kayo ata ang maghahawak ng manibela dito ngayon, no? Sneaky Frog and Nell. Kaya naman, ipapasa na namin ito para sa inyo. Rakdakan na para sa laban ng VP at MJ.
Tawag na namin yung manibela dito. I am your driver. This is my co-driver, no, or my conductor. First stop natin sa ating ride, it's going to be Ankara and Sneaky Frog, no? Sinabi ko nga kanina, the hulls of the top 1 and the top 2 is being attacked. The STS has fallen once. Will VP fall again dito laban sa ating mga contenders, namely MATTJESS, Fervid, Execration, and many, many more. Pero muna, sa ngayon, MATTJESS sa ating tututukan. At sa tingin mo ba, this new look kind of VP, this revamp VP na tapos na sa mga experimentation, makakapalag ng clean laban sa matches natin na mas mainit ngayon?
That's a very good question, right? Kasi I feel like this is no longer yung matches na nakikita natin from years prior where they are just sharply, or not sharply, fastly pushing yung mga sides natin. It's more of a smart approach, kumbaga, para dito sa matches. It is not erratic, hindi na masyadong reliant dito sa first picks. No, it's more strategic yung matches na nakikita natin this time. So I have a gut feeling na Virtus.pro would be having a slightly harder time dito sa Ankara map natin, especially considering yung ibang framework ng mga matches strats actually ay nanggagaling dito sa Virtus.pro, and yun nga, no, Vincent, you're not slick about that whatsoever. Pero ayun nga, I have a gut feeling na, matches, they are gonna present us with something surprising dito sa ating Ankara na map, and I think there is rhyme and reason, no, kung bakit nga nilabas nila yung Ankara instead of like for example maybe yung ating sub-base or itong new compound na nakita nga natin na naban kanina dito sa ating veto. Ayun nga, obviously matches, hell of a roster na meron sila ngayon, pare. It really is about whether or not they can execute, pare. And execution, I feel like hindi naman sila nagkukulang doon, man. It really is about those very small moments na na-exploit nga dito ng Virtus.pro. Those small mistakes na sinasabi ko nga that VP only needs an inch of space, pare, para umaksyon dito sa mapa natin. And once they get that, ayun nga, that is where the problems may lie para dito sa matches. But matches, man, masters of denying opportunities, especially sa start ng round. So let's see how that's gonna go dito sa Ankara, pare, in all honesty.
Yeah, I feel like yung sinabi ko kahapon na snowball type of beat dito ng matches, they want to use that again because it's effective, right? But how do you get that large snowball kapag yung pinakaunang mini snowball mo pa lang natatanggal na kagad? Looking at Elvin, looking at Eobib, looking at Cetra, no? Pero let's focus dito kay Eobib. He had the highest rank 1 KD dito sa ating Swiss stage, and it's going to be crazy kasi 1.91 yung KD niya. Pero tingnan natin kung kaya niya i-emulate dito sa ating map number 1. Toms muna papakinggan natin dito.
Pander ako, Bin.
Kanan, boy.
Teka mid. Talit. Set lang time lang.
Under na ako.
Nice, Jill.
Aris, piso.
Under na ako.
Bakit? Arctic na iya.
Flashing benta.
Para may pause.
Ooh, Ninkyu. Medyo maaga yung kanilang action dito sa mapa. Pero speaking of maaga, dito L already KSA. Spotting Nino dito sa may second mid area natin. Vincent getting Elvin in return. So wala na yung lurk dito ng VP na medyo maaga. And Virtus.pro looking for a very fast take. Papunta ka dito sa B-side natin, pare. Pero natin si Zach. Zach actually dodging out just in time. Pero makakalis ka ba dito, pare? Batteries ang yung safety. Pero yung grenade plus yung USP ni KSA Zetra with also a reply as well. And pakiramdam ko, it is gonna be one of those rounds where Virtus.pro just kills absolutely everybody. Zetra, fire your barber, man.
We'll get to that later. But I like how VP hindi sila nagkaroon dito ng any fires, no? Walang distress dito from the MATTJESS side. Parang buttery smooth nga yung first round natin, no? As much as hectic yung nakita nating comms na medyo advanced dito sa first round natin, everything was under control. A trade was there, and then the rest just happened to be perfect on the timing, perfect on the execution. You can't blame na natatimingan ka dahil VP kalaban mo. That's one of their strengths. But if you want to be aggressive, you better be aggressive with a leash just like you, Nino. Stop that.
May napansin ako dito, El, actually. Mas sumasama na si Elvin dito kay Kellar.
Okay, maybe that's
so,
the adjustment.
pakiramdam ko na maybe yung adjustment, maybe it is the default, no? 2-1-2, obviously, magkiklear sila ng hotel as 2 players and maybe iiwan nga dito si Elvin dito sa second mid. But I do like to see that galing sa Virtus.pro na hindi na lang nilalagay itong si Elvin in an island. Yung nga sasamahan dito ni Kellar sa second mid. Maybe you can lurk right after that. And that also creates a lot of uncertainty, para dito sa MJ.
It makes the lurk even deeper, no? Kasi kung si Elvin lang mag-isa magtatrabaho, he can only get so much right before seeing anyone. And if sinamahan naman siya ng Kellar, right, or ni KSA, he can go even deeper and pwede pa nila mapeke ito as the main pack going. So that is one thing that we need to watch out for, and also Cetra's quick scope.
Yun nga, pare, parang Zetra not gonna be turning down this level anytime soon. Fully knowing kung sino yung kalaban sa kabilang side ng scope. And speaking of scope, mali ang scope in dito ni Zach. And he looks the other direction na naandito na si Yobib sa TB. And this is very different, pare. Compared to the usual VP, no? Hindi naman sa masasabi natin maaga-aga sila kumukuha ng map control dito, pare. But they're getting their half of the map a lot quicker than expected. At hindi yata yan ina-expect dito ng matches. Pero yun nga, Zetra, on the vent side, makukuha niya ba dito? Zetra ang gumagala dito sa A side. Yetcha napapatakbo at natanggal ang kanyang top walk, pare. Leg lang yan kay Yetcha. But the USP, or rather, the Colt, knowing this kid's preference, pare, will get the finish. Vincent na lang natitira. Does get itong si Elvin, pero it's a 4 versus 1, pare.
Yeah. This is a formality na lang. For VP, let's talk about the Colt, no? If I'm going to stray my eyes dito sa ating stat line, etc. over 4 maps or 4 matches, right? He has a headshot per kill of 0.20. Ilan ang players natin sa Swiss stage? 111. He ranks 99. Ibig sabihin, the Colt gives him headshots, man. The Colt gives him headshots. He trusts the one tap even more than the USP. And I think yun yung isa sa mga kalakasan ni Sentinel. That's the step above the other snipers na kailangan aralin pa nito. Gusto nyo man agawin yung trono ni Setra. Pero I like this round again, no, from VP, going back lang dito sa ating replay where they put Elvin in the deeper position. Sinabi ko na nga yung rason doon kanina. And at the same time again, no, KLR and Elvin nandito naman sa second mid. Maybe we'll do the same attempt, pero look at the members dito ng MATTJESS. They are ready for this silent push maybe, pero floor A is being tested. Same time as well with Elvin here.
Elvin, if you look to your right, there will be a player there. And mukhang yun na nga ang kamatayan dito ni Nino. He does fall on the bottom side of Hotel, pero si Kellar defense sa kanyang teammate Vincent, a bit desperate para makuhanan ng trade ang kanyang kakampi. Kellar pa kayo masasala pagdating sa damage, and he is fully aware na naandito si Elvin. But at the same time, Elvin, meron siyang option na pwede siyang umakyat dito ng Hotel at patayin itong si Vincent, and I feel like that kind of choice is keeping him within this Hotel side. Eh dahil nga busy na busy si Vincent dito sa Hotel, the other members of VP can also move, pare.
Butas yung mid, no? And so far, hindi talaga alam dito ng MATTJESS kung saan patungo itong mga members ng VP natin. Vincent managed to get out, no? Parang fearing for his life a bit. Pero ito yung sinasabi na yung double defense. Elvin, tutumba. Pero the rest of the execute here for VP under sa TB will go.
Oh, and yun na nga, Yobeb will be getting Vincent. Mukhang mahihina yung ating B defense, pero nandito naman si Zach para makuha itong si KSA. CA flank is also possible para dito kay Zetra. At kino-consider to ng MJ actually. Papa-reclear na kaya to o hindi. With 34 seconds left, I feel like everybody on the mom knows na Zetra laging dumadaan papuntang CA, no? Especially pag may C4 plant na nakababa na dito sa ating B-site. Zach approaching. Zach quick scoping. Kellar namatay na nga. Jason with a good kill on the backside. At made-defuse pa nga nila ang C4. Wrong direction to go. Zetra, you had to go left. Instead, you went right.
Yeah, I feel like okay sana yung naging CA lurk dito ni Zetra. If only yung C4 natin nakakatanim ng open, no, sneaky. Ang problema, hindi na-hold ng mga tropa niya dito sa site B. And the ending was, it was him versus 3, made it 2. Jason, though, going aggressive. Nandito ka sa Zetra at KSA.
Yeah, Zetra, not gonna be liking that one. Onting legs sa simula ng round, but we can take a look at the replay, no? Elvin, granted na namatay siya dito sa second mid, though. That also creates a lot of confusion para dito sa MATTJESS na ay si Elvin namatay dito sa second mid. Ibig sabihin na side take to. Tapos pagbalik nila dito sa loob ng site, pare, bigla na lang may tatlong tao dito na nasa loob ng TB. However, ayun nga, hindi nila na-defend yung site. I feel like hindi nila ma-plant ng open kasi nandun na yung mga miyembro ng MATTJESS dito sa spawn. So, yun nga, no, they got angles for days about that one, pare. Pero Virtus.pro, will be netting a kill dito kay Jason at si Yetcha. Bawas na nga dito, Kellar, using the thin part of the smoke. Pambawas sa mga players dito ng MATTJESS, Zach and Yetcha in life support.
And this might just be the execute sneaking. They're clearing CA now. Ang kakalaban nila dito si Vincent.
Vincent will be falling as well at wala nang CA control itong MATTJESS natin, pare, so they will have to do a bit of gambling dito sa ating mapa. Yetcha will try to send it on the vent side, pero ito yung ine-expect ng Virtus.pro. This is what they want to happen on the MATTJESS side. They want them to push forward into their crosshairs and create as much chaos as possible, at least para dito sa mga GR natin, pare. Pero Nino, or Ninkyu rather, Facing forward. Check niya ba dito si
Grabe.
Elvin? Mukhang hindi. Is his
Ito
turn
pa
on the
isa.
AK-47. Pero yung KSA, meron din siyang AK dito sa A site natin. Zack na lang natitira on 1 HP. And they look clean. Yun nga, pare. The AK is making it back dito sa meta. And, you know, you're happy to see it, pare. Kasi
This is
it seems like VP is making it work.
This is a feeling na, or this is a statement na sasabihin ng VP. We know something you don't. That's why we're using this gun, right? They choose the AK over the HK in terms of the one-tappers dito. Si LKSA, but one-tap din si Cetra dito, no?
Cetra tapped out, pero nandin din itong si Zack na namatay earlier. KSA will be getting Nin-Q. 3 versus 3 na naman, and this is what matches wants to happen. Really good early round plays para sa kanila, pare, but they also need to net that one more player para makakuha sila ng 2 versus 3 para makaback na sila dito. Pero Virtus.pro, they're like, alright, namatay kami ng dalawa, magsistay lang kami sa loob ng base and we're gonna wait for you to make the mistake.
Maybe make Elvin force the mistake, no? Pero then again, knowing MATTJESS, they will go on the aggressive here. At sa KSA, alam niya na kaya niyang one-tapin lang to kapag sumobra ng isang step tong MATTJESS. Vincent and Yetja together, clearing dito sa mid top A natin. And KSA, proper timing ba to?
Ooh, headshot dito kay Yetja. KSA once again, just very deadly with the USP and the AK at the same time. Jason spotted dito na sa loob ng spawn natin, pare. Virtus.pro on an absolute roll dito sa Ankara map natin, and MATTJESS, it seems like the overhype is a bit there para sa kanila, pare. They just can't seem to get a foot in on this VP offense, pare.
Baka tinotoo lang nila yung mga nakalagay na roles nila dito, no, sa ating team introduction. Lahat sila nakalagay attacker. But remember, guys, you are in the GR side. I feel like you want to take the fights because this can create the 50-50, even the 60-40 kapag nakuha mo yung timing. Pero knowing that this is VP, right, they are going to be prepared for that in the idea and prepared for that in the mechanics, no? These guys are no slouch, especially the man that we are looking on, number 5, Yobib, number 1 sa ating KD at number 1 sa plus-minus natin. He had a whopping plus 86, pare, in the sweep stage. The second one, siguro mga nasa plus 50 lang. He's averaging 80.
Sabi ng Virtus.pro, take us there, 5. Pero yun nga, Virtus.pro, A-site execute dito sa ating mapa. Jason na nasa ilalim, Yetja na nandito sa top A. Flash grenade is about to be thrown down. Jason not spotted on EA whatsoever. Gets the first kill. Yetja namatay. Bago dito kay Jason thanks to Kel R. And it seems like the captain also wants to join in a bit of killing. May onting harangan dito sa roommate natin. Pero okay lang naman yan. It's not really a spacing issue, more like a space issue. 35 seconds left and MATTJESS, possible pa naman to, pare, pero kailangan nila kumuha ng isang malalang kill dito. Pero si Kellar di man lang pinadaan si Nino para makapasok ng site. Vincent and Zack, the last 2 left alive. Men, stuck na kayo sa loob ng exit. Hindi na kayo makakadaan whatsoever. Smoke na lang ang hawak nyo at pwede nyo lang pasukin. And Vincent gets sprayed down by Elvin. KSA will get another one with the AK-47. 5-1 Virtus.pro. Nga, men, the AKs, they're absolutely on fire, pare.
Okay, hear me out on this. The reason why they're using the AK is because it's a bit more sprayable than the HK. And the case in point dito, no, sa ating sa replay ng round na yon. I feel like for MJ naman, this is not an attacker issue. Katulad nung nangyari kanila kay LR, it's not a spacing issue, it's a space issue. For MATTJESS, it's not an attacker issue, it's an attacking issue. GR kayo, guys. Learn how to hold a bit shallower dito, not too deep, no? Just like this one, Dorby hold, 1 and 4, Vincent and Nin-Q. Ito na naman tayo sa attacking issue, eh. And Elvin's prepared.
It's an issue that is only gonna get bigger dito, El, as more pushes are gonna come from the side of MATTJESS. El are gonna get the quick freebie. And it's another 4 versus 3. At naiintindihan ko kung bakit ginagawa ito ng MATTJESS. In all honesty, you are 4 points down dito sa game natin. And you're trying to see if you can kind of make it back in your way. Pero Yetja, that could be the beginning of something. Yobib down and out dito sa CA. Pero meron pa silang tao na naandun, pare. So, how is VP gonna react to this?
Antayin natin na yung push pa ni Yetja. Alam na ni Yetja na kailangan niya lang tsempuhan ng peaks, no? Not overly go into the open dito sa floor A natin. And etc. Kind of knowing that this might be the next adjustment ng MATTJESS, no? Aabangan na lang niya dito sa may bypass. Alam niya medyo open dito si KSA. or rather si KLR, and he's going to just wait, no? Kasi alam nila may trade na nangyari sa may door B. Possible may one more yon. Tatlo ata nasa B, pero spread out ang matches. So is Virtus.pro. And dito lang natin una makikita yung 40-second below execute nila, no? Earlier rounds, hindi nila ginawa. They got the advantage and they pressed it on dahil sa matches aggression. Pero this time, the situation is a bit different. Walang lamang sa tao. Now they have to execute with the time pressure.
And yeah, and it's up to Zetra, no, to make this A-side take convincing. But at the same time, naspatan na rin yung merong sniper itong si Zach na nasa ilalim natin. B-side is looking prime and ready for a push. Pero tignan mo naman si Zetra na pabalik ngayon second na kalaban dito. Mamamatay siya pare.
KSA.
But objective is done. KSA, nakita niya si Jason na pa-rotate dito sa exit. KSA, you need to get Zach. Pero si Zach, rumatrat na lang dito ng USP. The sole defender of the B-side is enough to thwart out two. Pero malapit na yun gumana, El. Malapit na yun gumana. Zetra did a job na distract yung dalawang A players na pabalik sila sa A. Sadyang umaksyon si Zach pare.
Rewind natin ako. Kung nanalo si Zetra, nanalo dun si KSA sa RS, pwede sila magpa-A. Natalo si Zetra, nanalo sa KSA. So plant B na lang tayo. Ending lang daw, Zach, i-popped off. So props to VP. I like the idea. Pero yun nga, no, sometimes the individuality dito ng matches will still show if you do not mark them dito early, no, or you do not know where they really are. And Zach will take advantage of that one. And look at Elvin! Okay. That's deep.
That's deep. But at the same time, parang that also means na hindi tinake ng matches itong second mid na napakaaga, no pare? Na nakaakyat doon agad si Elvin.
And the rotating back because of that. Yun nga, no? Medyo, parang napaisip tuloy itong mga to. Oy, nakapunta ako ng bar dito sa hotel at isyakala ko na clear. Nag-back off yung trader ko. Feel ko, malalim sila sa B. Hindi sila nagtitake ng space dito sa side or stacked yung A. However though, MATTJESS, no, they're clearing tunnels B, pare. So, ibig sabihin lang yan, they want to know if there's any presence pa towards A and towards mid. Ngayon na wala. At ngayon, umaentrada na ang Virtus.pro ng tahimik lang. They're just gonna secure hotel and get the open plant possibly. Habang yung matches, hindi alam kung nasan sila, no? They're about to realize it.
Oh, Yobib throwing a nade. Pero di pa siya mamamatay sa spray dito ni Vincent. He goes for the repeak. That gives him 3 versus 4. KLR getting the easy spray dito kay Yetcha. Tignan mo naman yung mga posisyon na hawak dito ng Virtus.pro. These are very hard spots to clear. KLR gets his second. Zach will not get to shoot his shot. Not this time. And ayun nga, Virtus.pro kind of on a roll dito sa mapa ng Ankara. This is what I was worried about dito, El. The breakdown on the side of MATTJESS. And at the same time, ito nga yung sinasabi ko, I was waiting for those slower plays, those, double B stack na may sniper pare, 3 stack dito sa A, maybe a more passive kind of. We ain't seen it.
Ain't seen it. We're gonna see though is 3-man TB. Expecting aggression dito sa mid natin ang MATTJESS pero hindi sila pinagbibigyan dito ng kahit sino man sa VP. So they're gonna go on a little bit of exploring dito kahit hindi sila sora. At nandito naman si mid.
Oh, but good catch there by KLR. Though sakto yung pag-akit na dito sa arco na naspatad yung tatlong player na papunta pa lang dito kay Zetra. Yobib finally going down from the CA side. Alam niyang tatlo yung galing dito sa TB. So likely walang nakabantay dito sa HM. And what a find to have. MATTJESS now scrambling para lang makabalik dito sa B-side natin. Pero si KSA ready na para i-deny yung rotation ni Yetza. And even then, the one tap comes out. MATTJESS, yun yeah, it is looking like a lifeless first half. Zetra, victim of unluckiness na naman dito pare. Pero KSA with the USP will get the quick trade in return. Men, 7-2 Virtus.pro. This is the form we expect pare.
This is the form we expect talaga, no? And I feel like the experimentation period is over. They have gotten the results of their theory, no? They're about to postulate a theorem now na ganito kami maglaro. Alam na namin yung mga timings namin. We've done that all spring long. Now it's summer. Now it's time for the international berth. And that berth is for us, pare. Virtus.pro, I like the ideas na nakita natin dito sa BL. GR side though, I feel is their deadlier weapon. And with the AKs dito, not the HKs, kahit Rashid dito, si KSA nun ng maramihan, he can just spray that AK down and he would be guaranteed 2. Pero, hindi pa siya atakihin. CA clear muna for Yetja, pero si KLR nakaabang lang dito sa may ilalim. About to be pincered though.
Oh, he climbs up. Sayang yun, El. And he will just die to Kellar. Mali yung kanyang check. Honestly, 50-50. At makakaalis pa si Kellar dun sa posisyon na yun. He just gets a freebie dito kay Yetcha and backs off just in time. Granted, meron ng map control itong matches sa CA at dito sa LA. But he also gave a little bit of a clue dito sa VP kung saan kayo papunta, pare.
Ay.
Oh.
Okay, sana yun eh. He's gonna get pressured though. Isa lang yan, Sneaky. It's a bit too mild for the side of matches to be sending all four even after getting one down dito sa CA. Nalaman na nila dito position ni KLR. They know that mid is going to be marked by Virtus.pro and they're still gonna test it, man.
Yeah, might as well. B-site looking like king. Ganda ng mga smokes actually na dineside nila dito. It is gonna cover the cross. Good fast though by Kellar. Bulag na bulag lang lahat ng miyembro ng MATTJESS. And they could only see white. And Kellar shooting right at them. He finally goes down thanks to Nino going into 2F and finally getting one, or rather tower. Pero si Nino makakadalawa dito, Elvin, will be going down. But it feels like the effort is for nothing para Zach. The only one left alive, and unless he can get a nutty flick dito kay Yobib, this will not be possible. Virtus.pro looking like they want to make a quick affair dito sa Ankara, pare.
Exactly. Ay. I don't like this at all for MATTJESS. They might be snowballing, pare, no? Pero sinabi ko nga kanina, paano yung kayo makakapag-snowball kung hindi nyo ma-roll yung initial snow? Pare, kapag hindi nyo ma-dribble yung bola, paano kayo makakatira? Diba? They're gonna go 5-0 na dito. Sneaky. And that nade is getting a lot of value. Pero sa isa lang, kay Vincent lang. About to do a set A. Lahat sila magbe-vents. And KSA, kinakato ka na.
Lang Virtus.pro. Headshot for him para kay KSA. Getting to with the AK. Maybe you did have a point about that spray, L. Pero Yetcha will be getting KSA in return 4 versus 3. KLR nakita na umakyat dito si Yetcha. At bababa na siya mismo para dito kay Vincent. Saying hi to El Capitan on the other side. 9-2. Virtus.pro. Mapapa-timeout nila dito ang MATTJESS and VP, man. They look really good.
Is this the timeout na parang Coach Tanks? No? 9th round timeout. And then we get 7 rounds in return. Is this the same formula? Katulad nung nangyari sa nila sa Fervid support where they were down 3-8 at pinako nila sa 8 yung Fervid. Pero malabo kasi, no? You don't expect that same mistake to come out of a Virtus.pro, the same that Fervid did, no? So, feel like MATTJESS, this one is a bit too late to call. They should have been done earlier. Nung nakita nyo pa lang sa GR side nyo na hindi gumagana yung pushes nyo, should have called that timeout. I'm trying to look for the name of their coach. Si Coach Marjim, no? The reasoning a bit for this. This looks like a desperation move, no? Now, when Vincent runs out of ideas, and it has just so happens na match point na sila, napaka-alanganin. You know, look at that man sa likod ni Cetra. That's not his barber. He's chilling and he's flexing, man. With the shirt and all, chewing his gum, and he's not speaking loudly, no? That's what we like to see from coaching. The aura is still there. Not as humble as we want to be, but he deserves bragging rights. The testing that they done Sneaky sa spring, it's working. And it's working flawlessly. MATTJESS na to, Ganyan lang yung ginagawa nila.
You cannot wear a Tommy H t-shirt para and expect humble to be in the same sentence as that guy, no? In all honesty. Pero, ayun nga, man, sa ganun na form ni 0-2, I feel like he barely said any words. He's just like, yeah, man. Damn, you guys are good. Anyways, keep going. Kasi wala naman siya kailangan baguhin dito sa sistema dito ng Virtus.pro at this very moment. He just has to, get some reminders, go and make sure to not, overextend, not overplay, get the trades and everything. Para naman dito sa MATTJESS, it's gonna be a whole lot more complicated. Continuous denial para kay Ninkyu. Continuous denial para dito kay Jason na kumuha ng opportunity sa mapa. And that kinda cascades sa mga ibang players as well. If you don't get opportunities, anong gagawin ni Zach? Anong gagawin dito ni Vincent, pare?
Ano na kaya dito? KLR through the smoke. Ang dami dyan, KLR.
And he just gets it. Vincent is already down. He was standing right in front of EA disrespectfully, pare. Pero Nino will be getting one in return. A 4 versus 4 situation. Yobib. Papaswing dito sa CA. Inuna yung mga boxes players actually. Pero si Ninkyu nakakita nga dito sa top A side natin. Zetra na lang natitira as the rest of VP fall. Misses the shot. Good dodge actually galing kay Nino. Sakto yung yuko niya dun. And Zetra with the USP will be getting Yetcha. Still a very dangerous man, no? Considering dalawa na lang yung buhay sa side ng MJ. Pero nakita naman dito ni NQ that he will just be spraying this EBR right into his face, pare. MATTJESS, timeout effective, but kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, pare, is it too late?
Yeah, if the 4-1 snowball doesn't work, pare, let's do the 5-0 snowball. That's what they literally did dito sa floor A natin. And they're gonna do it dito sa may TB.
Yun nga, no repeat dito kay Zetra. Elvin will go down. And instead na i-chase nila si Zetra dito sa TB, sa HM na lang sila dadaan. Vincent, nakita na ka si Keller at napakadaming tao na nakakalat dito. Zetra with a shot on Vincent. And nakakuha pa siya ng isa. Zetra na naman, nagpapakitang gilas. And KSA will be getting Jason Zack in return. Will get the TRG shot, pero tignan mo naman si Zetra, not gonna be waiting for his teammates to finish the game, and he just ends it himself. Virtus.pro with an absolute statement dito sa map number 1 natin. It isn't at all close.
And that's how you do it. 0-2 probably to STS. I'm not really sure. Do not quote me on that. But Virtus.pro, man, very, very dangerous in this summer season. They are bringing the heat in the summer, man. And I think kung ganito yung form nila, ito yung magiging example nila sa ating top 1 currently, even with the loss, right? What else pa kaya kapag Fervid na nakakalaban nila? Mas pa kaya kapag Secretion na nakakalaban nila? Sure, MATTJESS might not be the best match dito sa Virtus.pro because MATTJESS, their whole style under the new leadership dito ni Vincent is, guys, let's snowball. Guys, let's stick together. Rambulin lang natin ng rambulin ditong mga players sa other side natin. No? Mapa GR man tayo, mapa BL man tayo. And what did VP say? Sige, gawin nyo. Pero pipitas-pitasin namin yung mga miyembro nyo nang hindi kayo nakakuha ng trade. Masyado maraming tao ang kumukuha ng attention dito dun sa snowball na ginagawa dito ng matches na at the end of it, mapapagod ka talaga bilang MATTJESS player. And sinabi nga natin kanina, yung stamina ng MATTJESS players, medyo concerning dahil nakapagod nga naman yung gantong all-out attack, no? At kung sa map 1 pa lang pagod na kayo, Sneaky, paano pa kaya sa map 2 and possible meron man?
And not much has changed. In all honesty, galing dito sa VP, maybe some position has changed na si Keller, mas tutulungan niya na si Elvin, no, para kumuha dito ng second bid. But in all honesty, alam mo ginawa lang nila dito, they just turned up the pace. Just by a bit, pare. And laking difference na nangyari yon dito sa Rita Vincent. No? Vincent was expecting, okay, this will be a slow play. Dito sila uupo dito sa base this entire time. You don't expect a 1 minute and 40 second mid push sa start ng laro. So, this is definitely a different VP. And I'm looking forward to it, pare.
Yeah. I wonder what the panel thinks of this VP and the way that they use the AK, no, most importantly. Ang daming nangyaring maganda dito sa VP. MATTJESS, they need to bounce back. Mochi, Bipolar, what are your thoughts?
Mochi, nakakatawa man.
Mike,
Pero
hello?
mag-open ka muna ng mic mo.
Ayan, alright, I
Yan,
am back.
naririnig
So,
na.
sasabihin ko lang dito, forget the questions here, El, kasi ako, I have questions. At ang tatanong ko dito ay ang kasama ko ngayon. So,
Aray mo.
Bipolar, did you expect that it will be ending this quick? Na
Yes.
you really expect? Sige, how so?
I thought it was gonna be 10-1 or 10-2. That's how powerful I think Virtus.pro is right now. And I feel like this is not really in a bias for Mochi, but I feel like after that, after natin nga makausap si 02 na, uy, sinabi naman natin, ginawa nating nagmala scientist, nagmala Albert Einstein in the world of like 1900s dito si 02 and the rest of this team. And when they said na parang, uy, that was just checking kung nasan yung answers sa mga tanong namin. And yes, naging extreme no, Mochi. You said it quite carefully. Sabi mo, naging extreme na parang ganun pa yung ginawa nila in a master setting. Pero parang kinailangan. Kasi ngayon, this Masters, I feel like means more towards the side of Virtus.pro. You have an EWC slot that you're looking for, another opportunity for the international setting na hindi na immediately local scene yung hinahanap dito ng Virtus.pro. Gusto nila international setting, and that is why I feel like naghahanda na sila for the biggest thing of them all, and that is other regions up against the Philippines. At nakikita mo agad dito sa Ankara, Mochi, na parang star-studded yung ginawa nila. Tulad nga sinabi ni Sticky, wala masyadong nagbago. Yes, there's coverage now, security, kumbaga, with the help of KLR para hindi agad mamatay dito si Elvin. But it's the same kind of repeat but elevated. Parang may one step forward na agad sila bago pa sila manalo. And that is what we're looking for. A VP that is compact pero still has that edge amongst other teams.
I feel like if we will be summing it up, no, para siyang polished up to perfection. Kumbaga, yung nakita natin dito, no, sa mapa ng Ankara. It became a bit easy para dito sa ating team ng matches, how they would be able to address itong pinaggagawa dito, no, ng Virtus.pro, where every single time that they thought they already got one area covered, there will be someone at the back para makapag-cater ng mga anggulong hindi nila tinitingnan agad-agad. Striking from behind and sideways and all at once will just be a struggle here para dito for matches, and that is definitely the theme that we witnessed dito sa mapa ng Ankara. And I wonder, no, if matches can still hold off dito rin sa ating susunod na mapa. It seems like you'll be getting that 100% na prediction rate dito, no, for today. Especially na dito sa kalibre ng laruan lang din ng Virtus.pro. It seems like they're definitely moving like a mechanical bear as a whole, just by looking at how they're behaving so far.
Yeah, they transformed immediately, no? This is their first matchup sa group stage, and just look at this
Look
stat
at
line.
that.
Triple 300 sa tatlo nating players in a CF PH form. Pinoy yung
Grabe.
kalaban na itong VP, Mochi, and I feel like this sets a lot para sa ating mga students for VP. Yes, they're an anti-hero, pero that anti-hero mindset, man, I feel like it's working, Mochi. Grabe, and to also answer yung parang, bakit AK? I really don't know. Dahil ba maingay ito para matawag yung attention sa other side kasi nandun sa Elvin? I really don't know. Pero it's working for some odd reason, and ito ata yung dahilan nun. Kasi 100 si KLR, 100 si KSA, and guess what? 100 din si Cetra.
Yeah, I hate to say this, pero parang medyo nabibigyan ata tayo ng magandang quick nung nag-hot take kanina after seeing kung paano natapos itong ating laban ngayon. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP, no other than KSA. If it's not Cetra, if it's not Yobib, KSA will enter the fray. 3.25 na KD natin dito, no? At karagdagan na rin, I feel like this is I cannot say that this is more of a glow up. It's more of an amplification, especially when it comes to being a well-rounded player, given na rin yung percentage of the smokes na ginagamit niya dito sa mapa ng Ankara natin so far, which is for me, wow, this is such a good look dito, no, para sa ating map MVP nito for Ankara.
Yeah, alam ko, isipin mo kasi, di ba, parang I call Vincent a bartender kasi ang dami niyang niluluto, ang dami niyang tinitimpla para sa mga laban niya. But for the scientists that we see coming in from the Bears of Virtus.pro, para silang alchemist in a type na parang gumawa sila ng isang malaking unstable concoction para ibigay sa lahat ng team. And that concoction itself made everybody become even better. In a sense na parang team form. I was expecting Virtus.pro na parang, uy, let's play one by one kasi kaya naman natin, di ba? Angas tayo, di ba? Pero hindi.
Yes.
They're a team now. They're looking like a prominent team, Mochi. That is pretty insane to see. First map pa lang yun.
True. And I feel like it arguably, no, the way that they're behaving, parang everyone always knows what to do. Which is pretty scary, if
They
I may
know.
say. So, let us see kung ano ang mangyayari para sa ating susunod na matter. For now, tayo magbabalik. Makakabawi nga kaya ang matches dito after that 10-3 na scoreline? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita with the flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double for the saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB!
Tuloy-tuloy ang mga nakita nating laban at kaguluhan dito sa tapatan ng Virtus.pro and as well as MATTJESS na kung kanina lang na nataan ninyo no, kung gaano kalinis trumabaho ang Virtus.pro with the 10-3 sa mapa ng Ankara to the point that matches were left a bit empty on what should be the next step to take after suffering such of a feat.
Yeah, hopefully nakapag-move on dito agad yung matches no up against their first map dito with VP kasi talagang wala tayong naramdaman there for matches. Yes, they got some rounds pero it was fully informed and naisip na agad natin from the first 5 rounds this is VP. And if they will let them if hayaan nila mapasok yun hanggang dito sa map number 2, well, they're already down in the dumps. But knowing Vincent, knowing Zach, knowing Jason, hindi sila magpapatala dyan. But I would like to see NinQ pop off even more here sa ating labanan para malaman natin kung still or nga ba ang pwedeng palaging pocket pick dito ng ating Virtus.pro. Let's see. And there's a lot in store din, no? Kailangan natin dito abangan, especially a question for our casters. Ano nga ba ang bagong sitwasyon dyan sa sport? Kasi marami silang positioning dito. But let's see kung meron nga ba sila for Masters Summer.
Yeah, and especially this is one of their best maps as well, no? Kaya naman, naibigay na natin ito para sa ating mga casters. Tingin nyo ba guys, anong magiging outcome nito? LN Sneaky Frog.
That's a very good question, no, dito, Bipolar. And I feel like Sneaky, no, if we're talking about Virtus.pro port, right, there has been phases. So there was the phase na, okay, they're really, really good at port. This is the map where they beat Stallions. And then nagkaroon tayo ng phase sa spring na, okay, yung port ba natin is okay, kailangan ba natin ayusin? Inayos nila and nagkagulo. Ngayon, the third question or the third series natin dito for the port ng Virtus.pro is may improvement ba? Did they reinvent the wheel to make a flying car, pare? Yun yung gusto ko makita.
And I still hold the opinion no na itong Virtus.pro natin still has the best PL side sa lahat ng mga teams dito sa liga natin when it comes to this map specifically, no, kasi I feel like I wouldn't say they really innovated too much kasi most of the stuff that I'm seeing galing sa kanilang mga CA takes, Z takes, and bridge takes, yun nga I already saw galing dito sa CFPL and other regions as well, so they're just applying it dito sa sarili nilang gameplay and it has been super effective, no, for the past few times na nakita ka natin itong Virtus.pro. Ayun nga, nakaka 5-4 sila, you know, at worst 6-3 yung pwede nga natin sabihin dito sa first half. And the fact na magsisimula na naman dito yung Virtus.pro dito sa ating BL side, ay nga, no, maybe may opportunity para sa kanila na ma-stop ng medyo maaga-aga kung ano mang setup meron man dito ang MATTJESS. Pero MATTJESS, man, a bit worrying yung form nila kanina dun Noel, with NinQ being denied time and time again dito sa kanyang mga usual na angles, Jason not getting the same opportunities as he is. And kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, when the attackers are not getting their opportunities, ay hindi nga makakuha ng opportunities itong si Zach, itong si Yetcha, and itong si Vincent na gumawa dito sa mapa. Kasi I feel like MATTJESS heavily relies upon yung kanilang starting na strat, or at least their openers dito sa ating mapa. And I feel like if they cannot get any openers, dun sila medyo nagkakagulo dito sa mapa na to. And this is really uncharacteristic because we already saw yung stability ng QRD even in the lower numbered situations like the 3 versus 4 and the 2 versus 4s. Okay naman yung sitwasyon nila para sa ganyan. Pero for some reason, that kind of problem arises dito sa side ng MATTJESS. And hopefully we do see a different kind of version of MATTJESS this time kasi gusto ko makita si Zach na pumapatay ng malala dito sa top A, you know, them defending B well as well, and them denying that mid galing dito sa Virtus.pro kasi I feel like denying mid will be the key in beating this team, especially dito sa first half natin, pare.
Yeah. Kailangan natin makita yung snowball effect dito na naman, no? I'm gonna keep on using that term because this is what they did in port yesterday, right?
Bakit
And
smoke?
to get into port, we have to check the comms. And comms,
Bukusan agad natin yun.
here they are.
Kay paninig ah, kay paninig ah.
Sama mo na bin, sama mo na bin.
Yeah, sige.
Yan kat mo ngayon.
Lumasan ko. Ate, tagak ko.
Okay. So, we heard one bit, no? Samahan mo
Di
muna.
mamaya na
dito.
pag nawala smoke.
Si
Kunin ko baba.
Elvin yun, no? Ibig sabihin, they are introducing Elvin towards the pack and then planting him in deeper spaces. Tingnan mo, nakuha kagad nila yung CA. This can be an A split kagad CA. Ang ganda ng ginagawa dito ng Virtus.pro. May need din nangyari. Una dito ng onte or na dito ng HP ating Virtus.pro. May isa pa. And ano ng pepper dito, no? The salt and pepper by MATTJESS, very good. Pero tuloy pa rin ang Virtus.pro sa split.
And yeah, no, they don't really care about the nade damage. They care whether or not they can kill kung sino man na nakatayo dito sa top A. And there is no reason kung bakit yung nga, no, nakakuha ng ganyan kaaga itong Virtus.pro na itong CA natin due to Elvin. Pero KSA already entering the side. Fastest nades, everything being thrown dito sa top A. Zach finally down. Double spray para kay KSA. And Ninkyu, nakaupo na lang dito sa bodega. Wala ka na magagawa. Merong 5 nakatutok sa'yo, pare. Jason, mahulog sa kanyang spawn. And Elvin will finally get the third A player. Yetja na lang natitira. But what's the side of your head? And that he does! Gets the double kill. Pero teka lang, Yetja, pwede ka pa makakuha ng clutch play potentially. Pero ito na ang flashbang ng Virtus.pro. Stuck pa nga siya dito sa may isip natin. Kellar's gonna go down. Hold on, wait a minute. Centro spotted. Fully sprayed, pero buti na lang the old reliable. The Colt coming in clutch, pare.
Medyo mali tayo ng kinall out on Snake. No? Hindi siya A split. It's more of a CA execute. Dahil wala naman nang galing sa mid. Lurk lang talaga dito si Elvin, no? Sakto lang na iniklian lang nila yung pathway dito sa LA natin. And kahit low HP na sila or medyo barag na sila dito, they still manage to get the job done. Okay lang, no? Baka na nga sila, kaagat ba ng split to? Or kaagat ba si Jason rather? Para hindi, siya pa nga ating kaagatin.
Oh, and the heady angle, Noel. Doon pa siya natalo dito. And Z will be acquired dito ng Virtus.pro. I feel like Ninkyu will not be peeking through that Z hole anytime soon, pare. But does he know the lineup? Yes, he does. Never mind, di pumasok.
Yan yung gusto matutunan eh. The
I think
flashman.
it's S. Tapos may certain na mark na naandun sa taas that you have to aim at para sakto yung arch, kumbaga. Pero, with a member up, yun nga, this is the spot they want to be in.
Elvin again, no? Nasa CA na naman. Kakain na naman siya ng HE. Pero okay lang. This has opened up a lot more options dito. Kanina, 5v5 yung nangyari. Execute nila per Ninkyu.
Spotted. Grabe. On the smallest angle to KSA, a bit too aware of his surroundings. Pero Vincent, gustong i-deny itong si Elvin na nagdi-ninja dito sa bridge natin. Vincent, Zach, and Yetja. Yetja trying to shoot through the exit smoke. Zetra napadaan ng mid at napakolt dito kay Yetja. 68 HP still on one of the two players left. Zach, of course, still very well alive. And this sniper can definitely do some damage, no? Kaso hindi nga siya makaangat dito sa site. And look at the angles na nilalaro dito ng Virtus.pro. They are playing as passive as they can. Keller waiting for the first contact na nasa ilalim.
Wow.
Crash is there. And the headshot, it is Zach. Sniper shot, not even close. Virtus.pro, 2 rounds in a row sa BL side. Because of that freaking CA take ni Elvin, para hindi nila ma-deal with.
Grabe. Kahit na mabaraga mo siya with the HEs, pare, kapag man down kayo at nakuha nila yung CA and they have the whole of mid control galing sa Z, TP is just hard and headed with the executes. Pero Vincent, even much more hard-headed, will take down Elvin. Alam niya na ito yung naging key point of execution dito ng Virtus.pro. So now they have to work man down, pero you know, Virtus.pro going to be very, very careful with how they deal with things. No, Z, under control. House B, under control. But the spread default dito ng MATTJESS, ready to rotate. Medyo malayo lang si Vincent. Parang hindi nila alam ngayon kung nasa na yung the rest of the team. They have a rough idea, pero kung gaano ba kalapit dito yung Virtus.pro, yun yung hindi natin alam na feeling dito ng MATTJESS.
Yep. I like to call this the caterpillar offense, para because they expand and then contract and then expand and then contract pagdating sa kanilang map control, para they don't really leave anyone in a spot na hindi sila masyadong traded unless your name is Zetra. Pero Jason, good angle dito sa may curve side natin. Wala namang dadaan papuntang Ninja, so hindi na kailangan isipin yun. Ninkyu missing the jump on CA, pero Jason gets the cover. Dito kay KSA, gonna start flying dito sa may midside natin. Vincent has to be careful about his head, but instead, nakuha niya yung ulo dito ni Yobib. Kellar finally getting a kill in return, pero
Opya.
VP is bleeding in this round, pare. Parang he's looking unlikely rather, na makakuha sila ng round dito unless a miracle happens in the hands of Zetra and Kellar. And judging from the angles dito ng matches, hindi na nila bibitawan tong B-side.
Ano na sila, no? Cobra coil na sila. Pero Cetra, he's very, very slippery here. 1 HP na lang dito si Kellar, though. Pwede sa makaigat, pero ang ganda na angle ni Vincent. Who looks directly up?
Yun nga. Apparently not Zetra. Kellar will be up next, pare. Creative angle galing dito kay Vincent. I think he doesn't have to worry about mid, no, considering namatay naman si Nino dito sa LB and he has a bit of a death cam happening for a few seconds. Pero 2-1 dito sa ating labanan. Matches finally with a round on the board. Pero Virtus.pro, ano kaya yung iibahin nila dito? Elvin no longer going for CA control. Pakiramdam ko, mas later niya na kukunin din, pare.
Exactly. We have to highlight din dito, no, Sneaky, the way that MATTJESS is using the HC. It's more like information finder and extractor na okay. Hawak na namin yung mga position na to. We know roughly where they are. At sa timing ng oras na to, execute na dito ang VP sa House B.
Oh, Yetcha has to be careful. House B not gonna be safe for him. Zetra getting him all the way from court. Pwede pang makapunta ng B-side itong Virtus.pro, but in classic Virtus.pro fashion, they are not gonna pull the trigger just yet. Alam na nila na merong rotation na nangyari. Galing dito kay Jason at galing dito kay Nin-Q. Vincent will be taking out Yoteb, a key piece to the offense dito ng Virtus.pro. They're not gonna stop anytime soon. Kellar will be falling dito kay Jason as he faces HB on his own. Nino will get another one dito kay Zetra. Elvin the lurk. At least mako-confirm niya na walang tao sa CA. And technically, we are right, pare. He did take CA at the end of the round. Pero, wala ka ng kakampi dito, pare. Napakahirap na to. Pero, yun nga, Elvin, see what the Rat King can do, pare.
Yeah. The man I base my playstyle off. That much you know, pare. I'm gonna take the wildest rotation and somehow it will work. Let's see if that works as well for Elvin. Pero, yun nga, no. Let's just say this round is a given para sa MATTJESS. Hawak na nila yung C4 and they are triple stack. Pero with Zach, no, he's the key foundation player dito to hold. Alam nila kung nasan siya. And shot dito. For Jason, MATTJESS 2-2. At bago ko dito makat off no execute dito ng VP no at saktong timeout. I want to talk about that MATTJESS usage of HE, right? Paano nila ginagamit to? Well, wow, for one thing, we know that Virtus.pro, they like to take a certain space in the map, mid, CA, at recently, no, in the last 2 rounds, store B and house B. Now, ito si Vincent, inisip niya, okay, nauha ko dito sa round number 3, si Elvin. Alam ko na since wala sila sa CA, wala sila sa LA, they're probably mid, they're probably house B, at possible pa umakyat yan dito sa may Z. So, ano gagawin namin sa race namin? Titingnan namin yung oras, titingnan ko din kung ano yung possible na position na makuha nila with that timing. At nakita mo naman doon, sunod-sunod na naghagisan dito ng mga nades, yung mga players ng MATTJESS. Even Vincent throwing his own dun sa may baba ng GR bridge, sa may sign A or sign B natin, no? Medyo maganda yung pinapakita nila, pero I feel like that can only work if Virtus.pro go static after their initial space taking, which I think this is what the timeout is for, no? 0-2, okay. We've seen early resistance from MATTJESS, and with your experimentation, meron ba kayong data dito na nagpapakita na, okay, ganito yung gagawin natin kapag nasa-shutdown kaagad yung ating mga plays, at this very early timeout, Sneaky Frog, malalabas kaya nila kaagad yung solution, no? Yung answer dito sa problemang hinahagis ng MATTJESS.
Yeah, and Virtus.pro strikes me as a team, though, that seems to practice every type of situation or every type of possibility, basically, dito sa mga scrims nila. Like, for example, they really want to, you know, get the 3v4 going, so they know what to do in that situation. 2v4s, mga lesser numbers, as to say. So they do know what to do dun sa mga sitwasyon na yun. Tama nga yung tama yung punto mo, men, na Virtus.pro cannot be static. dito sa mapa natin. Kasi kakainin at kakainin talaga sila ng matches knowing how good their map movement is. And that's also a reminder para dito kay 0-2, no? Virtus.pro, you're Virtus.pro. You never go static, pare. That's not your lingo, pare.
The only man that goes static here is Elvin when he's trying to go for alert. That much is true. Diba? And again,
He's here again.
He's here and he's not static. He's going forward. Vincent, boss, kailangan mong paganahin yan. Yo!
I think
Come on.
you give it up, gang, at this point.
That was the 4th time he tried doing it. And lo and behold, he dies. Of course, man. Nawalan ka na ng timing. Why force the issue? It's not the attacker that's the problem. It's the attacking. I've said that before, pare. Ang kara. And now, static as it may seem dito, Virtus.pro, they are trying to move elsewhere habang kumakuha dito ng nade damage na naman si Elvin. Going back to my point, the HEs are being used, but nagkakagulo ata din sila dito sa may RS shock curve banda itong matches. Sino ba talaga mag-aawak? Ba't kayo nandyan? Maybe they're just gonna flood back into the site, Sneaky, pag B-site nga yung pinunteriya dito ng Virtus.pro.
Yeah, maybe anticipating, no, na may cross na mangyayari galing dito sa baba ng BR, pare. So, they did do the double stack for a bit, pero nakaikot na nga ng A-sign itong si Etcha. So, may onting tulong naman dito si Ninkyu on that top A position. Zach, now the one holding itong B-side natin. It's gonna be a slightly harder task. Para ka dito sa top A, a lot less cover, more vulnerable sa atake ng mga kalaban dito. But look at this CA control though. Parang gustong i-challenge yata
Parang
dito ni
malito
Ninkyu, pero hindi man eh. This is already the fake ongoing. Ninkyu on the bottom side. And tignan natin kung magre-react yung mga players dito na matches. Yes, it is. Tignan mo, lumilipat na nga dito si Jason at si Zach. Zach already miles away from the usual spot na naandito ka sa B-side ni Ninkyu. Just realizing na kailangan niya na umikot dito. But
Double
that also
fake.
gives an opportunity para kay Elvin na lumabas biglaan dito sa CA. Ninkyu now realizing he has been made a fool. Pero Elvin mo one tap right through the box, pero KSA ang ganda ng kanyang position. Yet gonna be caught by surprise. Yobib now clearing the entirety of B-side. Zach kay KSA, pero si Yobib nakapasok na nga ng B. Nagkakagulo na nga yung mapa natin. 10 seconds left for the plan to go down. Zetra with the lurk. Zach spotting Yobib, pero kailangan na umaksyon ni Zetra. Zetra killing Ninkyu. Zach try to go for the drop shot, but it's Zetra once again. Finally, the Zetra flank works dito, pare.
Grabe yun, no? Push pull para silang par dito, pare. They're just trying to lever each other, pare. Yun, the lever dito ng Virtus.pro. Akala mo fake sa A, akala mo mag-execute sa B. Nakuha nila yung space sa B, iniwan nila dito sa Cetra. Tapos bumalik tayo sa mid dito sa Virtus.pro. Kung ako matches, I'm going to get bamboozled, man. And Elvin will get Vincent just to get CA. They get the initial part of their objective. Now we know that Virtus.pro can capitalize on this. Maghahagis na naman tayo ng nade, pero takes more than one nade, man. As much as I commend them for using the full belt of utility dito, it's not just the util play that we need to do dito perfectly matches. It's the answer box, no? Kung napipitas kayo sa aggression nyo and now you're forced to play closer if you want to be aggressive just a little bit, no? What about the rest of the map, no? Parang nasasakal ka kapag VP kalaban mo, no? You're getting mauled by the polar bear talaga, no? Slowly.
Yun nga, man. And I feel like that is yung Vincent's attempt to be a bit creative para tanggalin nitong si Elvin sa CA. Pero tignan mo naman si Elvin, man, ayaw niya magpatanggal sa CA whatsoever. And the only A player they have to worry about is Zach. And a few flashes, a few nades could make all the difference dito sa top A player natin. Kaya si Zach lumalayo na agad. He wants to go down all the way into exit in those boxes para mas-save ang kanyang posisyon. Pero Zach, bulag na bulag dito sa top A. Here comes Elvin! And they take the top A side with ease. And yet, the last one left alive. KSA will just maul him, pare. 4-2. Virtus.pro in control of port on the BL side.
Ang ganda. Hindi na si Elvin yung parang initial lurk. Well, si Elvin yung initial lurk dito sa CA, no? Itatanim nila siya. Sasamahan pa nga siya, no? Which is the same thing that happened in Ankara with LR. Sasamahan nila siya. Sige, kunin mo yung CA. Para kunwari, itatanim ka namin na slurk. But all the while, no? KSA, that's the second time na nag-appear siya dito sa baba ng bridge ng GR. Exact siya na yung tinoka and Elvin's down. And now this, again, we see the troubleshooting, no? Ng Virtus.pro. Now that Elvin is down from taking CA, where do we go next? And I feel like we already know the answer to this, Sneaky. You're gonna take a bit more time. Cetra, you are on pick finding duty. Ganda ng angle niya.
Yeah, right on top of Ninja, pare. Actually, one of the harder angles to get to, no? I mean, kung naaral mo na yung Ninja, that is slightly easier to what he is doing now. Pero napakagandang angle kasi yun. Para kita mo yung A at B sign and also covers some part of the left side of bridge. Oh, say, hinahanap na nga dito si Zach. Oh! The reverse boost! Oh my God! We saw this not too long ago, pare. Galing dito sa Fervid. And now we see it in the form of Virtus.pro. Really good troubleshooting nga. Galing rin sa kanila, pare. May problema tayo dito sa CA. Why not? Let's go by the LA side. Tignan mo si Zetra. Ang ganda ng angle. And that's why you learn all the parkour you can, especially in the map like Port. You can get angles like that, pare.
Grabe. Problema yung CA na wala si Elvin. Let's just retake it back. Talagang ayaw nila pakawalan yung CA, pare. Katulad ng trade nito, hindi papakawalan ng Virtus.pro yung man advantage. At with 2 members remaining, MATTJESS, naiipit sila. Tig-isa sila dito, both sides, and now maiipit si Vincent.
You know exactly where he is. Grabe. Just the information flowing, no? Dito, na spotted siya sa mid. Immediate drop down galing kay Kel R, and there wasn't a moment's hesitation sa pagpatay nga dito sa ating kapitan on the side of MATTJESS. Pero tignan mo naman si Etcha, nakuha niya si Yobib. Pero Zetra with a gift all the way from the A site, receives it from bridge. And Virtus.pro gets the lead sa first half, and pakiramdam ko dito, hindi pa sila tapos.
Hindi pa talaga sila tapos, man. There's still 2 more rounds to go. And after the timeout by 0-2, we only seen Virtus.pro victories, man. That problem was dealt with quickly. And let's see this replay, man. The CA retake. Para doon talaga nakahawak yung or naka-pinpoint or nagre-revolve rather yung atake dito ng ating Virtus.pro. And remember, they've been doing that all game long. And if you think as the next opponent of Virtus.pro, no, na okay, kailangan lang natin sila maunahan sa CA. No, that's just one piece of the puzzle, para na nilalatag nila sa port. You haven't shut them down. They've only shown solutions to what you can throw. Pero may second layer pa yan. And yung second layer natin, hindi pa natin nakikita, no? Kung ano yung una talaga nilang kinokontrol. Dito sa mapang to, CA. Pero for the next few times na makita natin yung port from Virtus.pro, maybe they're gonna use a different approach, no? So, iba naman, nang nasa CA, si Keller naman. Elvin is going to be in Z, closer to the pack. They're reinventing Elvin's role here. Maybe closer for the fights. And the fighting might be the thing here dito sa B-side natin once they start going and throwing the flashes.
Yeah, B-side looking likely for a take, pero yes, napakaganda na spray, pero si Etra nakasagot ng isa. Elvin with the mid lurk. They have to get one more player inside of the side. Pangalan niya Vincent. Vincent getting KLR, pero Zetra still just as sharp with the TRG. Elvin, Zetra, the last 2 left alive usually para dito sa Virtus.pro. And it will be Zach and Vincent, captain, and the sniper with him. 35 seconds left. Elvin gustong labanan yung harap ng smoke, but most likely he will be backing off right after that. Nakita yata si Zach. Nakita yung kanyang anino na nasa loob, pare. And Elvin even accidentally hitting Vincent while he was wildly spraying. And it's a 6-2 Virtus.pro. Looking likely, man.
Ang clean. Ang clean ng ginagawa dito ng Virtus.pro. It is not the same Virtus.pro from Spring where they will fumble a map or 2. They want the 2 zeros. Call that the reverse Stallions effect. Sila naman nang naghahabol ng clean sheet. And Elvin, clean sheet dito sa Z.
Z player taken. KSA busy with Tietza as he kills him. Jason goes down as well. It's just lifeless. Dito walang kabuhay-buhay ang depensa ng MATTJESS. Kasi pinatay na sila dito ng Virtus.pro, and even Vincent cannot take his way out of it. 7-2. Virtus.pro. 7-2 na naman, pare. Pero this 7-2 feels a lot more harsh.
It's parang walang nag-i-struggle, no? They have matches in an arm lock, in a headlock, but there's no resistance. No one's trying to get that lock out, no? No one's trying to break the lock dito, the submission. And MATTJESS, lifeless. As much as I hate to say it, talagang wala silang magawa dito sa mga ginagawa ng Virtus.pro. Very dangerous, no? Kapag nakita mo na, okay, counterin natin yung CA. Patayin kagad natin si Elvin. Pero even in the rounds na gawa nila yun, they still can't find the rebut kapag bumalik dito yung Virtus.pro sa CA, no? And that pinpoint of objective na, okay, let's take this one part of the map and then think of the next steps, no? Which already, if you're Virtus.pro, you already know the next steps, right? It's just a matter of trying to see what MATTJESS will do. And MATTJESS, they ain't done a lot, brother. They ain't done a lot here. They're trying to be aggressive, but they can't even roll a snowball, man. They can't even throw snowballs dito pabalik. And of course, if you're playing in the snow, you best bet that there's gonna be a polar bear right there with you.
Ikaw nga dito, El. I'll actually shoot you with this question, pare. What do you think Vincent should be saying sa kanyang mga kakampi at this very moment? You're down 2 maps, or you're down a map, you're almost losing. What's the vibe?
I feel like we need to reinvent. As much as that is going to be the case, never mind, he's dead. That's not reinventing. That's not reinventing, man. Double downing, di ba? He's doubling down.
Mistakes dito, pare. He's doubling down. Not like this. It's a double at nabunot niya ay 25. That's not ideal, pare. 4 versus 5. And honestly, if I'm Vincent there, pare, I would not be too mad about that death kasi yun nga, you kinda clear out Kellar on the bottom side dito ng BR but at the same time, you are losing a player, no, para sa process nyo sa pag-take dito ng CA. Pero Zetra has to be careful around these wooden doors, man. Masakit yung mga EBRs na to, pare.
Exactly. Feel ko, Vincent, he just wanted to test one more time. Sige, baka gumana. Baka gumana yung ginagawa ko. Pero na, bro, you need to reinvent. And it has to start with you. You need to say, I can't say in Bisaya, so I'm just gonna say the Tagalog can say, guys, ibahin muna natin yung ginagawa natin. Fallback muna tayo. Nakita din naman na natin, no? Ito sa, sa fervid matchup nila, pero at the end of it, they reverted back to their aggressive ways. Try changing it up. Try slowing down the tempo. Try being aggressive once you have the man advantage. But they only find the equalizer.
Yun nga, finally, the slowdown comes dito sa MJ, no? Namatay nga dito si namatay nga dito si Vincent rather. Pero Yobib, spotting the back of Zach's foot. It is what it is, pare. Pero Yobib, he's been playing this game for too goddamn long na hindi yan pansinin, pare. Yet spotted ang kanyang kamay as well. All the body parts being cut apart by the butcher. That is Yobib na nasa LB. And Zetra, easy shot para sa kanya. Man, you can kind of see that coming from a mile away. Zetra repeak. And Zetra re-hit towards bridge. 8-2. Man.
It's hard to watch. If you're a MATTJESS fan. As much as MATTJESS is a good team, as much as they rebranded and gotten revitalized, no, sure, that's a breath of fresh air dito. Getting 2. Now there you go aggressive, pare. This is where you go aggressive.
Yeah, fastest CA take I've seen from them in a while kasi wala naman pumipigil sa kanila dito. Pero Elvin, 2 box para sa kanya. Jason, Vincent, opportunity to wallbang him out of his position. Pero depende na lang yan kung sino mauuna dito. Zach spotted immediately. Jason down as well. Elvin dinadaga dito yung 2 box on long. And he takes out the entire MATTJESS offense just by himself. The Rat King strikes again.
My goodness, Vincent left all alone. And Elvin, the difference between Poisonous is when you hit it, or you hit it, you get poisoned. Venomous is when it hits you, you get poisoned. Both is Elvin. Pag shot tinamaan mo, ikaw ang aaray. Pag shot tumama sa'yo, aaray ka pa rin. And KSA will just get the last kill. 9-2. No timeouts to be used here. And Virtus.pro. I don't need a timeout. No timeouts whatsoever, man. Just let it ride at this point, MATTJESS, because the linear approach that you've been showing as well, that line can get broken.
Oh, that's not the C4 yet though, pero si Vincent malapit na mamatay dito, pare. Hey, look at the B-side, Zetra, you're kind of on your own, brother, pero nandito naman si KSA. Yet on the chase to see where the sniper is para sa Virtus.pro, pero nakita naman ni Zach kung nasaan itong si Zetra. Pero KSA taking out Yetza. Wala nang bottom B control itong matches natin, so kailangan may bumaba sa kanila dito. Hindi nila pwedeng pabayaan na walang tao na naandito sa baba. So that will be Vincent probably using his life to try and take out one of these players. Pero Elvin in a great position. Zach spotted out na nga dito sa loob ng site. Hindi na siya makakapeak dito sa may HP natin. Godbox would be the way to go, and it's a good angle para sa kanya. Pero isa-spam pa to ng Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro with nades, and that's gonna be the EBR instant trade. And Vincent Jason will be getting both instantly. MATTJESS with a bit of a fight. More like Virtus.pro overextending sa long and yet somehow finding his way behind the enemy lines, pare.
Yeah, deja vu of Ankara, man. This is the same scoreline that we saw. Pero this time around, no, they're still gonna keep doing it. Ipit na naman ng matches dito sa ating mid. Flash just to deter them from pushing, and the 3-man nade. I like that. That's new from them, and the fight continues.
Oh, Zach's down as well. Nako po, alam na nila may dadaan pa dito ng CA, pero grabe yung lineup smoke papuntang ST. Pantinay talaga na mga tao na naan dito sa long. Jason will be getting Yobi Belvin. Mag-aantay ng napakagandang timing, pero yung HE
Not Milan.
Oy, hindi na bawasan dito si Elvin. But I feel like, alam ni Jason talaga na may tao dito sa metal box. And I feel like they did see it from the initial cross. At hindi siya pwede dumaan kasi nakabantay si KSA, pare.
Exactly. He's gonna smoke, isolate the angle maybe. Pero where's the attempt, no? Maybe feign the action. Pero siya pangayo may ipit. Buti na nakuha niya. 3v3 at the end of it. Pero mas tablado dito yung HP ng MATTJESS. They reconvene, pare. Regroup dito sa House B. Ipitin na lang natin si Kelam na naka-sniper for some reason. Pero okay lang yan. He might be good for one, and one is all he needs. Never mind.
Well, one is not what he's gonna get dito sa site natin, para Vincent with the insta-give on him. KSA running straight into the enemy lines! He doesn't care about the flashes. He doesn't care about the pushes. Let me just mouse one and maul everybody on the site. Oh my goodness. KSA making his presence known dito sa port. And with one mag, he take the MATTJESS plant. Virtus.pro evolving sa SEA Masters.
As much as this is going to be a shocker of a statement for me, pare, orange is the new orange. You get what I mean? That is going to be our storyline here. Stallions versus Execration. That is going to be the marquee matchup from yesterday. But then, Virtus.pro, not to be outshone, this is the marquee matchup of today. And as much as Stallions is yesterday, Virtus.pro is the now. Pare, sila ngayon ang nagpapakita ng gilas na malinis. Tapos na ang hibernation ng mga oso, and they're out to hunt, pare. They're out to hunt that ticket, and you will find what is a polar bear doing in Paris, France.
Exactly nga, no, pare. Virtus.pro. Ito I think a lot of people would say, ayun nga, matches, we did expect them to go down 0-2. Ayun nga, we were expecting them to be the weaker team. No, you didn't, pare. No, you didn't. Don't lie. Don't lie at this point. Alam naman natin yung matches, with that kind of roster, capable sila na mag-place dito sa top 4 natin. We saw what Vincent is capable of dito sa ating last season. We saw what Yetcha is capable of dito sa last season. But damn, Virtus.pro, you really made the gap more evident than it is. Sinabi nga natin kanina, El, Virtus.pro is now defending the top 2. They're defending the gap between them and the rest of the teams na naandito sa tournament natin, and they defended it well, pa. They treated MJ like kids in this server, and man, Virtus.pro, even on the BL side ng port, pare, every single execute was there, and one of the main reasons why kung bakit sila natalo dito, kasi yun nga, they're also trying to push from long A as a 3-man, trying to push from mid as a 3-man as well. And ayun nga, matches, they were taken for a ride, pero it seems like PP enjoyed it more, pare.
Yeah, I want to put an analogy here dito sa matches. No, their shots are much like a straight arrow. But then again, how do you incapacitate an archer? You break his arrows, pare. You don't break the bow, you break his arrows. At kapag hindi nila kayang tumira ng dire-diretso lang, talaga matatalo dito ang matches. And just to not compensate, no, but just to double down on how good Virtus.pro is, MATTJESS, this version of MATTJESS is no slouch, no? Masasabi ko, ka-level nila ang VP. Nakita natin yung matchup kahapon, kung ka-level nila ang Fervid, unti lang yung nilabang. Ayetja bomb was dropped yesterday, pero that was not the main point of their loss. They just got outclassed by Fervid in one map. But this time around, no, kung ikukumpara natin yung laban ng SES Execration sa laban ng MATTJESS Virtus.pro, is almost the same, but it was treated differently by the top 2 natin. The number 1 went down, and the rule number 1 is to never lose to the number 2. Pare, no? Our panel needs to discuss this because I want to hear your thoughts, guys. Bipolar, Mochi, is this Virtus.pro's way to get that number 1 spot?
I know it's pretty early to say, but in our honest opinion, I feel like that might actually be the case here. Because I feel like parang gusto kong i-lay down. Yung mga na-observe ko lang din during the time na sila yung nasa attacking, it is definitely superb. But I feel like what summarizes everything is the fact nung 5th round natin, no? Na kung saan nakita natin, no, where number 1, CA is their favorite point of contact. Na kung maaaring makakuha sila ng mga mapipitas doon, mas maganda, no? Particularly si Elvin lagi tumatrabaho nun. And if something falls down or someone falls down, like for example, na si Elvin ay namatay doon, automatically, somewhere else in the entirety of the map, there will be someone who be pushing forward. Automatic merong magbibigay ng pressure doon. And doon sa round na yon, ang gumawa nun is si Yobeb from House B all the way to the spawn. So I feel like the easiest way to summarize it is yung fact na absolute comms, absolute control, absolute space management present din dito sa mapa ng Port Polar.
Yeah, it's pretty insane no, na parang the Hyper Nation is done already for this team. A full tournament yung kailangan para magising ng lalo dito ang ating players mula sa Virtus.pro. But I'm actually pretty sad, Mochi. Kasi hindi ko nakita yung GR side dito ng matagalan ng player ng Virtus.pro, because yes, we know na BL side is always gonna be a dominating factor para dito sa ating Virtus.pro, pero I never look at sport that way for some reason. Para dito sa VP, I have this hyperfixation pagdating sa GR side nila, because I feel like nag-evolve ng todo ang ating players dito sa pag-defend ng port, but we didn't really quite see it on how this VP defend in this point in the zone. So kailangan natin abangan yan in the next coming of matches. But looking at the highlights now na Mochi, iba. I mean, you're absolutely right, mo. Elvin will create a space, will ensure someone is in PA. Pero ang ginagawa nga dito ng players natin mula sa side ng VP is clear out mid muna, make presence zone, try to create a wall back opportunity dito sa ating mga BR side sa BR na GR side. And if not, after 20 seconds, iikot sila sa may court, check House B, check yung situation dyan kung may nag-over-aggress, check natin yung Z. And after that, tapos na yung clearing operation dito ng VP, and then they will try to connect towards LV. If hindi kagana yon, if masyadong maraming bomba, if merong presence doon mula kay Zach or mula kay Vincent, they will push in mid with the ninja play, with the push towards BR, with the smokes combined dito sa may B side natin, and it's just free reign. Kasi what happens dito sa BL side, sa GR side ng ating matches, dalawa lang ang nakahold ng A side. If not, isa lang. It's Zach sa baba ng ladder, and there's not a lot of opportunities there, Mochi. Kasi palaging na-overwhelm ng Virtus.pro yung buong mapa. Another trifecta of 100 almost in the same names, no? 15 and 9 dito kay Elvin, 14 and 8 kay KSA, and 12 and 5 kay Cetra. The highest death for Virtus.pro is only 9, Mochi. Meanwhile, MATTJESS, lahat yan negative KD. Very unfortunate na hindi sila nakaputos dito ng todo-todo. I believe na MATTJESS has a better BL side pagdating dito. Kasi may raging sa Buanos tayo eh. Talagang may stop and go push ang MATTJESS dito na parang pwedeng ma-overwhelm yung B side natin for Virtus.pro. Lalo't nagbabago yung GR side nila. Pero di natin nakita yun just because Virtus.pro was in full control.
Pero kasi ang naging problema din dito, bipolar, parang na Newton's law of motion itong MATTJESS no? Kahit na gusto nila maging raging Cebuanos, kung meron namang pipigil noong pag-rage na yun, paano nga ba talaga sila makakapag-react? Pero ito nga ang ating MVP right now, it is no other than Cetra, because I would like to add up din, no, sa mga binanggit mo kanina, other than the fact na hindi natin na masyado nakita ang kanilang galawan once that they're already on the global side, I feel like parang medyo sadya din yun. Kasi yun na yung point na parang medyo sira na yung moral ng matches dito. No? So, they're definitely having fun with the set plays dito. Pero the try, 3 people of them throwing that grenade, someone being able to deal a lot of minuscule damage din for all members ng matches, no? And even yung mga power spikes na na-observe natin, especially from KSA and as well as Cetra, nakakatakot talaga yung nakikita natin dito, staying true to the mascot, no? Na talaga namang mala predator on top of the food chain ang kanilang naging galawan dito kontra sa ating Knights. But let us see kung ano nga ba ang ating match MVP. Sino nga ba to? It is no other than Cetra. Sinong nagulat? Parang wala na naman ata, no? 2.78 ang kanyang KD and as well as ang kanyang 65% to smoke per round. Dude, all I can say, yung maganda rin na nakita din natin dito for Virtus.pro, no? Laging ubos yung sinturon nila. Minsan, pinapauna pa nilang gamitin yung mga granada kesa sa mga ecoms nila.
Yeah, I mean, their setup kasi for Virtus.pro, and I feel like that's why palaging ganun yung naging situation, no? But for Cetra being the MVP here, I feel like hindi naman masyado nagbago dito yung buong playstyle ni Cetra, even for the entire PvP. It feels like na-amplify lang, and that is why kita mo dito, Cetra taking a little bit of approach forward even more and to create some sort of opening para dito sa ating para sa mga mapang ito. But I feel like Port wasn't really the map for Cetra. It was mostly Ankara. Kasi look at the silence coming in for Ankara. Cetra was always there to create a presence. Hindi lang para makakuha ng kill, but to deny something out of matches. And that is lives, that is a double kill every time, and that is pure domination. Pero ngayon, nakikita natin, no, parang at the very end, even Cetra could not even realize what he was doing kasi lahat talaga, it was falling into the hands of Cetra dito sa point.
Yes, and if not him, there's KSA, and if it's not KSA, there's Elvin, so on and so forth, which is just pretty crazy for us to see din dito, no, sa kanilang tapatan. Pero mukhang ready na nga ata ang ating interviewee right now. Please welcome ang ating match MVP dito sa ating desk, Cetra himself. Congratulations, Cetra, no? Grabe ang inyong pa-intro dito. Hello, hello. And congratulations for taking the title as well. Ayan, so go, bipolar. I'm pretty sure hitik na hitik sa katanungan ng meron ka ngayon.
Okay, Cetra, congratulations first sa ating MVP. And your first match, 2-0 agad, up against MATTJESS.PHT. And continues pa rin dito na hindi na nanalo ang matches up against VP. And you are one of the reasons why. No? Gusto ko lang malaman, sa perspective mula ni Cetra, marami nagsasabi na experimentation talaga yung nangyari sa inyo noong Master Spring. What do you think happened there? Anong nangyari? Bakit biglang parang nag-elevate lalo after a whole tournament of Masters? Ngayon, in Masters Summer, parang Cetra and the rest of VP evolved into something else.
Okay, wait lang. Kaya nga din double check lang tayo dito. No? Salita ka lang, Cetra, anytime para ma-double check natin din ang inyong audio. Pero it seems like, again, no, bipolar, like what you have mentioned, I feel like parang over na nga yung phase na yon. But I'm also pretty curious ano yung isasagot niya dito because there was like a lot of things that happened. Ano, merong chat dito na sinabi rin dito si Cetra with the black hair. Uy, ano to? Black hair, wonderful. Wow, wonderful daw, no? Oo nga, no? Comment down below, guys. Nakita ko merong nagko-comment kanina na wag na daw pakulayan yung buhok ni Cetra. Like, okay na daw siya as is. So, ikaw ba, bipolar? Ano bang, ano mo doon? Take mo doon.
Alam mo, Mochi, sa ibang mundo, merong mala sniper din tulad ni Cetra na kapag nagpakulay ng ibang kulay ng buhok na naging black, mas humihina. Pero ngayon, si Cetra bumalik sa black hair. He's gonna be even better. But nonetheless, yun nga no, Mochi, feeling ko tama naman dito, no? A new style for Cetra and a new style for VP. Yun yung nakikita natin. And now looking at it, parang I'm just pretty curious, no, Mochi? Kasi still, onti lang yung rounds na nakuha natin, which means onti lang nakita natin action. Yes, very high power yung nakita natin sa ating dalawang teams, but it was really one-sided at the end of the day. So parang yun na nga, parang I want these questions answered.
Yeah, let us see. At welcome na natin siya dito pabalik, no? At mic test testing tayo dito.
Hello.
Are you there? Yon. Rinig na rin naman ata siya. Sige, may paulit na lang ng iyong question din.
Okay, ulitin ko na lang ulit, no? Again, congratulations, Cetra, sa ating MVP and your first 2-0 for the group stage dito ng Masters. Undefeated pa rin naman kayo up against matches. But, going back to my point, nakita natin, it took a whole tournament para mag-experiment ang VP. We had the words mula kay 02, pero gusto makita mula mismo sa player, mula mismo kay Serra na very, very prominent sa VP. Ano nga bang nangyari doon? What happened? Bakit kailangan mag-experiment? And now, anong resulta dito ngayon sa group stage?
Yung spring po kasi, yung laro po talaga namin, mga sinusubukan po talaga kami nun. Tapos yung, kumbaga, yung mga sinubukan po namin nun, parang unti-unti na po namin, parang na-master po, ganun. Yan. Kaya mas okay po yung performance namin ngayon.
Kailangan talaga, Mochi, buong spring.
I see. And we also have another question here, Cetra, no? Because there are some observations then just by using the loadouts na meron kayo ngayon. Bakit nga ba puro AK kayo at less HK?
Experiment lang din po.
Hanggang ngayon meron pa din.
Meron pa din.
Ay,
Pero I feel like hindi na to the point na mai-impact talaga yung mga proseso nyo na ongoing per round, no? I see.
I have two more questions, Cetra, no? Cetra, alam namin you're still a sniper na nasa top 1, top 2, no? Sa maraming mga tao, even here on the talent pool, even sa buong CROSSFIRE, even in the international scene. Sa tingin mo ba mas napadali yung role mo as a sniper na si Cetra na dahil sa mga experiments na nagawa nyo, kami into the matches, mas naging confident ba si Cetra?
Sobra po. Mas talagang tumaas po yung confidence ko. Dahil sa kasi parang mas nag-click po kami ngayon eh. Dahil sa mga sinubukan po namin nung spring.
Okay. That connects my last question, no, for you, Cetra. Cetra, alam namin na there's the highest possibility para sa VP na makapasok sa playoffs and even claim, no, I don't want to jinx it, pero claim something para makapunta kayo sa international stage, right? I won't say it quite clearly. Pero ano nga bang entire goal? Not for the entire team ng VP, pero para kay Cetra. Ano nga ba yung hinahangad ni Cetra para sa Masters mo?
Siyempre, mag-champion po ulit. Mabalik yung kung ano yung sa amin dati. Yun po.
Wonderful answer. And this one naman, Cetra, this is more on because of the community, no? Ang question ko dito sa'yo is, do you think na matuturing yung karibal ang Fervid? Because there are a lot of people who are talking about that Fervid might already be catching up onto you guys. Quote unquote, ha?
Rival po yung Fervid. For me po, hindi. Kasi para sa akin, malayo pa sila eh. Kumpara po sa amin.
That's clear. Okay.
That's clear and clean. Simple answer. Thank you so much, Cetra. Once again, congratulations for this, no? Natantosan ng 2-0 ang ating standings ngayon. Na pabor para sa inyo. The floor is yours. Thank you mo na. Shoutout mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout ngayon.
Ayun thank you po. Gusto ko lang po i-shoutout yung family ko, yung supporters ng Virtus.pro, yung ate ko na napaka-supportive at thank you ate. Saka yung girlfriend ko yun. Saka sa team ko. Saka sa manager namin si Pilali. Yan lang po.
Yun. Thank you so much, Cetra. Wait lang, baka may pahabol pa si Coach. Baka may pahabol si Coach. Sige.
Ito, shoutout na po sa mayabang naming coach.
Kulit eh, no? Thank you so much, Cetra. Congratulations and good luck sa susunod niyong mga laban. Y'all are looking better than ever. Alright, and seems like that is it, no, bipolar. We heard it from themselves na the experimentation time, I mean, siguro yung most crucial point ng experimentation nila is already finally done. Now they're just making a few more tweaks, pero mukhang nakikita na natin ang katas after all those days na lumipas.
And it's still pretty insane sa isipan ko, Mochi, na eto nga, we see the answers mula kay 02, kay Coach Shane, kay Cetra mismo na again nag-improve din yung answering ng questions dito ni Cetra, pati ata yun yung inaayos ng VP eh. Kasi last time nakita natin parang
They got good
mas
PR
magaling
now.
po kami dyan. Diba? Tapos hindi, chamba lang po yun kasi Cetra gumagano. Pero isipin mo yun, no? It took an entire Masters na tournament, a major tournament for CROSSFIRE Philippines para magising, para makuha ng VP yung mga sagot sa mga tanong na sila lang naman nagtatanong. Kasi alam natin na VP is number 2. Yes, they failed up against Stallions, pero still, we put them in a pedestal na sobrang taas. But still, it looks like parang gutom pa din dito yung VP, no? It took that long para makita natin dito yung fruits of their labor. So, coming from Cetra itself, parang ito na nga, they want that dominance para makuha dito ulit ng tropeo.
Yeah, ang ma-reclaim verbatim, no? Ang kanilang originally possession nila, no? Itong ating victory for them. And my oh my, just pretty crazy. Kaya naman, marapat-rapat lamang na balikan natin kung ano nga ba ang updated standings natin after all that transpired para dito sa ating second day. Let us take a look dito, no, as Team Stallions and as well as Pro are now back to their original programming, taking that first and second spot, followed by Acceptance, Fervid, Comeback Friends, and X-Creation until 6th. For the others though, parang it will take some time para makabawi sila dito, especially here for matches that they lost a couple of series already. And I think for Atras Esports, aabangan pa natin kung anong mangyayari sa kanilang unang laban.
Yeah, I mean, nagulit lang talaga ako dito, Mochi, yung standings natin. Tumingin ako, tama, matches. But yeah, they lost 2 rounds already, or two series already. Dito sa ating first 2 days, no? Ito yung hirap Mochi, no? Na pag hindi ka agad naka-bounce back, tapos sunod-sunod yung laban mo, you might see devastating results. But, again, everybody, simula pa lang naman to. Still day 2, everybody is fresh. So, we don't know what is gonna be the ending of here. And, tulad na sinasabi natin dito sa talent pool, no? We're open to any kind of change. And feeling ko naman, we're also open that this number 1, 2 spots, this number 1 and number 2 spots is not even gonna be the same as the past years prior. So, tingnan natin no Mochi, these standings, well, it's gonna be a storyline as well na kailangan pa natin pag-usapan in the next coming of days.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure that there's a lot more things to unpack here and a lot more to talk about, no, Bipolar. Kaya naman, introduce na rin natin sa ating mga audiences kung ano nga bang meron ng mga laban bukas. Veteran versus Comeback Friends. We also have TARINGBABI versus Fervid, and as well as matches versus Team Acceptance, no, para sa ikatlong laban natin for tomorrow. And I guess ito na nga rin, no, a day of retribution. Hopefully, para dito sa mga kailangang humabol from our standings.
Alam mo, this is gonna be interesting, no? Because wala ako sa panel bukas. I believe I'm gonna be casting, so I'm gonna be very, very happy na malalabas na dito yung gusto ko mag-cast. But, I mean, I feel like first 2 matches, no, is still a proving point para sa ating mga teams, especially for Comeback Friends. Kasi naman, there's still a question mark for us. But, now, looking at MATTJESS state, and as well Acceptance, sinasabi natin, MATTJESS, kaya mapantayan na pwedeng up against Fervid, diba? Up against VP. But this time, I feel like after the recent stint, after the recent match, ito na ata ang pinaka-equal na laban para sa MATTJESS, ang Team Acceptance. And what a way to end tomorrow, no? And the last day of our Masters first week. So, yeah, 3 matches tomorrow. It's gonna be exciting.
Well, as per usual, no. And also keep in mind na for next week onward, Thursday to Sunday na tayo ulit, no? Tuloy-tuloy na naman ang ating mga action dito. So, be sure na abangan ninyo malagi ang ating mga broadcasts dito. Pero again, maraming salamat for you staying on here, seeing kung ano, and kasabayan namin na didiscover yung mga bago, mga maaari nating i-check as time goes by, mga kailangan nating i-take into account at ipagkataktak dito sa ating mga utak, no? Ano mga istorya natin, ating mga teams dito ngayon. Maraming salamat din sa ating mga teams. Of course, no, na talagang nag-allot ng oras, talagang dugo, pawis, lahat-lahat na binubuhos nila para man lang maperfecto nila at makita nila ang kanilang entire identity dito sa ating competitive scene. Thank you so much din sa ating production na talaga nga namang, no, na working day and night, ika nga nila, just showing na para mag-deliver itong ating mga broadcasts as well as yung ating mga posting dito sa ating page. Maraming salamat sa ating mga co-casters, of course, no, syempre sa'yo, Bipolar, Sneaky Frog, Ella, lahat-lahat na Ramon, Daydom, Salvatore, nakakauwi lang galing sa kanyang swimming, ay dyan.
Hay nako, puro vacation.
Hay nako, puro naman bakasyon to. Umalik ka nga rito bukas, pero ayun, no. And as well as guys sa inyo, no? Thank you so much for allotting the time.
Thanks to you guys.
May pagkulitan, tumambay dito, and as well as kay Smilegate na rin, no? Na by the way, dahil nilang pamigay, dahil nilang pag-giveaway, so be sure na i-check nyo ang aming mga pages, and as well as ang ating official CrossFire Philippines page, kasi hindi pa natatapos sa mga pamigay dyan ng CrossFire Philippines. Any last words by Polar before tayo mamaalam?
Big thanks to Sir Alex din and to Sir Mark, but for everybody out there, keep enjoying the games because you're seeing right now the evolvement of CrossFire Philippines. Everybody's getting better, everybody's adapting, and I feel like palapit talaga ang domination, not just for Stallions and VP, but for the entirety of the Philippines abong CrossFire world.
Couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned. Kaya naman for now, keep the fire burning, and we'll see you tomorrow for another jam-packed day of CrossFire. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakabulto niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Uy, grabe! Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!